Xiao Chen unexpectedly traversed to the prosperous era of the Zhenguan period, finding himself as a nameless foot soldier. Just as he grappled with the challenges of survival in a tumultuous time, he awakened an extraordinary gene editing system. This system allowed him to optimize grains, significantly increasing food production and alleviating the Tang Dynasty's concerns over food shortages. Additionally, he could enhance livestock and poultry, cultivating superior breeds with delectable meat that grew rapidly, thus enriching the national treasury and improving the populace's livelihood. Faced with the looming threat of the Turkic tribes and the restless vassal states, Xiao Chen utilized the system to edit the genes of warhorses, creating iron cavalry capable of traversing 1,000 miles, fearless in battle. He optimized the soldiers' physiques, making each Tang soldier robust and elevating their combat prowess, enabling them to sweep away the barbarian hordes. Moreover, he improved the genetics of medicinal herbs, concocting miraculous elixirs that cured ailments and prolonged life, astonishing the court and the people alike. From the fields to the court, and from the border battlegrounds to the depths of the royal palace, Xiao Chen wielded gene editing as a sharp blade, shattering the constraints of the era, enhancing crops, taming exotic beasts, and fortifying the human body, gradually stirring the winds of change in the Tang Dynasty. Witness how he, with his avant-garde technology, navigates the flourishing Zhenguan era, establishing a prosperous Tang Dynasty that draws in nations from afar and ensures peace for its citizens, ultimately becoming a legendary figure throughout the ages. Chapter 1. The fiery sweet potato. In the autumn of the second year of Zhenguan, an unusual caramel sweetness wafted through the air of the western market in Chang'an. This aroma was neither as overpowering as the scent of flatbreads nor as gamey as roasted lamb. Rather, it resembled the essence of autumn's sweetness simmered to perfection. The source was a simple cart bearing a round, mud-coated stove, from which an old man with a local accent was extracting blackened items with fire tongs. Roasted sweet potatoes. Piping hot. The old man's calls echoed with a strong rural tone, resonating in a corner of the southern street of the western market for 3 days. Yet no one paid heed. The people of Chang'an, well-traveled and knowledgeable, had seen Persian carpets, Indian spices, and wines from the western regions. Who would be interested in a black lump? On the 4th day, a Sogdian merchant, shivering from the cold, finally succumbed and spent 5 coins on one. Upon breaking open the charred skin, he discovered a golden red flesh emitting steam and a honey-like sweetness. He took a bite, burning his mouth. Yet he could not bring himself to let go, exclaiming, "My God!" This cry turned heads throughout half the western market. In a matter of moments, he devoured the first sweet potato and, eager for more, purchased another with 5 more coins. This time, he learned to be clever, blowing on it as he took small bites, savoring every morsel while golden sweet potato pulp smeared his beard. The onlookers could no longer resist. While the people of Chang'an might forego trying new delights, they could not miss out on the excitement. Thus, one after another, more individuals began to purchase. By evening, as the old man closed up his stall, his stove was empty, and his hands clutched a fistful of coins, a smile stretching across his face. Within 10 days, roasted sweet potatoes became a sensation in Chang'an. This delicacy perfectly suited the Tang people's palate. The Tang valued sweetness, while sugar and honey were costly, leaving the common folk with little opportunity to indulge in sweetness throughout the year. But these sweet potatoes, priced at merely 2 coins, they offered a burst of sweetness with each split, melting softly in the mouth without the need for effort. Elderly ladies loved them, children adored them. And even the tough merchants from the west squatted by the roadside, faces smeared with sweet potato pulp. Soon, the streets of Chang'an were filled with people gnawing on sweet potatoes, creating a truly magnificent sight. When news reached the Duke of Lu's residence, Cheng Yaojin was practicing with his axe in the backyard. Father! Father! Cheng Chumo burst into the yard, clutching an oiled paper bag, his face alight with excitement. You must try this. Cheng Yaojin paused with his axe, casting a sidelong glance. What is it? Sweet potatoes. Roasted. I waited in line for nearly half an hour at the western market. Cheng Yaojin took the oiled paper bag, hot enough to juggle between his hands. Upon opening it, the golden red flesh released steam, and a sweet aroma penetrated his nostrils. Skeptically, he took a bite, chewed twice, and his eyes widened in surprise. He took another bite, then sat on a stone bench, silently devouring the entire sweet potato, even scraping the charred skin for every last morsel. After finishing, he paused for a moment before slowly speaking. Chumo. Yes, father? You mentioned how long you waited in line. About half an hour. Cheng Yaojin frowned, licking his lips to savor the residual sweetness. His gaze turned contemplative, as if pondering significant military matters. Suddenly, he stood up, flinging his axe aside, and striding purposefully out. Where are you going, father? To the Western market. I need to buy 2 more. You just finished eating. Father, wait for me. That afternoon, Chen Yaojin consumed 6 roasted sweet potatoes in one go. He squatted beside the old man's stove, buying one after another, perspiring profusely, his mouth smeared with sweet potato pulp, resembling a glutton reborn. The old man, witnessing this, felt a pang of fear, worried that this nobleman in a purple robe might choke on his stall. After finishing the 6, Chen Yaojin released a loud belch, contented as he rubbed his belly. Old man, how do you grow these sweet potatoes? The old man trembled slightly and replied, I grow them in the field. In the field? Chen Yaojin's eyes lit up. Excellent. Truly excellent sweet potatoes. He patted his belly and left with Cheng Chumo, while the old man wiped the sweat from his brow, thinking that although this nobleman had a fearsome appetite, he paid promptly. Upon returning home, Chen Yaojin paced back and forth in the hall, his brow furrowed. Cheng Chumo and his brother Cheng Chuliang exchanged glances. Uncertain of what to say, they understood their father's expression all too well. He was either contemplating military strategy or thinking about food. Indeed, Chen Yaojin suddenly halted, slapping his thigh. Chumo, Chuliang. Yes, father. You too. Go to the Western market right now and buy every last sweet potato from that old man. Cheng Chumo was taken aback. All of them. Yes, all of them. Buy as many as you can. Chen Yaojin's eyes sparkled. I didn't eat enough today. I'm as restless as a cat on a hot tin roof. These are sweet and soft, far superior to any pastries. Let us stock up on hundreds of pounds for the winter. Cheng Qiliang cautiously suggested. Father, wouldn't hundreds of pounds be too much? Sweet potatoes spoil if stored too long. Even if they spoil, they are still my sweet potatoes. If they go bad, I won't share with anyone. Chen Yaojin glared. Do you understand? This is a military strategy. Prepare provisions before the army moves. If heavy snow traps us indoors, I can sit by the fire eating sweet potatoes. What a life that would be. As he spoke, he became lost in reverie, his eyes squinting as if he could already envision that scene. Cheng Chumo and Cheng Chuliang dared not protest further and set off to fulfill their father's orders. Just as they stepped outside the Duke of Lu's residence, Chen Yaojin's voice called out, wait. The 2 brothers turned back. Chen Yaojin stood in the center of the hall, his expression grave, raising a finger. Remember, it's not just that old man's sweet potatoes. Buy every roasted sweet potato in the Western market. Not a single stall should be left behind. After a pause, he added, also, inquire about how these sweet potatoes are grown and how to store them. If possible, we'll grow them ourselves. The brothers exchanged glances and replied in unison, understood. Before turning to leave, once outside the Duke of Lu's gates, Cheng Chuliang whispered, brother, do you think father is becoming addicted? Cheng Chumo, expressionless, glanced at his brother. What do you think? 6 sweet potatoes. Have you ever seen father eat 6 flatbreads in one sitting? Not really. Let us go. We can't dawdle. If we're late, there might not be a single sweet potato left. The 2 brothers mounted their horses and galloped toward the Western market. The autumn wind swept through, carrying fallen leaves before them. Suddenly, Cheng Chuliang remembered something. Brother, how much silver do we have? Cheng Chumo patted his waist, his face changing slightly. Not enough. What shall we do? Cheng Chumo hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth. We'll have to buy on credit. If it comes to it, we can pawn our waste tokens. Pawn our waste tokens? Father will surely kill us if he finds out. If we can't buy hundreds of pounds of sweet potatoes, he'll kill us anyway, Cheng Chumo urged, nudging his horse. You choose. Cheng Chumo pondered for a moment and found his elder brother's words quite reasonable, prompting him to urge his horse forward. At the stall selling roasted sweet potatoes in the West Market, the 2 brothers dismounted and strode confidently toward the old man. Cheng Chumo leaned against the cart, his gaze piercing as he addressed the old man. Good sir, I wish to purchase all your sweet potatoes. The fire tongs in the old man's hands clattered to the ground. Cheng Chumo's declaration was made with a bold flair reminiscent of his father's former ferocity. The old man trembled as he picked up the tongs, scrutinizing the 2 gentlemen before him. Their garments were crafted from fine shoe brocade, adorned with jade ornaments, and they wore polished black leather boots. Clearly, they hailed from a wealthy family. However, no matter how affluent one might be, such a purchase was rather unorthodox. My dear sir, the old man replied with a forced smile, unfortunately, I must inform you that I have sold out of sweet potatoes for the day. Cheng Chumo was momentarily taken aback, and Cheng Chuliang mirrored his surprise. Together, they peered into the yellow clay furnace, which was utterly empty, devoid of even a skin. Sold out. Cheng Chumo's voice rose in incredulity. Not even one left? Indeed, not a single one, the old man replied, striking the furnace with a thud. You can hear it. It's empty. I roasted over 80 pounds today, and by the time the hour of Shin arrived, they were all gone. The people of Chang'an have a taste for this delicacy. You may not be aware, but these past few days, buyers have been queuing up. I am not concerned with the queues, Cheng Chumo interrupted, the veins on his forehead throbbing slightly. What I care about is where I can find more. The old man was startled by his fervor and took a step back. Cheng Chuliang quickly stepped in to mediate, pulling a few coins from his sleeve and placing them in the old man's hand, smiling amicably. Fear not, good sir, my elder brother simply has a loud voice. We genuinely wish to buy sweet potatoes, and we will take as many as you have. From where do you procure these sweet potatoes? Please tell us, and we shall seek them ourselves. The old man, clutching the copper coins, relaxed his expression and scrutinized the two once more, lowering his voice. Gentlemen, I must clarify that these sweet potatoes are not from my own cultivation. They were unearthed from the land of our young master. I am merely a runner selling them. The young master? Cheng Chumo's eyes sparkled with interest. What is the name of this young master? Where can we find him? In Caishu village. The old man gestured towards the southeast. Travel east from the city for about several dozen miles. Our young master's surname is Xiao, given name Chen, and he is quite an astute individual. Astute? Cheng Chumo inquired. Indeed, the old man scratched his head. Last spring, he brought in some sweet potato seedlings and encouraged the villagers to cultivate them. No one recognized what they were, and no one dared to plant them. The young master himself took a few acres, nurturing and transplanting them diligently for half a year. When harvest time came, he unearthed a heap of these oddities, and the villagers laughed at him, claiming he had grown nothing but lumpy potatoes that even pigs would not eat. Cheng Chumo felt his lips twitch in disbelief. And then, he urged. The young master devised a method of preparation, roasting them in a clay furnace. The aroma was delightful. The first time I smelled it, I thought someone was boiling honey. Later, he instructed me to sell them in the West Market for 2 coins each. Can you guess what happened next? Do not make me guess. Cheng Chumo gritted his teeth. The old man trembled at his tone and quickly continued. They sold remarkably well. Cheng Chuliang hastily inquired. Is there still sweet potatoes available in Caishu village? Yes, there are plenty. The old man nodded vigorously. There are thousands of pounds stored in the cellar. The young master instructed me to sell them slowly, assuring me that I could sell them until next spring without worry. The brothers exchanged glances, each seeing hope reflected in the other's eyes. Thousands of pounds, sufficient for their father to last the entire winter. Let us go. Cheng Chumo mounted his horse and tugged on the reins, heading for Caishu village. Wait. Cheng Chuliang quickly grabbed the reins of his brother's horse. It's several dozen miles away. If we ride, we should be back before nightfall. Then why delay? Cheng Chumo urged forward, galloping ahead. Cheng Chuliang bowed to the old man and swiftly mounted his horse to follow. The two steeds kicked up a cloud of dust as they raced southeast. The old man stood in place, watching their receding figures, muttering to himself, surely these two do not intend to eat sweet potatoes as their staple? He shook his head and began to pack up his cart, heading home. The journey from Chang'an City to Caishu village along the official road spanned approximately 40 miles. Cheng Chumo and Cheng Chuliang rode furiously for nearly half an hour, finally spotting a large locust tree at the village entrance as the sun began its descent. Beneath the tree, several elderly men were playing chess. Upon hearing the sound of hooves, they collectively raised their heads. Excuse me, Cheng Chuliang reined in his horse, catching his breath. Is this Caishu village? One elder nodded, though his gaze remained fixed on their horses. The steeds from Chang'an were well-fed and robust, their manes gleaming. Clearly worth a considerable sum. Cheng Chumo, not bothering with pleasantries, dismounted and strode into the village. After a few steps, he suddenly halted, and Cheng Chuliang followed suit. The two brothers stood at the village entrance, exchanging puzzled glances. They had encountered many farmlands before. The Cheng family owned estates outside the city, primarily cultivating millet, wheat, and beans. However, the fields before them in Caishu village bore no resemblance to any they had seen. There were no millet crops or wheat fields. Instead, vast expanses were neatly planted with a type of crop they had never encountered, short-statured plants with somewhat yellowing leaves, clearly at harvest time. Numerous villagers were bent over, unearthing round, soil-colored objects of impressive size. Cheng Chumo approached, squatting beside a villager who was digging and lifted one of the freshly unearthed items. It was heavy, at least 7 or 8 pounds. My good fellow, Cheng Chumo asked, holding the object aloft, what is this? The villager looked up, wiping sweat from his brow. Potato. Potato? Cheng Chumo repeated the word, finding it peculiar. What is it? Food, the villager replied matter-of-factly. Our young master calls it potato, also known as a sweet potato. It can be stir-fried, stewed, or boiled. Do not let its appearance fool you. It is quite filling. Cheng Chuliang leaned in, taking hold of a potato and inspecting it from all angles. This one is rather large, isn't it? It must weigh 7 or 8 pounds. Indeed, the villager grinned, revealing a pair of yellowed teeth. Last year, our young master unearthed one that weighed 12 pounds. The entire village came to marvel at it. 12 pounds. Can you imagine? Cheng Chumo weighed the potato in his hand, falling silent for a moment. He recalled the millet from his family's estate, where a bountiful harvest would yield around 200 pounds per acre. Here, each potato weighed 7 or 8 pounds. If an acre were planted with this suddenly, he felt a wave of dizziness. What about the sweet potatoes? Cheng Chuliang finally recalled their purpose. Do you still cultivate sweet potatoes? The villager pointed to the eastern edge of the village. The sweet potato fields are over there. They have all been harvested and are stored in the cellar. However, he added after scrutinizing the two men, if you wish to buy sweet potatoes, yes. Cheng Chuliang nodded vigorously. We will take as many as you have. The villager shook his head, brushing the dirt from his hands. You will need to speak to our young master. All the land in Saishu village belongs to him. What is grown and sold is entirely at his discretion. We are merely laborers working for him. Where can we find your young master? Cheng Chumo queried. The villager gestured toward the center of the village. The largest house there, that's it, with green brick walls and a black lacquer door, flanked by 2 osmanthus trees. It's easy to find. Cheng Chumo placed the potato back on the ground, stood up, and dusted off his knees, striding purposefully into the village. Cheng Chuliang followed closely behind, casting curious glances around. Saishu village was indeed different from other villages. While other villages were lined with elm or locust trees, Saishu village's corners and fences were adorned with peculiar vines. Some vines bore bright red fruits, others bloomed with purple flowers, and in one yard, there was even a trellis upon which hung long, green objects that resembled snakes, yet did not. Cheng Chuliang pointed at the verdant object and inquired of a passing woman. Madam, what is that? The woman glanced briefly and replied, Why, that's a cucumber. Haven't you seen one before? Cheng Chuliang felt rather foolish, as everything seemed to be a revelation to him today. The woman smiled, her basket containing several glistening green cucumbers, still glistening with dew. Noticing Cheng Chuliang's keen interest, she offered him one, saying, Would you like to try? It's quite crunchy. Cheng Chuliang accepted the cucumber and took a bite. The crispness rang in his ears, releasing a refreshing aroma, and juice trickled down the corner of his mouth. He paused, then took another bite. Delicious, he mumbled. Brother, you should try this. Cheng Chumo took the cucumber and bit into it, his eyes lighting up as well. The two of them munched on their cucumbers, making their way to the center of the village. Indeed, a grand mansion of blue bricks emerged before them, with a dark wooden door and 2 flourishing osmanthus trees flanking it. A plaque hung above the entrance, inscribed with the characters Xiao Fu. Cheng Chumo chewed the end of the cucumber and swallowed, straightening his attire before knocking on the door. Cheng Chuliang stood behind him, whispering, Brother, what kind of person do you think Xiao Chen is? Whatever he is, Cheng Chumo replied without turning back, as long as he has sweet potatoes. I would accept him even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms. As soon as he finished speaking, the heavy door creaked open. Chapter 3. Purchasing Xiao Chen's sweet potatoes. The door did not reveal a servant or an old retainer, but rather a dog. More precisely, a golden retriever with a glossy coat and a robust physique, resembling a plump winter melon. It nudged the door open with its head, peering out at Cheng Chumo for a moment, then barked with a commanding presence that reverberated against the door. Cheng Chumo stepped back. He was not afraid of dogs. The Cheng family's guard dog was much larger, but there was something unsettling about the dog's gaze, as though it were scrutinizing a suspicious individual. Then, another dog, a black one, squeezed through the door, taking position beside the golden retriever, both standing guard like fierce sentinels. Da Huang, Xiao He, step aside. A youthful voice called from within the courtyard, calm and unhurried. The 2 dogs immediately shifted their heads, making way for the center. A young man emerged from inside. Cheng Chumo appraised him quickly, estimating his age to be around 18 or 19. He wore a simple, clean robe, though it was clearly not of fine fabric, and on his feet were black cloth shoes speckled with mud. He bore no jade ornaments at his waist, nor rings on his fingers. His attire marked him as a typical small landowner. However, Cheng Chumo noted that the young man's face seemed somewhat out of place in such humble garb. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, a straight nose, and skin too fair for someone accustomed to tilling the fields. He resembled a scholarly gentleman raised in the comfort of a grand estate. Xiao Chen was also assessing them, but in a peculiar manner. He did not focus on their faces, but rather took in their clothing, then their belts, and finally settled his gaze on their boots. Together, the presence of a fine silk robe, a silver-buckled belt, and black leather boots practically proclaimed, I am of noble birth. Yet, both of them bore dirt on their boots, and their robes were dusty, indicating they had traveled a considerable distance. Moreover, they both carried an unmistakable scent of cucumbers. Xiao Chen discreetly withdrew his gaze, clasped his hands, and addressed them with a tone that was neither subservient nor overbearing. "May I ask who you two are?" Cheng Chumo was about to respond when Cheng Chuyang interjected. "We are here to purchase sweet potatoes." He spoke while still clutching the uneaten end of the cucumber, which appeared rather out of place. Xiao Chen glanced at the cucumber end, his lips twitching slightly, but he said nothing. "Sweet potatoes?" he repeated, nodding. "How much do you require?" 100 jin. Cheng Chumo stated. Xiao Chen's expression shifted slightly, not a smile, but rather an incredulous look as if questioning the absurdity of their request. However, he quickly regained his composure and replied in a calm tone, 100 jin is certainly feasible. But, he paused, sweeping his gaze over the two of them, his tone remaining even. "Do you have the money?" The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. The golden retriever yawned. Cheng Chumo and Cheng Chuyang exchanged glances. And Cheng Chuyang's face flushed a deep crimson, reaching down to his neck. Cheng Chuyang cleared his throat, to be honest. "We left in a hurry and did not bring any money." Xiao Chen's expression remained unchanged. He merely tilted his head slightly, as if processing the meaning of this revelation. Then he looked down at the golden retriever, which returned his gaze. The two exchanged an unspoken understanding. "You have no money," Xiao Chen reiterated, his tone a mere confirmation of fact. "And you wish to purchase 100 jin of sweet potatoes?" "Yes," Cheng Chuyang replied, his voice firm despite his discomfort. Xiao Chen fell silent for a moment. He had a habit of exuding a palpable pressure whenever he was quiet. Despite his simple attire and youthful age, he stood there, silent and unmoving, instilling a sense of unease in those before him. Cheng Chumo observed this, feeling a stirring of doubt. This young man was not ordinary. He had encountered many individuals, nobles, commoners, merchants, but seldom had he met someone who inspired such a feeling of composure, as though he had calculated everything and remained unfazed. "Here." Cheng Chumo stepped forward, unfastening the jade pendant from his waist and offering it. "I shall leave this as collateral. Tomorrow, I will send someone with the money to retrieve it. Will that suffice?" Xiao Chen accepted the pendant, examining it briefly. The jade was of exquisite quality, smooth and delicate, with intricate carvings, and the back bore the character Cheng. His eyelid twitched slightly. Yet, he asked nothing further, simply tucking the pendant into his sleeve and nodding, "Very well." Cheng Chuyang exhaled deeply, a long sigh of relief, as though he had just emerged from the depths of water. "Da Huang, Xiao He, return to the house." Xiao Chen beckoned to the two dogs, then turned back to the courtyard and called, "Lao Zhao, take these two to the cellar for 100 jin of sweet potatoes and assist them with the load." An elderly man with a stooped back emerged from the courtyard, gesturing for the brothers, "This way, please." Cheng Chumo and Cheng Chuyang followed Lao Zhao toward the rear of the courtyard. As they passed by Xiao Chen, Cheng Chumo suddenly paused. "Thank you," he said. Xiao Chen nodded, remaining silent. Once the two had distanced themselves, he glanced at the jade pendant in his sleeve, then looked up at the brothers' retreating figures. Cheng Chumo walked with a vigorous stride, each step resonating with purpose. Cheng Chuyang trailed behind, his eyes wide with curiosity, glancing at everything with fresh interest. As they passed a chicken coop, he leaned in to take a look, nearly being pecked by a hen. "Step aside. This chicken has a bad temper," Lao Zhao exclaimed, pulling Cheng Chuyang away from the coop's entrance just in time. The hen flapped its wings and jumped out, glaring at Cheng Chuyang and making threatening clucks. "I was just looking," Cheng Chuyang protested, rubbing his nose in indignation. "Looking is not allowed," Lao Zhao retorted sharply. "This hen is unfriendly. Last time, Widow Wang from the village came to borrow eggs, and it chased her halfway down the street." Cheng Chumo maintained a stoic expression as he pulled his brother along, muttering under his breath, "Don't embarrass yourself." "How am I embarrassing myself? I was just looking." "You can't even look at a chicken coop without getting chased. Isn't that embarrassing enough?" "It chased me. I didn't provoke it." The brothers bickered as they followed Lao Zhao into the backyard. The backyard of the Xiao family was more than 3 times the size of the front courtyard, neatly lined with large jars against the wall, each covered with straw mats. Lao Zhao approached a few jars in the center, lifting the straw cover to reveal them brimming with sweet potatoes. With red skin and vibrant flesh, they were uniform in size, arranged meticulously as if they were soldiers on parade. Cheng Chuyang couldn't resist reaching out to touch them. The sweet potato skins were smooth and fine, still holding the scent of the earth. "Such delightful sweet potatoes," he murmured. "Indeed, splendid sweet potatoes." Old Zhao swiftly filled the burlap sacks with the tubers while muttering. "Our young master stated that these sweet potatoes must be stored for a month to truly enhance their flavor, as the starch transforms into sugar, becoming sweeter with time." What you are purchasing today is the first batch, which has been stored for nearly 2 months and is now at its prime. Starch? Cheng Chuliang blinked, puzzled. What is that? I do not know. Old Zhao replied nonchalantly. It is as the young master said. Whatever the young master asserts is to be accepted. In any case, they are sweet. Cheng Chumo found this reasoning quite sound and decided not to press further. 100 pounds of sweet potatoes filled 2 large sacks, and old Zhao assisted them in carrying them to the entrance, helping to secure them on the horse's back. The weight of the sacks caused Cheng Chumo's horse to snort and tremble slightly, yet it stood firm. Good horse, old Zhao praised. It is in fine condition. Of course, Cheng Chuliang declared proudly. My father selected it. Cheng Chumo stepped on his foot. Ouch! Cheng Chuliang gasped, abruptly swallowing the remainder of his sentence. Xiao Chen stood at the threshold, observing the scene, and a faint smile finally graced his lips. He bent down to stroke the head of De Huang, who leaned against his knee, emitting a soft whine. Take care on the road, Xiao Chen advised the 2 brothers with a slight bow. Be cautious with the sweet potatoes. If they are dropped, they will spoil and become unsuitable for storage. Cheng Chumo mounted his horse and returned the gesture of respect with a nod, saying, Send someone with the money tomorrow and bring back the jade pendant. No rush, Xiao Chen replied. Cheng Chumo squeezed his horse's belly and galloped away, with Cheng Chuliang following closely. After running a few paces, he turned back to shout, Young Master Xiao, the cucumbers are also delicious. I shall return to purchase more. Xiao Chen stood at the entrance, watching the 2 horses disappear at the end of the village path, then glanced down at the jade pendant nestled in his sleeve. He softly recited the characters etched on the back of the pendant. After a moment's contemplation, he summoned De Huang and Xiao He into the house and closed the door. As the door shut, he suddenly chuckled. Cheng Yaojin's son, he murmured to himself, his voice barely audible, heard only by the 2 dogs. Comes to buy 100 pounds of sweet potatoes and even leaves a piece of jade as collateral. He shook his head, uncertain whether to lament or to laugh. De Huang looked up at him, wagging his tail. Let us go, Xiao Chen patted De Huang's head. It is time for dinner. The trio, 1 man and 2 dogs, slowly disappeared into the depths of the courtyard. As the sun dipped in the west, wisps of smoke began to rise above Kai Su village. The sounds of chopping vegetables echoed from the Xiao family's kitchen, accompanied by the whines of De Huang and Xiao He vying for food, along with Xiao Chen's leisurely admonition. De Huang, that is my bowl. Chapter 4. Gene Editing System. Xiao Chen closed the door, traversed the front courtyard, and navigated past the row of large vats filled with pickled vegetables, returning to his study. Although termed a study, it resembled more of a cluttered general store. A bookshelf against the wall held volumes primarily salvaged from the bookstores of Chang'an, with only a handful of legitimate classics, while agricultural texts and bizarre tales piled up to half his height. The shelf also hosted an assortment of peculiar items, a specimen of dried sweet potato vines, potato sprouts submerged in a jar, and a cucumber picked long ago, now shriveled and withered. He retrieved the jade pendant from his sleeve, placing it on the table, and examined it under the candlelight. The jade was as smooth and delicate as sheep's fat, its surface warm to the touch, and the character Cheng was meticulously engraved on the back. Cheng Yaojin's son, Xiao Chen mused aloud, flipping the pendant over. Comes here to buy sweet potatoes and leaves a piece of jade as collateral. Suddenly, he found the absurdity of the situation reminiscent of the online novels he had read in his past life. Speaking of his past life, Xiao Chen leaned back in his chair and let out a long sigh. It has been a year, he mused. He had traversed to the Tang Dynasty for an entire year now. He vividly recalled that fateful night, the last night of his previous life, when he had worked late at the office until 11, dragging his weary body back to his rented room. Showered, and opened his computer, preparing to unwind with a film. He remembered clicking on a website, seeing the words JD hot, and then, everything went dark. When he regained consciousness, he found himself lying on a hard wooden bed, beneath a dusty beam, with the scent of aged wood and hay filling his nostrils. An elderly man, claiming to be old Zhao, stood by his bedside, delivering a thunderous revelation. Young master, both the master and mistress passed away last month. You are the sole heir of the Xiao family. Xiao Chen was stunned for a considerable time. His astonishment was not solely due to the concept of transmigration. He had encountered many such narratives in online literature and was somewhat prepared. What truly left him bewildered was the notion of being orphaned, his parents gone, leaving behind a grand estate, hundreds of acres of land, and over 20 tenant families. Was this not the quintessential beginning for a male protagonist in an online novel? As the saying goes, Xiao Chen lay on the wooden bed, gazing at the beams above, muttering, "My parents are mourned in the heavens, their powers boundless." Old Zhao, unable to catch his words, inquired, "What did you say, young master?" Nothing, Xiao Chen replied as he sat up. I offer my condolences. He truly mourned. Perhaps for an entire evening. For the next morning, he was abruptly awakened by a voice, not old Zhao's, nor the crowing of a rooster, but a voice resonating directly in his mind. Ding. The gene editing system has been bound to the host. Host, Xiao Chen. Current level, LV1. Xiao Chen leapt from his bed, colliding the back of his head against the bed frame, eliciting a wince of pain. Detected emotional fluctuation in the host. Would you like to be soothed? The system can play soft music. Absolutely not. Xiao Chen exclaimed, rubbing the back of his head and raising his voice. Just clarify your words. The system complied, succinctly explaining the matter. The gist was that this entity had linked with his genes, granting him the ability to edit the genes of any living organism. Specifically, he could add, delete, or modify certain traits of any DNA-containing entity. However, a limitation existed. At LV1, he could only edit one trait at a time. One trait? Xiao Chen furrowed his brow. What does that mean? If I edit a chicken, can I only change one aspect at a time? Correct. For instance, increasing egg production, altering feather color, or enhancing disease resistance. Only one of these can be selected for editing at a time. After some contemplation, Xiao Chen found it manageable. One at a time, then. Patience is key, yet you must provide me with something to practice on, correct? The system paused momentarily before responding with a chime. A starter gift package has been issued. 100 pounds of quality seeds, corn, potatoes, and sweet potatoes. All are ordinary varieties, unedited. Please edit them yourself before planting. Xiao Chen looked down and saw 3 burlap sacks inexplicably appear on the bedside table, bulging with golden corn kernels, earthy potatoes, and red-skinned sweet potatoes. He weighed a sweet potato in his hand, wondering, can this be cultivated in the Tang Dynasty? The answer was affirmative. Moreover, the results astonished even him. He decided to begin with the sweet potatoes. He selected the disease-resistant gene, for in the Tang Dynasty, crops were particularly vulnerable to diseases, and a single bout of blight could ruin an entire harvest. The system was straightforward to operate, placing his hand on the sweet potato seedling and focusing on disease resistance. A barely perceptible green light flickered, and it was done. Months later, the sweet potatoes were harvested. Their resistance was astonishingly robust. The beans planted nearby succumbed to rust disease, their leaves turning yellow, yet the sweet potato vines remained lush and green, utterly unaffected. They were also significantly larger than typical sweet potatoes, with the largest one the size of a child's head. Old Zhao held it in awe, exclaiming, "Young master, has this thing come to life?" Xiao Chen ignored him. He reserved this batch of sweet potatoes for planting and, in the autumn, sowed another crop. This time, on top of the disease-resistant gene, he added a growth enhancement gene. Indeed, the system informed him that as long as the crops he planted successfully yielded a harvest and addressed the villagers' basic needs, he could accumulate experience points. After harvesting the first batch of sweet potatoes, Xiao Chen's experience bar increased slightly, although it was not enough to level up. It was sufficient to allow him to edit one additional trait. The effects of the enormous genes are astonishing. When the second batch of sweet potatoes was harvested, old Zhao nearly tossed his hoe aside. "Young master," old Zhao exclaimed, unearthing a sweet potato from the soil, cradling it in both hands with a voice that had shifted in pitch. "Look, this sweet potato is larger than my head." Xiao Chen approached and confirmed that indeed, it was larger than old Zhao's head. Moreover, it was not just one, the ground was teeming with them. A dense array of robust sweet potatoes emerged from the earth, each one plump and round, the largest weighing no less than 5 or 6 pounds, lying on the ground like a group of chubby children who had overindulged. Old Zhao squatted in the dirt, turning the sweet potato over in his hands, murmuring, "In my 60 years of life, having farmed all my days, I've never seen such sweet potatoes, young master. How did you manage to grow these?" Xiao Chen pondered for a moment before replying. "Perhaps it's due to the quality of the soil." Old Zhao regarded him with a hint of skepticism, but chose not to press further. After the resounding success of the sweet potatoes, Xiao Chen's confidence surged. He began to promote his new techniques throughout Saishu village. Of course, to the villagers, the young master's methods appeared somewhat mysterious. For instance, he caused hens to lay double yolk eggs by simply standing beside the chicken coop for a short while the night before, leading to the hen laying a double yolk egg the following day. This continued for half a month, with the hen laying double yolk eggs daily, to the point where it waddled when it walked. Additionally, there was the old yellow bull in the village, which had toiled diligently for 10 years and had grown so old that it could hardly chew. Xiao Chen patted its forehead, and the next day, the bull seemed rejuvenated, plowing the fields with remarkable speed, outpacing even the strongest of bulls. Even more astonishing, it later fathered 2 sets of twin calves, a pair of heifers in the first batch and a pair of bulls in the second, all perfectly aligned. As if they were purchased wholesale. The villagers buzzed with speculation. Could the young master possess some magical abilities? One pondered. I doubt it. It seems more like the result of ancestral merit, another countered. But can merit produce double yolk eggs? Came the retort. You have a point. Xiao Chen paid no heed to their discussions. His grandest endeavor was the grass carp he had procured from the Wei River. In the Tang Dynasty, fish were wild. To enjoy them, one either had to fish in the river or purchase them at the market. Xiao Chen found this troublesome. So he caught several grass carp from the Wei River and introduced a gene known as artificial breeding. The gene's purpose was simple. It allowed the fish to grow and reproduce normally in a pond, without the need for migration or specific spawning environments, enabling them to thrive and propagate in peace. 6 months later, the pond in the Xiao family's backyard overflowed with fish, the grass carp crowding together in the water, casting a shadowy hue beneath the surface. Old Xiao would catch a few each day to prepare soup, which emerged as white as milk, so delicious that it could make one's tongue yearn for more. Young master, Old Xiao remarked, holding a bowl of fish soup, since your arrival this past year. The changes in Saishu village have surpassed those of the past 60 years. Xiao Chen held his bowl in silence, contemplating. This is only the beginning. Just a few days ago, the system had finally upgraded. Detected that all 317 villagers of Saishu have resolved their basic needs. System upgraded to LV2, current editable traits, 2. When Xiao Chen saw this notification, his emotions were quite complex. He had spent an entire year cultivating sweet potatoes, and corn in succession, managing chickens, ducks, cattle, sheep, and fish to finally ensure that over 300 people had enough to eat. It had not been easy, truly not easy at all. Upon upgrading, the first task he undertook was a complete transformation for De Huang and Xiao He. De Huang was a native dog with yellow fur, short legs, and a round face. Appearing rather simple-minded, which indeed he was. Xiao He was slightly more astute than De Huang, but only marginally so. For example, he knew to sit by the kitchen door at mealtime, while De Huang would foolishly chase his tail in the courtyard. Xiao Chen endowed them with 2 new genes, a recovery gene to facilitate quick healing from injuries and a strength gene to triple their power. After the transformation, De Huang and Xiao He's combat prowess easily surpassed that of wild wolves. This was proven last month when a sheep went missing from Widow Li's house at the east end of the village. In the dead of night, De Huang and Xiao He followed the scent, tracking the sheep to a graveyard 3 miles outside the village, where they engaged in a scuffle with 2 wolves that had ventured out for food. When Xiao Chen and Old Zhao arrived, the 2 wolves were seen fleeing up the mountain, tails tucked between their legs, in an utterly disgraceful manner. De Huang sat proudly beside the sheep, tail wagging like a windmill, with a few wolf hairs still clinging to his mouth. Xiao He was even more impressive, carrying a wild rabbit in his jaws. Evidently believing that merely chasing off the wolves was insufficient, he felt it necessary to bring back spoils as proof of their success. From that day forward, De Huang and Xiao He became the most striking sight in Saishu village. Every evening, Xiao Chen strolled along the village path with his 2 dogs, De Huang on the left and Xiao He on the right, their steps in perfect unison, eyes fixed ahead, exuding an air of authority. The local street dogs would tuck their tails and steer clear at the sight of them, while several young female dogs trailed behind, gazing at them with longing eyes, making Xiao Chen feel a bit bashful. De Huang, Xiao Chen once squatted down to pat De Huang's head, saying, "You have become the village's canine heartthrob." De Huang let out a sound of pride, puffing out his chest. Xiao He rolled his eyes nearby. Xiao Chen placed the jade pendant in a drawer and extinguished the candle. He turned over, closed his eyes, and thought about sending someone to Chang'an City tomorrow to deliver money and redeem the jade pendant. A smile crept across his lips as he drifted off to sleep. Chapter 5. Li Er's robbery. When the 2 brothers returned to the Duke Lu's residence with 100 pounds of sweet potatoes, night had already fallen. Cheng Chumo dismounted, his legs trembling not from fatigue but from the weight of the 100 pounds of sweet potatoes. Even the horse quivered in response. Cheng Chuliang was no better off. As he jumped down from the horse, he stumbled, nearly bowing clumsily to the doorman. Quickly, quickly, Cheng Chuliang urged, supporting himself against the door frame. Get someone to carry these inside. Several guards rushed out, working together to unload the burlap sacks and carry them into the kitchen. Cheng Chumo shook his numb legs and limped toward the main hall. Just as he was about to enter, a thunderous voice boomed, "Back already?" Cheng Yaojin stepped out of the main hall, his eyes fixated on the 2 brothers' backs. "Where are the sweet potatoes?" Cheng Chuliang wiped the sweat from his brow. "Father, they are in the kitchen, 100 pounds, every single one intact." Cheng Yaojin's face instantly broke into a beaming smile. one so wide it seemed ready to overflow from his ears. He clapped Cheng Chumo on the shoulder, causing him to stumble. Good son, what an accomplishment. Then he turned and dashed toward the kitchen, only to pivot back after a few steps. Chuliang, go to the fire room and bring those iron tongs. And get a fire basin. Hurry. Father, the iron tongs are for grabbing charcoal. They can grab sweet potatoes too. Hurry up. Cheng Chuliang dared not utter another word and dashed off. Cheng Yaojin personally squatted in the kitchen to select sweet potatoes. He was meticulous, picking each one up to squeeze, bringing it close to his nose to smell, and weighing it in his hand, his scrutiny more careful than when he selected generals in the Ministry of War. Finally, he selected the 8 largest and roundest ones, cradling them as if they were a nest of golden ingots, and scampered back to the main hall. The fire basin and iron tongs arrived. Cheng Yaojin arranged the 8 sweet potatoes neatly by the charcoal fire and then set up a stool beside it, fixated on them. Cheng Chumo and Cheng Chuliang stood by, hardly daring to breathe. They had never seen their father display such reverence toward any food, even when drinking the emperor's bestowed wine. He would guzzle it down without hesitation, never having been so patient before. As the sweet potatoes roasted by the charcoal, their skins gradually charred, oozing sugary syrup that sizzled upon contact with the coals, releasing a delightful aroma that filled the entire hall. Cheng Yaojin inhaled deeply, his expression bordering on ecstasy. Chumo, go check the kitchen and have the cook prepare some appetizers. Also, retrieve that jar of wine from beneath my bed. Cheng Chumo was momentarily taken aback. The wine hidden under the bed had been stashed away by his father for nearly half a year, intended for the new year. Was it truly to be opened for a mere few sweet potatoes? Nonetheless, he refrained from questioning and obediently complied. When the appetizers were served, the sweet potatoes were also roasted to perfection. Cheng Yaojin used a pair of iron tongs to extract one, scalding his hands momentarily before breaking it open to reveal the golden, steaming flesh, which gleamed enticingly in the candlelight. He took a bite, squinting his eyes, and let out a long, satisfied sigh. Delicious. Just a single word, yet it encompassed a wealth of emotion greater than any he had ever expressed in his life. Cheng Chumo and Cheng Chuliang were each permitted to partake as well. The 3 of them gathered around the brazier, each holding a sweet potato, savoring its sweetness while occasionally grabbing a piece of the appetizers and sipping the wine. The scene was nothing short of idyllic. As Cheng Yaojin was relishing his 3rd sweet potato, he suddenly paused, raised his wine cup, and with a solemn expression declared, "Let us toast to this sweet potato." The 2 brothers raised their cups in unison, joining in the toast. Just as the atmosphere reached a delightful crescendo, a sudden commotion outside was followed by the lifting of the door curtain, and a figure strode in. Cheng Yaojin looked up, nearly dropping the sweet potato in his hand. The newcomer, a man in his 30s with a square face and broad forehead, adorned with 3 long strands of beard and dressed in a round-collared robe, was unmistakable to Cheng Yaojin. He had seen this face for a decade. He would recognize it even amidst ashes. It was Li Er, the emperor of the Tang Dynasty. Discreetly venturing from the palace, swept into the residence of Duke Lu by an unseen wind. "Your Majesty." Cheng Yaojin sprang to his feet, his mouth still full of sweet potato, mumbling a garbled greeting. Li Er waved his hand dismissively. "No need for formalities. I am incognito." His gaze fell upon the darkened items near the brazier, and he sniffed the air. What is that delightful aroma? Cheng Yaojin's face stiffened. He knew Li Er all too well. The emperor had an insatiable weakness for delectable food. "Your Majesty." Cheng Yaojin managed to swallow the mouthful of sweet potato. "It is sweet potato." "Sweet potato?" Li Er leaned in closer, peering at the charred items by the brazier, and then glanced at the remnants of sweet potato clinging to Cheng Yaojin's mouth. His curiosity piqued. "How does one consume it?" Cheng Yaojin hesitated. Could he say, "Please do not eat"? He could not. The man before him was the emperor. Despite their cordial relationship, the distinction between sovereign and subject remained. He forced a smile, one that was more painful than tears. "Your Majesty, please have a seat. I shall prepare one for you." Li Er seated himself without hesitation. Cheng Chumo and Cheng Chuliang hurriedly stood to pay their respects, but Li Er gestured for them to sit. Cheng Yaojin personally roasted a sweet potato for Li Er, achieving a perfect balance of crispness on the outside while remaining tender within. When he handed it over, the sweet aroma wafted invitingly. Li Er took a bite, chewed thoughtfully, and his eyes brightened. After a few more bites, he raised an eyebrow in surprise. Without uttering a word, he finished the entire sweet potato, licking his lips as he turned his gaze toward the remaining 4 on the table. Cheng Yaojin's heart sank. "Excellent," Li Er exclaimed, slapping his thigh in delight. "This is delightful, sweet and tender, far superior to those pastries in the palace. Old chum, where did you acquire this?" Before Cheng Yaojin could respond, Lier had already reached for another sweet potato, skillfully peeling it as he devoured it hungrily. Cheng Yaojin's lips twitched. Another one? After finishing the second sweet potato, Lier poured himself a cup of wine and downed it in one go, smacking his lips. This wine is quite good as well. Old Cheng, you certainly know how to indulge. Cheng Yaojin forced a laugh, his heart bleeding. That wine had been hidden away for months. Lier continued to relish his third sweet potato, followed by 3 cups of wine, finally reclining against the chair with a satisfied sigh. Old Cheng, where did you truly find these sweet potatoes? He inquired once more, this time with a more earnest tone. Cheng Yaojin exchanged a knowing glance with Cheng Chimo, who stepped forward to recount the entire tale of purchasing sweet potatoes in Shishir, visiting Kai Su village, and acquiring 100 pounds from a young man named Xiao Chen, along with those peculiar tubers called potatoes, which weighed 7 to 8 pounds each. Lier listened with rapt attention, his fingers lightly drumming on the table. Potatoes? He repeated. Weighing 7 to 8 pounds? Yes, Cheng Chimo affirmed. I witnessed it myself. They are round and yellow, and weigh about that much. They can be stir-fried or stewed. The fields in Kai Su village are entirely planted with them. There are also corn. I have never seen that before, but the villagers say it is edible. Lier stroked his beard, deep in thought. Cheng Yaojin felt a flicker of relief. Perhaps the emperor would take an interest in these novel crops. If he could promote them throughout the realm, it would indeed be a boon. Then, Lier spoke. Chimo, Chuliang. The 2 brothers stood at attention. You shall return to Kai Su village tomorrow. Lier continued leisurely. Purchase more sweet potatoes, several thousand pounds, and send them to the palace. My consorts and the princes and princesses must also have a taste. Cheng Yaojin's smile froze on his face. Several thousand pounds to be sent to the palace? He slowly turned his gaze toward the last sweet potato, now clutched in Lier's hand. So, for the 100 pounds he had spent, along with a jade pendant, he was left with no. He had eaten 2, including the first he had roasted, that made 3. But that had been his own handiwork. Your Majesty. Cheng Yaojin ventured cautiously. I purchased these sweet potatoes with my own money, HM? Lier looked at him, his gaze innocent and sincere. You are counting this with me. Are you? Cheng Yaojin swallowed the remainder of his words, forcing a smile. I dare not, Your Majesty. I merely mean to say that if Your Majesty enjoys them, it is my fortune. Precisely, Lier replied, patting him on the shoulder as he stood. It is getting late. I shall return to the palace. Oh. He turned to Cheng Yaojin, a slight smile playing on his lips. When you send the sweet potatoes to the palace tomorrow, be sure to include a few potatoes as well. I wish to see what a 7 to 8 pound item looks like. With that, he strode out, leaving behind a room filled with sweet potato peels and the aroma of wine. Cheng Yaojin sat on the stool, staring at the now empty brazier, silent for a long while. Cheng Chimo cautiously spoke. Father, shall we not purchase a bit more tomorrow? Cheng Yaojin slowly turned to look at him, his expression complex. Buy more? He echoed hoarsely. For what purpose? To have the emperor sweep through again? Cheng Chuliang could not contain himself, bursting into laughter, only to be silenced by a swift kick from Cheng Chimo. Cheng Yaojin glanced at the half-eaten sweet potato in his hand, the third and final remnant of the evening. Silently, he popped the last bite into his mouth, chewed, swallowed, and then lifted his cup to finish the last remnants of wine. The emperor is not one to suffer losses, he muttered, his tone a mixture of resignation, heartache, and barely suppressed frustration. He had never been one to lose out. Cheng Chimo and Cheng Chuliang exchanged glances, neither daring to speak. Cheng Yaojin rose, hands clasped behind his back as he walked toward the bedroom, then turned back after a few steps. Tomorrow, go to Kai Su village and bring more silver. Do not trade another jade pendant. It is embarrassing. He paused and added, purchase 2,000 pounds, 1,000 to be sent to the palace, and 1,000 to be hidden away. Do not let the emperor find out. The 2 brothers responded in unison, yes, father. As Cheng Yaojin's figure vanished behind the curtain, a long sigh echoed from a distance, mingling with a muttered complaint. Had I known, I would have hidden them away instead of roasting them. Chapter 6. A rich family heritage. Xiao Chen was awakened by the crowing of a rooster. To be precise, he was roused from his slumber by the plaintive crowing of a rooster. This particular rooster seemed to have lost its mind, crowing loudly in the courtyard at the break of dawn. Mid-crow, it suddenly faltered as if someone had seized it by the throat, twisting its voice into a series of bizarre contortions, culminating in a mournful wail. Xiao Chen turned over and covered his head with the quilt, but to no avail. He had edited this rooster's vocal genes to such a degree that its crowing could be heard for miles. A mere quilt could not muffle such a sound. Da Huang. Xiao Chen called out from beneath the covers, go deal with that chicken. Da Huang, lounging at the foot of the bed, lifted its head, yawned widely, revealing a mouthful of gleaming white teeth. It tilted its head, listening for a moment to the commotion outside, then buried its head back into its paws, closing its eyes. The message was clear. It was none of its concern. Xiao He was even more indifferent, not even lifting its head, its tail flicking slightly in acknowledgement. Xiao Chen sighed. Sitting up in bed, his tousled hair a testament to his morning disarray. Outside, the daylight was brightening, and the autumn sun filtered through the window, casting a lattice of light and shadow on the floor. The sound of old Zhao sweeping in the courtyard mingled with the clucking of hens, and without even looking, he knew at least 3 hens were simultaneously laying eggs, all of which were double-yolked. After editing these chickens, laying double-yolked eggs had become as commonplace as eating or drinking, leading Xiao Chen to find single-yolked eggs rather peculiar. "Young master, are you awake?" Old Zhao called from outside. "Breakfast is ready." I'm awake, Xiao Chen replied, donning his outer garment and slipping into his cloth shoes before stepping outside. The morning air was crisp and cool, infused with the earthy aroma of soil and foliage. He inhaled deeply, feeling invigorated. This journey through time had its merits, and the quality of the air alone was worth the price of admission. Old Zhao was bustling in the kitchen, where an assortment of breakfast items lay on the stove. A bowl of millet porridge, 2 mixed flour buns, a small dish of pickled cucumbers, and a bowl of steamed egg custard. The custard was golden and delicate, drizzled with a few drops of fragrant oil, making it an enticing sight. Xiao Chen sat down, lifted the bowl of porridge, and took a sip, suddenly recalling something. "Old Zhao, has Xiao Chen come yet?" No sooner had he spoken than a bright voice rang out from outside the courtyard. "Brother Xiao Chen." A 7 or 8-year-old girl bounded in, clutching a ceramic jar, running so quickly that the contents nearly spilled over. Following her was a small yellow dog, one of De Huang's offspring, named Xiao Huang, resembling a fluffy ball of fur just like De Huang in its youth. "Slow down." Xiao Chen set down his bowl. "Don't drop it." Xiao Qing reached his side and placed the jar on the table, panting. "Goat's milk. My mother sent me with it." The goats were very cooperative today and filled a whole jar. Xiao Chen peeked inside the jar. The milky white goat's milk emanated a faintly sweet aroma, devoid of any gamey scent. A year ago, such a thought would have been unthinkable. The strong odor of mutton and goat's milk had always repulsed him. But after arriving in this time, he had taken measures to remedy that. He had taken an interest in the few goats owned by Widow Li next door, ostensibly offering to help tend to them while secretly collecting genetic samples from each goat. He had introduced genes from multiple births, and the results were immediate. Last year, each of Widow Li's goats birthed 3 kids, nearly driving her to madness with joy. 3 turned into 9, and 9 became a flock. Within just half a year, her herd had swelled from 5 to nearly 20, bleating merrily in the pen, creating quite a scene. He had not neglected the rams either, introducing genes to eliminate the gamey flavor. This was what made Xiao Chen particularly proud. The mutton's strong odor and the goat's milk's unpleasant taste were entirely eradicated. During the first stew of mutton, Widow Li had brought over a bowl for old Zhao to taste. He was taken aback, exclaiming, "This mutton tastes like tofu." Xiao Chen nearly burst into laughter. Tofu? That assessment was utterly absurd. Yet the mutton was undeniably devoid of its usual odor. The broth was clear, and the meat tender, enticing even the dogs from the neighboring village. The goat's milk was equally delightful, free of any gamey taste, sweet and rich. Xiao Chen felt something was amiss if he didn't have a bowl every morning. Xiao Chen reached into his sleeve and produced 10 coins, handing them to her. "For your mother, the goat's milk payment." Xiao Qing took a step back, her hands clasped behind her, shaking her head vigorously. No. My mother said I can't take brother Xiao Chen's money." "Why can't you?" After a moment of thought, Xiao Qing replied, "Because brother Xiao Chen is a deity. Deities cannot accept money. If they do, they lose their powers." Xiao Chen was both amused and exasperated. He had heard old Zhao recount this tale more than once. Ever since he had planted sweet potatoes, and corn in the fields of Kai Su village, leading hens to lay double-yolked eggs, and enabling cows to give birth to twins, the villagers' perception of him had transformed. Once regarded merely as the young master, he was now seen as the divine young master. Elder Wang at the east end of the village boasted to anyone who would listen that Xiao Chen was a celestial being come to tend to crops, while Aunt Zhang at the west end claimed she had seen golden light emanating from the Xiao family home at midnight. Xiao Chen was certain that it was merely the moonlight reflecting off the newly replaced glazed tiles. Regardless, the villagers of Kai Su had adopted a singular attitude towards Xiao Chen: reverence. To what extent? Previously, Xiao Qing's family sold goat's milk for 10 coins a bowl, with fair dealings for all. Now, when Xiao Chen wished to buy, Widow Li adamantly refused to accept any payment. When he insisted, she would have Xiao Qing put the milk down and run off. as if she were stealing. Xiao Chen had no choice but to find ways to reciprocate, delivering eggs, fish, or arranging repairs around the house from time to time. Then you want to take the money? Xiao Chen retracted the 10 coins, changing tactics. Here, take these eggs instead. Let your mother cook them for nourishment. He retrieved several eggs from the kitchen and pressed them into Xiao Qing's hands. The eggs were of considerable size, round and smooth, and when held up to the light, one could see the shadow of 2 yolks. Xiao Qing cradled the eggs, her eyes sparkling. Another double-yolked egg. Every day, double-yolked eggs. Xiao Chen gently ruffled her hair. Now hurry back. Your mother must be waiting. Okay, Xiao Qing chirped, bouncing away with the eggs, with Xiao Huang trotting behind her, its short legs moving swiftly, resembling a rolling ball of fur. Xiao Chen watched her figure vanish beyond the courtyard gate, shaking his head before returning to his porridge. Over the course of the year, Xiao Chen's wealth had indeed increased considerably. The several hundred acres left to him by his parents, once planted with corn and wheat, yielded little after accounting for the tenants' rations and taxes. Now, half of the land was sown with sweet potatoes and potatoes, while the other half was dedicated to corn, the yields multiplying exponentially. Sweet potatoes yielded 5,000 to 6,000 pounds per acre, and potatoes were even more astonishing, each weighing 7 to 8 pounds, producing heaps that took old Zhao and several workers an entire day to transport. The bounty from the fields was one aspect, and the livestock at home was another. The chickens, which had once numbered only the 7 or 8 hens tended by old Zhao, had now swelled to over 50. Xiao Chen had captured a few wild chickens from the mountains to crossbreed with the domestic hens, and he had introduced a plethora of genetic modifications for disease resistance, increased egg production, rapid growth, and superior meat quality. Now, the chickens were organized into several groups, those that laid eggs, those raised for meat, each with a clear division of labor and order. Every morning, when the chicken coop was opened, a flurry of feathers would erupt, creating a spectacular scene. The sheep numbered in the dozens, all descendants of Widow Li's flock. Xiao Chen had kept a few for himself, just like those in Xiao Qing's family. With genes for multiple births and reduced gamey taste, their meat tender and their milk rich. Recently, one had been slaughtered. Old Zhao stewed it for an entire afternoon, resulting in meat so tender it fell apart with a chopstick's touch, and the broth thick enough to cling to a spoon. Xiao Chen had devoured 3 bowls, feeling so full that he strolled around the courtyard for half an hour to regain his composure. As for the pigs, there were a dozen or so, half domestic and half wild. The wild boars had been trapped in the mountains, their wild nature leading them to crash against the pig pen with great force. After Xiao Chen infused them with docile genes, these wild boars became more obedient than domestic pigs, lounging in the mud under the sun all day, only lazily rising when it was time for feeding, their tails wagging like those of dogs. Of course, both the domestic and wild boars had been neutered by Xiao Chen. This task was carried out by Old Sun, the village's designated pig butcher, and it was said to be quite a gruesome affair, with the screams of the wild boars echoing throughout the village. However, after the neutering, they were indeed easier to raise, as the pigs lost their chaotic thoughts and spent their days eating and sleeping, growing rapidly. As for the grass carp in the pond, they were even more remarkable. After undergoing genetic editing, these fish exhibited an astonishing resistance to diseases, grew quickly, and boasted tender flesh. Xiao Chen would occasionally catch a few, preparing them in soups or braised dishes, indulging in their rich flavors. The fish in the pond also bred rapidly, with schools of fry darting about, ensuring he never faced a shortage. In summary, Xiao Chen now enjoyed meat with every meal and fish daily, living a life more indulgent than in his previous existence. The only aspect that left him somewhat dissatisfied was the salt. The salt from the Tang Dynasty was coarse and bitter, with a dull gray color, mixed with unknown substances. When Xiao Chen first tasted it, he nearly vomited, questioning how this could even be called salt, compared to the pristine white refined salt from his past life. It was like comparing heaven and earth. He endured it for 3 days, but by the 4th day, he could no longer bear it. He ventured into the mountains alone. Before his transmigration, he had read extensively online, recalling the methods used by others to procure refined salt. The principles of mining salt, dissolving, filtering, and evaporating were straightforward, albeit labor-intensive. After spending the better part of the day in the mountains, he discovered an abandoned salt mine and returned with a large bag of rock salt. Secretly toiling in the backyard for 3 days, the end product was a fine, snowy white salt, nearly identical to the refined salt from his past life. Dipping a finger into it and tasting it, the fresh, salty flavor burst on his tongue, nearly bringing him to tears of joy. This was the taste he longed for. He dared not boast about it. Mining salt was a grave offense, despite having a system at his disposal. He did not wish to clash with the laws of the Tang Dynasty. After refining the salt, he concealed a jar in a hidden compartment of the kitchen for his own use. When old Zhao cooked, he still asked him to use the coarse salt, knowing that the elder would not discern the difference. Sometimes, Xiao Chen even suspected that old Zhao might not know that white salt existed in the world. "Young master," old Zhao said while cleaning the dishes, "are you going to check on the fields today?" Leaning back in his chair, Xiao Chen rubbed his stomach and sighed contentedly. "Not today," he replied. "I'm taking a break." Big Yellow and Little Black dashed out of the house, squatting by his feet, gazing up at him. Xiao Chen looked down at the two dogs for a moment, then suddenly smiled and patted their heads. "Let us go? I'll take you to the pond to catch some fish. We're having sauerkraut fish for lunch." Big Yellow barked joyfully, wagging his tail like a windmill. Little Black didn't bark, but sprinted faster than Big Yellow. Chapter 7. Sauerkraut Fish. Xiao Chen, carrying a wooden bucket, leisurely made his way to the pond in the backyard, accompanied by Big Yellow and Little Black. Though it was referred to as a pond, it had grown far beyond its original size over the past 6 months. Xiao Chen found the original pond too small and had it expanded several times, now covering at least 4 to 5 acres, with green water and remnants of lotus flowers still standing tall, adding a touch of wild charm. Under the willow tree by the pond, Xiao Chen had a simple shed constructed, with a wooden table and 2 chairs, where he would often sit to fish and daydream, living a life more carefree than a celestial being. Today, he was indeed there to fish. He had a particular fondness for sauerkraut fish, having craved it for an entire year since his arrival. The pickled cabbage he had brined recently was finally ready, and he felt he would be remiss if he didn't prepare a meal today to honor his transmigration. "Big Yellow, go call the village kids to come eat fish," he instructed. Big Yellow barked and wiggled his plump rear as he ran off. Xiao Chen settled onto a low stool by the pond, gripping a bamboo pole with a fine hemp line attached and a bent hook. Though he couldn't craft a proper fishing hook, these genetically edited grass carp were rather foolish. Eagerly biting at the bait without being picky, in less than half an hour, Xiao Chen had caught 5 sizable grass carp, each weighing around 4 to 5 pounds, flopping energetically in the wooden bucket. Just then, he heard the distant sound of excited chatter. Xiao Chen Gidge, we're here." 5 or 6 children, around 7 or 8 years old, came running down the path, led by Xiao Qing, followed closely by several other village kids, all panting and flushed from their exertions. Big Yellow was at the front, proudly wagging his tail, as if to say, "Look, I brought them here." Xiao Chen patted Big Yellow's head and waved to the children. Come over. Today, I'm making sauerkraut fish for you." "What is sauerkraut fish?" a stout little boy asked. "You'll know once you taste it," Xiao Chen replied. "Xiao Qing, go fetch the jar of pickled cabbage from the kitchen. Go. Collect some dry twigs. Sure too. Move that iron pot from the shed." The children dispersed in a flurry. Xiao Chen crouched by the pond, swiftly cleaning the 5 fish, scaling them, removing the entrails, and slicing them into fillets, surprising even himself with his efficiency. In his past life, he wouldn't have dared to kill a fish. Yet now he filleted them without batting an eye, proving that environment truly shapes individuals. The iron pot was set up, and the fire crackled merrily. Xiao Chen scooped a spoonful of lard into the pot. This lard was rendered from his own pig fat, pure and delicate, fragrant enough to enchant the senses. As the lard melted and bubbled in the pot, he first added the fish heads and bones, frying them until golden brown on both sides before adding water with a sizzling sound, releasing a cloud of aromatic steam. Next, he added the pickled cabbage. The cabbage, perfectly sour and cut into shreds, was tossed into the pot, releasing an enticing aroma that mingled with the fresh scent of the fish broth, wafting far into the air. A group of children gathered around the pot, their eyes wide with anticipation as they watched the soup bubble, their mouths watering audibly. "Wow, it smells so good," Xiao Qing exclaimed, sniffing the air. Ergo was more direct, wiping his mouth with his sleeve. "I'm drooling." Suppressing a laugh, Xiao Chen carefully added the fish fillets into the pot. The thin slices curled up in the boiling broth, white and tender, resembling blooming flowers. Finally, he sprinkled a handful of wild onions on top, and the pot of sauerkraut fish was complete. "All right, line up. Everyone gets a bowl." The children eagerly carried their bowls, squatting by the pond as they slurped up the delicious dish. The tender fish fillets and appetizing pickled cabbage created a rich, savory broth, and the little ones devoured their meals, oblivious to the soup splattering on their faces. Xiao Chen also served himself a bowl, leaning against the willow tree to savor the flavors. Big Yellow and Little Black sat at his feet, watching him intently, drool dripping from their mouths. "Don't worry. I've saved some for you," Xiao Chen reassured, giving Big Yellow a playful kick. At that moment, The sound of galloping hooves reached his ears. Xiao Chen looked up to see several horses approaching along the path. 2 young men rode at the front, with a cart and several donkey-riding servants following behind. He recognized the 2 horses. They were the same ones that had visited the day before, galloping with high hooves, evidently fine steeds. Great, they're back again, Xiao Chen thought, setting down his bowl and wiping his hands on a cloth. Cheng Chumo and Cheng Chuliang dismounted, striding toward him with purpose. Today, they were dressed more elegantly than the previous day, Cheng Chumo even sporting a new pair of boots, likely to maintain appearances in the city. However, at this moment, their gaze was fixated not on Xiao Chen, but rather on the iron pot. The pot still held a considerable amount of sauerkraut fish, bubbling away, and the enticing aroma of sour, fresh, and spicy flavors wafted into the air, penetrating their senses. Cheng Chuliang's throat bobbed slightly. Cheng Chumo's throat followed suit. Xiao Chen observed the expressions of the 2 individuals before him, and suddenly felt they were no different from the group of children squatting by the pot, all ensnared by the allure of the simmering broth. Young Master Xiao, Cheng Chumo was the first to regain his composure, clasping his hands in a respectful gesture. Though his gaze inevitably drifted back to the pot. I apologize for the interruption. An interruption? Not at all, Xiao Chen replied with a smile. You 2 have come for the jade pendant, I presume? He produced a piece of sheep-fat white jade from his sleeve and handed it over. Cheng Chuliang eagerly accepted it, then retrieved a gold ingot from his bosom, presenting it with both hands. Young Master Xiao, this is the money for yesterday's sweet potatoes and a gold ingot for today's purchase. Please accept it. Xiao Chen weighed the ingot in his hand, estimating it to be around 4 to 5 taels, more than sufficient to buy 1,000 pounds of sweet potatoes. He accepted it without hesitation, tucking it into his sleeve, before gesturing towards the pot. Have you eaten? If not, would you care to join me? Upon uttering those words, he felt a twinge of regret as he clearly saw the fervor in Cheng Chumo and Cheng Chuliang's eyes, reminiscent of wolves starved for 3 days. How embarrassing, Cheng Chumo murmured, yet he was already squatting by the pot. Cheng Chuliang was even more direct, calling out to a servant, fetch bowls. 2 bowls. Quickly. Xiao Chen took a deep breath and turned to old Zhao. Go fetch 2 fish, prepare them well, and bring them over. Old Zhao acknowledged with a nod and made his way to the pond. Xiao Chen watched his retreating figure, pondering that today's meal of sauerkraut fish might lead to financial ruin. As it turned out, Xiao Chen's premonition was indeed accurate. Cheng Chumo devoured 3 bowls, and Cheng Chuliang matched him with another 3. Together, they consumed 6 bowls, leaving the pot nearly empty, with even the broth nearly finished. The stout and sturdy ergo gazed forlornly at the nearly empty pot, his lips pursed, on the verge of tears, still feeling unsated. Xiao Chen quickly reassured him. Do not cry, do not cry. Old Zhao has gone to fetch more fish. Fresh ones will be here soon. Ergo sniffled, holding back tears, and nodded, casting a fierce glare at Cheng Chumo. Unfazed, Cheng Chumo was busy drinking the last of the broth with audible slurps. Young Master Xiao, Cheng Chuliang set down his bowl, wiping his mouth with satisfaction. This sauerkraut fish is extraordinary. In my 18 years, I have never tasted such delectable fish. Indeed, Cheng Chumo chimed in. If this broth were served with rice, I could consume 5 bowls. Xiao Chen chuckled but did not respond. Internally, he calculated. 5 fish had been consumed, at least 3 of which were devoured by these 2, while a gold ingot could buy 2,000 pounds of sweet potatoes. Losing 3 fish and half a pot of broth seemed less advantageous. Nonetheless, considering their lineage as sons of the Duke of Lu, forging a connection with them bore no detriment. Chapter 8. Intentionally reporting sweet potato yields. Young Master Xiao, Cheng Chumo finally recalled the matter at hand. Setting down his bowl and adopting a serious tone. We have come today to purchase a significant quantity of sweet potatoes. Do you have 2,000 pounds available? Indeed. Xiao Chen nodded affirmatively. There is plenty. This was no boast. After last autumn's harvest, Xiao Chen had planted a vast field in spring. By summer's bounty, the cellar brimmed with over 1,000,000 pounds. These tubers are well suited for storage and can last a full year in the cellar. To him, 2,000 pounds was hardly a significant amount. That is splendid. Cheng Chumo exhaled in relief. We have brought a cart to transport them directly. Xiao Chen instructed old Zhao to arrange for laborers to move the sweet potatoes, while he accompanied the 2 brothers by the pond as they waited. Old Zhao summoned several workers, pushing a cart toward the cellar. Cheng Chuliang grew restless, wandering along the pond's edge until he suddenly halted. Elder brother, he called out. Come look. Cheng Chumo approached and followed his brother's pointing finger to an area of cleared ground by the pond, where a small hillock of something was covered with a straw mat, revealing a corner that was earthy and yellow. Potatoes, Xiao Chen remarked. lifting a corner of the mat to unveil a mountainous pile of potatoes underneath. Each was round and plump, some as large as a human head, others the size of a fist, neatly stacked, amounting to several thousand pounds. Cheng Chumo crouched down, attempting to lift the largest potato, nearly struggling to hold it. "This one must weigh 10 pounds," he exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. "Approximately," Xiao Chen replied. "The largest one weighs 12 pounds, harvested last year." Cheng Chumo and Cheng Chuyang exchanged astonished glances, both recognizing the significance of this find. "Young Master Xiao," Cheng Chumo swallowed hard. "Are these potatoes for sale?" "Certainly. How many would you like?" 200 pounds. Cheng Chuyang interjected eagerly. "Let us buy 200 pounds to taste first." Xiao Chen nodded. "Very well. I will have old Zhao pack them along." After placing the potato back down and brushing off the dirt from his hands, Cheng Chumo seemed to recall something and casually inquired, "Young Master Xiao, what is the yield of sweet potatoes per acre?" Xiao Chen regarded him thoughtfully, his mind racing. This seemingly casual question was laden with significance. Cheng Chumo was the son of the Duke of Lu, a scion of power in Chang'an. His inquiry about sweet potato yields was likely not born of mere curiosity, but rather a task assigned by his father. Such an inquiry hinted at connections to the figures behind Cheng Yaojin. Having read numerous novels about time travel, Xiao Chen was well acquainted with this narrative trope. The protagonist painstakingly cultivates new crops, only to be discovered by the emperor, leading to grand titles, royal marriages, and ascendance to the pinnacle of life. However, those tales where the heir and his ministers fortuitously discovered potatoes and sweet potatoes were mere fables. The reality involved preliminary reconnaissance before the main actors emerged. These two brothers were clearly here to scout. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Chen decided to provide a conservative estimate. As for yields, on a good year, 2,000 to 3,000 pounds is not an issue. A sudden silence enveloped the air. Cheng Chumo's hand froze mid-motion, and Cheng Chuyang's mouth formed an astonished circle. Even the large yellow dog, gnawing on a bone nearby, lifted its head, bewildered by the commotion. "How much?" Cheng Chumo's voice quivered. "Could you repeat that?" 2,000 to 3,000 pounds. Xiao Chen feigned innocence. "I mentioned good years. In average years, it is just over 2,000 pounds. That isn't high. In some areas with fertile soil, it can reach 4,000 pounds. He refrained from mentioning the 4,000 pounds, fearing the brothers might faint on the spot. Cheng Chumo abruptly stood, spinning in place before crouching down and cradling his head in his hands. Cheng Chuyang was even more dramatic, sitting down abruptly, muttering, 2,000 to 3,000 pounds per acre, 2,000 to 3,000 pounds. My family's millet yields only 200 pounds per acre. Xiao Chen observed their reactions. Suppressing a chuckle, he had deliberately understated the yield. In truth, his sweet potatoes, enhanced through genetic editing, were disease-resistant, high-yielding, and well-suited for storage. In optimal conditions, an acre could easily yield 4,000 to 5,000 pounds. Yet, stating 2,000 to 3,000 pounds was enough to drive anyone in the Tang Dynasty into a frenzy. It is worth noting that during the Zhenguan era, the average yield of millet in the Guangzhou plain was scarcely over 200 pounds per acre. Sweet potatoes were easily tenfold that amount. If this figure were to circulate, it would undoubtedly transform the agricultural landscape of the entire Tang Dynasty. "Young Master Xiao?" Cheng Chumo's voice was hoarse. "Is what you say true? Can sweet potatoes indeed yield 2,000 to 3,000 pounds? Absolutely." Xiao Chen squatted down, casually picking a sweet potato from a nearby basket, breaking it open to reveal its golden red flesh, glistening in the sunlight. "Look at its quality, this density. If you plant a few hundred per acre, each yielding 3 to 4 potatoes weighing over a pound, doesn't it add up to 2,000 to 3,000 pounds? Cheng Chumo and Cheng Chuyang stared at the split sweet potato, momentarily speechless. Finally, Cheng Chuyang broke the silence, his voice imbued with an indescribable emotion. "Elder brother, we must return home at once." "I know." Cheng Chumo stood, bowing deeply to Xiao Chen. "Young Master Xiao, I apologize for the disturbance today. I shall return to express my gratitude another day." "Not at all." Xiao Chen waved his hand. "The sweet potatoes and potatoes will be packed shortly. Please travel safely." The two brothers hurriedly mounted their horses, forgetting to take their bowls of sauerkraut fish with them. The cart was laden with an abundant supply of sweet potatoes and potatoes, followed closely by several servants. As the procession made its way towards the city of Chang'an, the sound of hooves gradually faded into the distance, leaving only a trail of dust along the field paths. Standing by the pond, Xiao Chen watched the caravan vanish beyond the horizon, a smile slowly creeping onto his lips. "Cast a long line to catch a big fish," he murmured to himself, patting De Huang on the head. De Huang let out a confused whine and wagged his tail. Xiao Chen crouched down and picked up a stone, tossing it into the pond with a splash, startling a few water birds. In that world of transmigration, when Lier stumbled upon sweet potatoes and potatoes with his ministers, it was merely for the amusement of the children. He chuckled, thinking that when he returned next time, it would likely be the real deal. Xiao He looked up at him, his eyes full of curiosity. Xiao Chen said no more, turning back to the shed, picking up his bowl of already cold pickled fish, and began to eat slowly. The soup remained sour, and the fish was still tender. Chapter 9. The astonished Lier. When Cheng Chumo and Cheng Chuliang returned to the residence of Duke Lu, the sun was already high in the sky. Cheng Yaojin was crouched in the kitchen, personally overseeing the roasting of sweet potatoes. After being thoroughly scolded by Lier the day before, he had learned to hide half of the sweet potatoes and roast the other half. The hidden portion was already stashed under his bed, while the roasted half was reserved for his own enjoyment that evening. Father, Cheng Chumo burst into the kitchen, a great matter. Cheng Yaojin did not lift his head. Have the sweet potatoes been purchased? They have. 2,000 jin of sweet potatoes, plus 200 jin of potatoes. Excellent. Cheng Yaojin exclaimed, slapping his thigh with joy. What do the potatoes look like? Cheng Chuliang squeezed in from behind, holding a potato in both hands, lifting it in front of Cheng Yaojin. Father, this one weighs at least 7 or 8 jin. Cheng Yaojin took it, scrutinized it for a moment, and suddenly frowned. This thing resembles someone's head. Neither brother dared to respond to this remark. Furthermore, Cheng Chumo lowered his voice. Father, what about the yield of the sweet potatoes? What about the yield? Cheng Chumo took a deep breath and recounted Xiao Chen's words verbatim. When he mentioned the yield of 2 to 3,000 jin per mu, he deliberately took a step back, knowing his father's reaction would be significant. As expected, Cheng Yaojin dropped the potato with a thud, the sound echoing against the blue bricks. Fortunately, the potato was sturdy, sustaining no damage, although the bricks were left with a small dent. How much did you say? Cheng Yaojin's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. 2 to 3,000 jin. In a good year, it can reach 4,000 jin. Cheng Yaojin stood there, mouth agape, unable to close it for a long time. He had experienced hardship. In his childhood, his family was poor, and after paying the rent, there was hardly any corn left from each mu of land, leaving his family starving. Later, when he followed Lier to conquer the world, though life improved, he understood that many commoners still struggled to eat. A mere 200 jin of corn per mu meant a family of 5 needed to cultivate dozens of mu just to make ends meet, and in years of disaster, they would have to sell their children. Now, someone was telling him that a certain crop could yield 2 to 3,000 jin per mu. Cheng Yaojin's mind raced, and he finally reached a conclusion. Prepare the horses. I must enter the palace. Lier was in good spirits today. After spending the morning reviewing memorials in the Ganlu Hall, his head was spinning, but at lunchtime, Guanyin Bai had prepared a sumptuous feast and even summoned his beloved Princess Li Lizzie. The family gathered around the table, chatting and laughing, and Lier felt a sense of comfort that surpassed all else. At 13, Li Lizzie was at a tender age, her features resembling Guanyin Bai's. With bright eyes and pearly teeth, she was Lier's most cherished daughter. As she picked up a piece of lamb and took a few bites, she suddenly frowned. Father, why doesn't this lamb taste gamey? Lier was taken aback and tried to piece himself, discovering it was indeed not gamey, but rather tender. Guanyin Bai smiled slightly. The imperial kitchen has adopted a new method, apparently marinating it in Sichuan pepper water. What? Is it not to your liking? It is good. Li Lizzie tilted her head in thought, but I'm just not accustomed to it. Lier laughed heartily. You silly girl, accustomed to the gamey taste, and now find the non-gamey one strange? Just then, a sharp voice from outside interrupted them. Your Majesty, Duke Lu Cheng Yaojin seeks an audience, claiming there is an urgent matter. Lier's chopsticks froze midair. What could old Cheng want at this hour? He frowned. Guanyin Bai set down her chopsticks and said softly, Erlang, though Jijie can be reckless, he never disturbs others without reason. If he seeks an audience at this hour, it must be of great importance. Admit him. Lier sighed, putting down his chopsticks and glancing at the dishes on the table. Cheng Yaojin strode in, his face flushed and beads of sweat on his forehead, clearly having ridden hard. Upon entering, he knelt down, his knees striking the golden bricks with a thud that sounded painful. Your Majesty, a grave matter. A matter of utmost importance. Lier winced at the volume of his voice. What is this grave matter? Are the Turks attacking? Even more significant than that. Cheng Yaojin raised his head, his expression a whirlwind of excitement, shock, and disbelief, as if struggling to contain the news. Your Majesty, the sweet potatoes. The sweet potatoes. What about the sweet potatoes? Lier was perplexed. 2 to 3,000 jin per mu. When this proclamation burst forth from Cheng Yaojin, the entire Ganlu Hall fell silent. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Lier's expression froze, Guan Yinbai's teacup halted midair. Li Lizzie, however, remained unfazed. Not fully grasping the implications of 2,000 to 3,000 jin, her attention was captured instead by the basket held by the attendant behind Cheng Yaojin, filled with plump sweet potatoes. After a long moment, Li Er slowly spoke. Repeat that. 2,000 to 3,000 jin. Cheng Yaojin raised his voice. My 2 useless sons directly asked the young man who cultivates the sweet potatoes. This is what he said. In a good year, it could reach 4,000 jin. I have already sent 1,000 jin of sweet potatoes to the palace. They are right outside the hall. If your majesty does not believe it, go see for yourself. Li Er sprang to his feet and strode outside. The basket was neatly stacked with sweet potatoes, each one red-skinned and red-fleshed, all uniform in size. He crouched down, picked one up, weighed it in his hand, and examined it from all angles. Guan Yinbai followed him out, crouching beside Li Er and picking up a sweet potato, softly saying, Erlang, I know this thing. Li Er's voice tightened, as he had tilled the land himself. In his youth in Taiyuan, despite the Li family's noble status, he had witnessed tenants digging for food. He knew better than anyone how much grain could be harvested from each moo. 200 jin. In the best fields of the Tang Dynasty, during favorable weather, a moo of millet yields just over 200 jin. Now someone was telling him that a certain crop could yield 10 times that amount. Old Cheng, Li Er stood up, his voice somewhat hoarse. Is this true? Cheng Yaojin scratched his head, revealing a rare moment of hesitation. Your Majesty, while my 2 sons can be unreliable at times, they would not dare deceive me about this matter. However, it was indeed a young man who said this, and I have not seen it with my own eyes. I intend to personally visit Saishu village tomorrow to see what exactly is being cultivated there. Li Er remained silent for a moment. Tomorrow, he said, I will accompany you. Cheng Yaojin was taken aback. Your Majesty wishes to go as well? Why can't I go? Of course, you can, Your Majesty. Cheng Yaojin quickly waved his hands. It's just that the village is remote, and the roads are difficult. Your Majesty's body, when I rode into battle, you were still on the mountain chopping wood. Li Er shot him a glance. Enough nonsense. Tomorrow morning, I will disguise myself and leave the palace with you. Cheng Yaojin opened his mouth, but swallowed his words, obediently replying, yes. Once Cheng Yaojin departed, the Ganlu hall fell silent once more. Li Er sat at the table, picking up and putting down his chopsticks repeatedly, clearly lost in thought. Guan Yinbai observed this without remarking, merely instructing the palace attendants to take away the basket of sweet potatoes. Erlang, she said softly, I have something to say, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate. Speak, he replied. Tomorrow, you shall visit Kaisu village to meet that Xiao Chen. Guan Yinbai's words were measured, each syllable weighed carefully, and remember, do not act rashly. Li Er raised an eyebrow. Rash? When have I ever been rash? Guan Yinbai did not respond to this, merely casting him a knowing glance that made him feel somewhat guilty. Clearing his throat, he conceded, I understand. What is he, just a farmer? What can I do to him? It is not about what you might do to him, Guan Yinbai patiently explained, but rather your temperament. This man can produce sweet potatoes and potatoes with yields of thousands of jin per moo. Such skill could earn him the title of the contemporary Shinno. If you were to display the airs of an emperor and frighten him, it would be the common people of the Tang Dynasty who would suffer. Li Er fell silent for a moment, then nodded. You are right. I have been hasty. Guan Yinbai smiled gently, serving him a piece of lamb. Let us eat first. Tomorrow's concerns can wait until tomorrow. Li Er nodded, lowering his head to take a bite of rice, then suddenly lifted his gaze. Guan Yinbai. Yes? Is it true that those sweet potatoes can yield 2,000 to 3,000 jin per moo? After a moment's thought, she replied. Though Cheng Jie sometimes speaks without restraint, he would not make such claims lightly. Since he dared to enter the palace at night, he must have some confidence. Li Er nodded thoughtfully, his eyes drifting towards the basket of sweet potatoes outside the hall. Li Lizzie had been quietly seated nearby, taking small bites of her meal while her gaze remained fixed on the basket of sweet potatoes. Unable to contain herself any longer, she tugged at Guan Yinbai's sleeve and whispered, Mother, can we eat those sweet potatoes? Hearing this, Li Er laughed heartily. You little girl, always thinking about food. Did not your father say they are very sweet? Li Lizzie retorted confidently. Sweet things are certainly delicious. Amused by his daughter's exuberance, Li Er waved his hand. Bring 5 sweet potatoes, roast them. The attendants hurriedly brought a fire pit and placed the 5 sweet potatoes on it to roast. Soon, the hall was filled with the enticing aroma of caramel, far more appealing than any confectionery in the palace. Li Lizzie squatted by the fire pit, eagerly watching the sweet potatoes sizzle and ooze syrup, swallowing several times in anticipation. Father, is it done yet? Just a moment. After a while, Father, is it done yet? Just a moment. All right. Li Er, pressed by her impatience, used tongs to retrieve a sweet potato, blowing on it before breaking it in half. Offering one half to Li Lizzie and the other to Guanyin Bai. Be careful, it's hot. Li Lizzie took the sweet potato, blowing on it several times. Then cautiously took a bite. The golden orange flesh melted on her tongue, sweet as honey and soft as butter. Her eyes widened in delight, then narrowed into crescent shapes. So sweet, she exclaimed, her cheeks puffed out like a little squirrel who had stolen honey. Li Er, too, broke off a piece and took a bite, chewing thoughtfully before falling silent. He was reminded of many years ago, in the countryside of Taiyuan, when he saw an old farmer squatting on the ridge, holding a handful of withered corn cobs, sighing that he had labored in vain that year. The farmer's grandson sat beside him, his stomach growling, thin as a twig. What if they had planted sweet potatoes back then? 2,000 jin. Even a harvest of that amount would have spared the child from hunger. Li Er took another bite of the sweet potato, chewing for a long time before swallowing. Guanyin Bai, eating delicately beside him, finished half of hers and softly remarked, "Erlang, these sweet potatoes are indeed excellent." Li Er nodded, saying little more. The three of them gathered around the fire pit, devouring the 5 sweet potatoes entirely. Once Li Lizzie finished the last one, she licked her fingers, looking up at Li Er. "Father, when you go to that village tomorrow, can you bring back more?" Li Er reached out to pat her head, smiling. "Rest assured, Father will bring back a cart full." 2 carts, Li Lizzie insisted, holding up 2 fingers, her expression earnest. "Very well, 2 carts," Li Er agreed with a laugh, though his gaze drifted over her head into the profound night beyond the hall. Kaisu Village. Xiao Chen. He silently repeated these 2 names in his mind. Chapter 10. The disguised party. Early the next morning, Cheng Yaojin was already squatting at the entrance of the Duke of Lu's residence, waiting. He had hardly slept the previous night, tossing and turning, consumed by thoughts of the sweet potatoes yielding 2,000 to 3,000 jin per mu. The more he thought, the more spirited he felt, and ultimately, he crawled out of bed to retrieve 2 sweet potatoes from under the bed, secretly roasting and eating them before he could finally manage to close his eyes. Before dawn, he got up, changed into clean clothes, and dragged Cheng Chumo and Cheng Chuyang from their beds, both sons receiving a kick each, rubbing their behinds as they followed behind. Too angry to speak, Li Er's carriage arrived right on time. The carriage appeared unremarkable, draped in blue cloth with elmwood wheels, indistinguishable from those of ordinary merchants in Chang'an. Yet, Cheng Yaojin's keen eyes spotted the 2 horses pulling the carriage, recognizing them as prized steeds from the western regions. Worth a fortune. The carriage curtain was pulled back slightly, revealing half of Li Er's face. "Jijia, come aboard." Cheng Yaojin mounted the carriage, while Cheng Chumo and Cheng Chuyang rode their horses behind. The party left Chang'an, turning onto the official road heading southeast, moving at a leisurely pace. Inside the carriage were only 3 people, Li Er, Cheng Yaojin, and a young girl clad in a pale yellow dress, peering out the window, her cheeks flushed and her large eyes sparkling. "Li Lizzie." "Jijia." Li Er leaned against the carriage wall and casually asked, "What does Xiao Chen look like?" Cheng Yaojin scratched his head. "I have not seen him. Chumo says he is 18 or 19, fair-skinned, resembling a scholar." "How old?" 18 or 19. 18 or 19. Li Er repeated thoughtfully. "A young man capable of producing such yields?" Cheng Yaojin shrugged. "I also find it strange. Hence, we come to see for ourselves." Suddenly, Li Lizzie turned around. "Father, is that village far?" "We are almost there." Li Er patted her head. "Once we arrive, do not run around. Do not speak out of turn, remember?" "Understood," Li Lizzie replied cheerfully, turning back to admire the scenery. "Father." Hearing this address, Cheng Yaojin's mouth twitched. The esteemed princess of the Tang Dynasty, calling the emperor father. If this were to spread, the officials at the censorate would likely be infuriated. However, he quickly reconsidered. Today was indeed a covert visit, so calling him father was not inappropriate. As the carriage continued for over half an hour, the sun rose higher in the sky. Fields began to appear along the roadside, first with small corn plants, their ears not particularly large and growing sparse. As they advanced, the crops suddenly changed. No longer were there diminutive corn stalks, but instead, towering plants with broad leaves, adorned with golden ears, standing in neat rows like soldiers on guard. Li Er lifted the carriage curtain and gazed for a while. "What is this?" Cheng Chumo rode closer, replying to Master Li, "This is corn. It's what Xiao Chen planted. We heard the villagers say so on our way back." "Corn," Li Er repeated the unfamiliar term, noting its impressive stature. The carriage continued onward, and the outline of Kaisu village came into view. Li Er surveyed the village, nodding slightly. It was not large, but it was well organized, with most houses built of sturdy gray bricks and tiles, appearing solid and reliable. Several families had even newly tiled roofs, gleaming under the sunlight. The village paths were dirt roads, well swept, with drainage ditches lined with unknown flowers and grasses. Smoke curled from the chimneys of some households, and the air was filled with the savory aroma of cooking. "This village is quite remarkable," commented Li Er, "superior to many others I have visited." Cheng Yaojin nodded in agreement. Indeed, he concurred, while Cheng Momo remarked that this village, with its 300 residents, had been impoverished until a year prior, but had transformed remarkably since Xiao Chen's arrival. Li Er remained silent, his demeanor noticeably more serious. The carriage halted before a residence at the village's center. With its azure brick walls and ebony door, flanked by 2 meticulously trimmed osmanthus trees, it exuded an air of careful cultivation. Cheng Chuliang dismounted, intending to knock, when the door swung open unexpectedly. A rotund yellow head emerged, followed by a robust, well-fed yellow dog, its glossy coat gleaming and multiple folds of flesh adorning its neck. It nudged the door open with its head, ambled out, and sat on the threshold, tilting its head to observe the group. Standing up, it turned its back to them and barked once towards the courtyard. The bark was rhythmic and crisp, more an announcement than a call. Visitors have arrived. Li Er was taken aback. Cheng Yaojin mirrored his astonishment. Cheng Momo and Cheng Chuliang were less surprised, but even they refrained from commenting on Li Er's expression. "This dog." Li Er pointed at the large yellow canine, his expression ambiguous. "Can open doors?" Cheng Yaojin opened his mouth to speak, but words failed him, prompting him to fall silent. At that moment, a young man stepped out from the courtyard, dressed in a pale blue robe, with his sleeves rolled to the forearm, revealing a well-formed wrist. His hair was casually gathered with a wooden hairpin, a few strands falling over his forehead. He wore straw sandals, speckled with vegetable leaves, as though he had just exited the kitchen. Upon seeing his face, Li Er's heart skipped a beat. The countenance was not conventionally handsome, yet it possessed an indescribable allure. His eyes conveyed a languid detachment, as if observing something while simultaneously seeing nothing. The corners of his mouth curled slightly, giving the impression of a smile, without actually smiling. Sunlight bathed him, casting a soft halo around his faded robe, exuding an ethereal quality. Immortal-like, for words suddenly surfaced in Li Er's mind. He had encountered many capable individuals: Fang Xuanling's wisdom, Du Ruhui's decisiveness, Li Jing's composure, Wei Zheng's integrity, but never had anyone imparted such a feeling. This young man stood there akin to a tree rooted in the fields, calm and unassuming, seamlessly intertwined with the land beneath him. Xiao Chen was also observing the newcomers. His gaze swept over the burly middle-aged man with a robust frame, instantly recognizing Cheng Yaojin. Next, he noted the man in his 40s with a square face, broad forehead, and 3 strands of long beard. Despite his humble merchant attire, his presence was far removed from that of a mere tradesman. Standing there, he exuded an undeniable authority, his gaze piercing as if capable of seeing through anyone. The visage of the heavens, the grace of a dragon and phoenix, Xiao Chen silently mused. He had seen countless portraits of Li Shimin in his past life, yet none captured the essence of an emperor as vividly as this man did. His attention then fell upon a young girl, dressed in a pale yellow shirt and styled with twin buns. Her face was as pristine as a freshly shelled egg, her features exquisitely delicate. She hid partially behind Li Er, revealing only half of her face, her large, curious eyes fixated on Xiao Chen. A sudden realization struck Xiao Chen. Ah, the renowned Princess Li Lizzie, the top contender in the marriage rankings of the Tang Dynasty. He wondered how old Li Mingda was now, calculating in his mind. By the second year of the Zhenguan era, Li Lizzie would be 13, meaning Li Mingda had either not yet been born or was a mere infant. Time is on my side, he thought, no need to rush. Cheng Chuliang stepped forward, clasping his hands in greeting, his smile radiant. Xiao Gongzi, we have returned. Xiao Chen reciprocated with a smile and a bow. Cheng Gongzi, welcome. Cheng Chuliang gestured for the others to introduce themselves earnestly. This is my father, Cheng Jin, a modest merchant. This is Li Zhangguo from Chang'an, dealing in grain. His name is Li Min. And this is his daughter, Li Changle. Cheng Jin, Li Min, Li Changle. Xiao Chen's expression remained placid as he clasped his hands in greeting. A pleasure to meet you all. Internally, he was deriding their attempts at disguise. Cheng Jin, do you think I wouldn't recognize you without the Yao character? Your visage is the most convincing identification. What use is a name change? He continued, Li Min. In all my exploration of the Tang Dynasty, I've never heard of a different name for Li Er, always Li Min. You might as well have called yourself Li Er. At least that would demonstrate some effort. As for Li Changle, it was unnecessary to elaborate. The princess's name was Li Lizzie, and adopting Changle as a name was akin to treating a title as an identity. The naming skills of this family seemed like a jest. Xiao Chen maintained a facade of pleasantness while internally dismantling their ruse. Having witnessed countless narratives of the Tang Dynasty, I am no stranger to such plots. Disguised visits and covert investigations are mere fundamentals, easily unraveled. Boldly, continue your charade. Soon enough, you will find your daughters willingly presented to me as brides. Well, except for Gaoyang, that matter can wait. Lier was also assessing Xiao Chen, increasingly convinced of the young man's extraordinary nature. Generally, individuals in his presence, even if unfamiliar, would falter under his imposing aura, stuttering and avoiding eye contact. Yet, Xiao Chen remained composed, as if he had anticipated their arrival. Cheng Yaojin suddenly inhaled deeply, the scent of something enticing wafting through the air. What is that aroma? He inquired, his nose twitching like a bear catching a whiff of honey. Xiao Chen chuckled lightly. There are ribs simmering in the pot. And I've also prepared a pot of sweet potato rice. After your long journey, I imagine you haven't had lunch. Would you care to join me? Cheng Yaojin's eyes sparkled. Yet he hesitated, glancing at Lier. Lier nodded slightly. Cheng Yaojin promptly strode into the courtyard with enthusiasm. Li Lizzie tugged at Lier's sleeve, whispering, "Father, it smells wonderful." Lier glanced down at his daughter and suddenly smiled. He took her hand, following Cheng Yaojin into the house. Cheng Momo and Cheng Chuyang exchanged relieved glances, both exhaling softly. They had genuinely feared Xiao Chen might not extend an invitation to dine. The aroma was utterly irresistible. Xiao Chen stood at the door, waiting for everyone to enter before slowly turning around. The large yellow dog and the small black dog followed closely at his sides, their tails wagging merrily. "Close the door," Xiao Chen casually remarked. The large yellow dog nudged the door with its head, and with a resounding thud, the ebony door swung shut. Chapter 11. The Temptation of Culinary Delights. Xiao Chen welcomed the group into the courtyard and then turned to enter the kitchen. Though termed a kitchen, it had evolved beyond its original confines. Last winter, Xiao Chen dedicated 2 months to expanding the modest cooking area into 3 spacious rooms, one for heating, one for preparation, and one for cooking. 3 stoves were constructed, one for simmering soup, one for frying, and one for steaming rice. The walls adorned with iron pots, copper spoons, and wooden spatulas, while shelves displayed jars filled with the culinary treasures he had concocted over the past year. The cook, surnamed Sun, originally an assistant chef in a restaurant in Chang'an, possessed average skills but learned quickly. After 3 months of instruction from Xiao Chen, Chef Sun could now independently prepare a variety of delectable dishes. However, the true advantage lay not in the chef's skills, but in the unique spices Xiao Chen had brought. These were the real game changers. The lard was rendered from their own pork fat, pure and delicate, enticingly fragrant. The corn oil was pressed from corn germ, light and translucent, enhancing the flavor of dishes without overpowering them. The soybean oil, produced after last year's bountiful harvest, was darker in hue but imparted a distinctive richness to the dishes prepared. However, none of these are the most impressive. The true marvel lies in that row of small jars filled with cumin powder, chili flakes, Sichuan pepper, soy sauce, vinegar, and cooking wine. It took Xiao Chen nearly a year to gradually produce these ingredients. The chili seeds were obtained from the novice gift pack of the system. After cultivating and drying them, he ground them into powder that made his eyes water. The cumin also sprouted from seeds, and once ground, its exotic aroma was so enticing that even the large yellow dog couldn't resist sniffing it. The Sichuan pepper was foraged from wild bushes in the mountains, dried and crushed, creating a tingling sensation that made his tongue tremble. The soy sauce was fermented from yellow beans and wheat bran, a process that took several months to perfect. The moment he opened the jar, Xiao Chen almost cried with joy, for he no longer had to endure the murky sauce from the Tang Dynasty. Chef Sun, apron tied around his waist and iron wok in hand, greeted Xiao Chen's entrance with urgency. "Young master, everything is ready. Let us begin. 12 dishes, not one less." With a prompt reply, Chef Sun ignited the stove, flames roaring to life. Lier sat in the Xiao family's hall, cradling a teacup, idly surveying his surroundings. The hall was modest yet impeccably tidy. On the wall hung a calligraphy piece inscribed with the words "Abundant Harvest," executed with average brushwork on paper whiter than snow. Lier noted that this paper surpassed even the palace's Xian paper. The tables and chairs, made of ordinary elm wood, were polished to a smooth finish, comfortable to sit on. On the windowsill sat a pot of unfamiliar flowers, their thick, glossy leaves adorned with delicate yellow blossoms. Cheng Yaojin could not remain still, pacing back and forth in the hall, his nose twitching towards the kitchen. "Old chum, could you settle down for a moment?" Lier remarked, feeling dizzy from his movements. "Your Majesty, Li Zhonggui," Cheng Yaojin quickly amended, lowering his voice. Can you smell that aroma? Lier had already detected it. A rich, meaty fragrance wafted from the kitchen. Unlike any scent he had encountered in the palace. Palace meats were either steamed, boiled, or roasted, with monotonous flavors that could become tiresome. But this aroma was far more complex, a blend of savory oiliness, piquant spices, and an indescribable richness, as if multiple flavors were competing to invade his senses. Lier's throat involuntarily shifted. Meanwhile, Lizzie was far less restrained than her father, sitting on a chair with her feet dangling above the ground. She swayed back and forth, her eyes fixated on the kitchen, her little nose twitching in delight, mirroring Cheng Yaojin's expression. Father, she tugged at Lier's sleeve. It smells so good. Indeed, Lier replied, his face emotionless. Father, I'm hungry. We will eat soon. But it smells so good. Lizzie inhaled deeply, her tone tinged with a hint of grievance. In a corner, Cheng Chuyang whispered to Cheng Chumo, elder brother, I smell pork. Of course. How could braised pork not smell divine? No, I mean this aroma is extraordinary. How come our chef can't replicate it? Cheng Chumo remained silent, as he too pondered the question. Just then, the first dish was served. Xiao Chen personally entered with a large white porcelain bowl, filled with gleaming red chunks of meat. Perfectly cubed, marbled with fat, enveloped in a thick, rich sauce, and garnished with emerald green scallions. The steam rose, and the robust, meaty fragrance instantly enveloped the hall. Braised pork, Xiao Chen placed the bowl on the table, casually introducing it. Please, everyone, do sample it. Cheng Yaojin was the first to reach out, using his chopsticks to lift a piece of meat to his mouth. After a few chews, his eyes widened like copper bells. His chewing slowed, and a myriad of expressions danced across his face until he finally closed his eyes slowly. Old Cheng, Lier called out, what is wrong? Cheng Yaojin opened his eyes, which were surprisingly misty. Li Zhonggui, I have lived for over 30 years, and I have never tasted meat so exquisite. Lier, albeit skeptical, took a piece for himself. The meat melted in his mouth, rich yet not greasy, a delightful balance of salty and sweet, the sauce clinging to his lips, growing more flavorful with each chew. After 3 or 4 bites, he swallowed and instinctively reached for more. The second dish soon followed, chicken stewed with mushrooms. Lifting the lid of the earthen pot, a wave of intense aroma rushed forward. The chicken was tender, the mushrooms soaked in broth, bursting with flavor with each bite. Xiao Chen used chickens raised on his own farm, the meat firm yet not tough, complemented by wild mushrooms foraged in the autumn, creating a taste that could make anyone's eyebrows dance with delight. Lizzie, upon tasting a piece of chicken, lit up like 2 shining stars, her cheeks bulging as she mumbled, Father, this is so delicious. Then came the 3rd, 4th, and 5th dishes. Steamed whole fish drizzled with hot oil and garnished with scallions and ginger, the fish skin tender, the flesh pristine, the scallion fragrance robust. A hearty pot of cabbage, vermicelli, tofu, and pork belly simmered together, the broth thick and flavorful, perfect for rice. Cold spinach tossed with garlic, soy sauce, vinegar, and a few drops of sesame oil. Refreshing and palate-cleansing. Stir-fried pork with celery, the pork crispy and golden, the celery crunchy, a flawless pairing. Cumin lamb, thinly sliced, and quickly stir-fried with cumin and chili flakes. The aroma overpowering, instantly overshadowing all other dishes. When Cheng Yaojin sampled the cumin lamb, he was utterly captivated. Chewing the lamb, he exclaimed, what is this? It's heavenly. Xiao Chen, standing nearby, replied nonchalantly, cumin. What is cumin? An aromatic spice. Xiao Chen smiled, Chef Cheng, do indulge more. Cheng Yaojin needed no further encouragement, his chopsticks flying faster than he ever wielded a sword on the battlefield. Lier, as he continued eating, gradually slowed his pace. It wasn't that he could no longer eat, but rather he began to savor each dish. The rich sauce of the braised pork, the freshness of the steamed fish, the intensity of the cumin lamb, the refreshing cold spinach, all these flavors burst upon his palate, each one unfamiliar yet astounding. Having dined daily on imperial cuisine, he found those dishes exquisite but lacking in depth, as though veiled by a layer of something. In contrast, these dishes were bold and direct, unpretentious, each bite declaring to his taste buds, behold, this is what true dining is. Lizzie's face flushed crimson, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She picked up a piece of braised pork, then a handful of spinach, and reaching for the chicken stew's broth, she was busily engaged in her feast. Halfway through, she suddenly looked up and sweetly smiled at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen Gij, your food is so delicious. Xiao Chen was momentarily taken aback. Xiao Chen Gij. The way she called him, sweet and crisp, was like a piece of rock candy melting in his mouth. He glanced at Lizzie's fair little face. then at Li Er, who was focused on gnawing a rib, seemingly oblivious to the exchange. Xiao Chen silently noted, Princess Chong, Li's favorability 10. He smiled and replied, I'm glad you enjoy it, Miss Li. Please eat more, there's plenty left in the pot. Li Lizzie nodded vigorously, then returned to her meal. Cheng Chuyang, drenched in sweat from eating, turned to Cheng Chumo and said, Elder brother, we should go back and tell father to send our chef here to learn from young Master Xiao. Cheng Chumo, with a mouthful of lamb, could only nod in agreement. Cheng Yaojin, overhearing, mumbled around his mouthful, why learn? Just take the chef away. Xiao Chun feigned ignorance and turned back into the kitchen. The 12th dish was a soup, tomato and egg soup. The tomatoes were also cultivated from system seeds, vibrant red, sweet, and sour. The egg ribbons floated in the broth, golden and adorned with scallions, a sight that ignited one's appetite. Li Lizzie sipped the soup, letting out a satisfied sigh, reclining against her chair, patting her round little belly. Father, I'm full. Li Er glanced at his daughter and then at the nearly emptied plates on the table. After a moment of silence, he slowly set down his chopsticks. He was full, but he was reluctant to admit it. For both this life and the last, he had never enjoyed a meal as satisfying as this one. The dishes were far from exquisite, merely simple home-cooked fare, braised pork, stir-fried celery, and cold spinach, each named plain and unpretentious. Yet, they were delicious. So much so that it made him question whether the meals he had consumed over the past 40 years could even be called food. He observed Cheng Yaojin, who was already devouring his 12th bowl of rice, and then looked at the Chung brothers, one gnawing on a bone and the other sipping soup. Finally, his gaze fell on Xiao Chen, who leaned against the kitchen door, arms crossed, smiling benignly as he watched them eat. The smile was gentle, polite, and harmless. However, in the unseen corners of Li Er's perception, Xiao Chen was orchestrating a grand scheme. He thought, eat up, Li, indulge yourself. The more you relish this meal, the more difficult it will be for you to refuse the favor later. You've just feasted on a table full of culinary delights from your past life, braised pork, human lamb, scallion oil fish, none of which you've encountered in the Tang Dynasty. Once you grow accustomed to this, let us see what you'll do. In the end, you'll offer your precious daughters in return, and that will settle the debt. Except for Gao Yang, we'll discuss that later. Xiao Chen's smile grew even warmer. Chapter 12. A mountain of sweet potatoes everyone had eaten to the point of lethargy, reclining in their chairs, even reluctant to move a finger. Cheng Yaojin was the most exaggerated, leaning back in his chair, hands resting on his belly, letting out a long sigh that carried the mixed aroma of braised pork and cumin lamb, causing Cheng Chuyang beside him to frown. Li Er, though sitting upright, could be observed closely enough to notice that his belt was looser by 1 or 2 notches than when he arrived. Li Lizzie was even more direct, resting her chin on her arms atop the table, her large eyes blinking like a contented cat basking in the sun after a satisfying meal. Xiao Chen observed the scene with a slight smile. He turned and went to the backyard, soon returning with a large tray bearing clusters of glistening purple grapes and several vibrant green cucumbers, still adorned with droplets of water, evidently freshly picked and washed. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy some fruit to cleanse your palate. Cheng Yaojin sat up abruptly, reaching for the grapes. Xiao Chen placed the tray on the table and casually handed Li Lizzie a small pair of scissors. Miss Li, feel free to cut and enjoy. Li Lizzie took the scissors, snipped off a small bunch of grapes, and popped one into her mouth. The moment she bit down, her eyes widened in astonishment. Father, she nearly exclaimed, these grapes are incredibly sweet. Li Er, initially pondering how to broach a serious topic, found his attention diverted entirely to the grapes at his daughter's outcry. He, too, picked one and tasted it. The thin, purplish skin was delicate as a cicada's wing, and upon biting, the flesh was soft, juicy, and sweet as honey, with almost no acidity, accompanied by an indescribable fragrance. He was taken aback. Grapes were not unknown in the Tang Dynasty. During the Zhenguan era, grapes from the western regions had made their way to Central Plains via the Silk Road. However, those grapes were small, tart, and filled with seeds, leaving a bitter taste. In the palace, he had eaten grapes before, always grimacing as he chewed through their sourness. Yet, these grapes before him were as large as his thumb, dark purple, sweetly pure, and upon spitting out a seed, he noticed there were only a few, with some lacking seeds altogether. Young Master Xiao, Li Er set down the grape, striving to maintain a calm tone. Where did these grapes come from? Xiao Chen, while handing a cucumber to Cheng Chuyang, replied casually, I grew them myself. A couple of years ago, I procured some grape seedlings from the western regions, grafted them several times, and after 3 generations, they matured to this state. He spoke with ease, as if discussing the pleasant weather. 3 generations. Li Er mentally calculated. To cultivate such grapes in 3 generations indicates this individual's profound knowledge of agriculture. Cheng Yaojin, however, was oblivious to the intricacies of cultivation. He seized a cucumber and bit down hard, revealing a similar expression of delight as when he had devoured the braised pork. "This cucumber is just as crisp," he mumbled. "Much crisper than those sold in the West Market. And not bitter at all." Xiao Chen glanced at him, thinking, "You're eating a variety meticulously bred over 3 generations. If it were bitter, I might as well discard my system." Cucumbers were already present in the Tang Dynasty, but the ones Li Er had tasted before were thick-skinned, seed-rich, and bitter, especially at the ends. In contrast, the cucumber before him was entirely green, prickly at the top, and upon biting, it was refreshing and juicy, with a hint of sweetness, and even the skin was tender. Li Er sampled one as well, pausing momentarily before shifting his gaze from the cucumber back to Xiao Chen. This individual was far more remarkable than he had initially perceived. Clearing his throat, he adopted a businesslike demeanor. At least, he thought he did. "Young Master Xiao?" Li Er's tone grew slightly more formal. "My name is Li Min, and I conduct minor trades in Chang'an, specifically sourcing novel items for the palace and—" He hesitated, "for prominent families." Xiao Chen maintained a polite smile, internally critiquing. "Sourcing novelties for the palace? Why not just admit you're a royal merchant? Are there any families in the Tang Dynasty greater than yours?" "Masterly, you are too modest," Xiao Chen nodded. "Might I inquire what business you wish to discuss?" Li Er glanced at Cheng Yaojin, who understood the signal, placed the cucumber down, wiped his mouth, and tried to appear more serious, though it was difficult, as cucumber seeds still clung to the corners of his mouth. "Young Master Xiao," Cheng Yaojin began, "I've heard from my 2 sons that your sweet potatoes yield 2,000 to 3,000 pounds per acre." Xiao Chen looked at Cheng Yaojin's eager face, suddenly finding it amusing. The esteemed Duke of Lu, personally traveling to the countryside to verify the yield of sweet potatoes, was indeed a rare sight. 2,000 to 3,000 pounds, Xiao Chen replied nonchalantly. That's an understatement. Cheng Yaojin's eyes widened. In a normal year, Xiao Chen raised 4 fingers. 4 to 5,000 pounds is quite manageable. If the soil and water are optimal and managed well, 6,000 pounds is also possible. Cheng Chuyang, having just bitten into a cucumber, heard this, and, with a loud crunch, the cucumber snapped in half, the top half falling to the ground. Snatched up instantly by the large yellow dog. Li Er's pupils flickered slightly. 4 to 5,000 pounds. He had a mental ledger and recalled clearly that the finest fields in the Tang Dynasty, when cultivated with the best millet in favorable weather, yielded 250 pounds per acre at best. 4 to 5,000 pounds was 20 times that. 20 times. He lifted his teacup to take a sip, attempting to mask his inner turmoil, but his hand trembled slightly, nearly spilling the tea. "Young Master Xiao," Li Er set down the teacup, his voice tightening. "Is this claim true?" Xiao Chen smiled. "If Master Li doubts it, you are welcome to come and see for yourself." With that, he stood up, brushed off non-existent dust from his robe, and headed toward the backyard. Li Er and Cheng Yaojin exchanged glances and quickly followed. Cheng Chimo and Cheng Chuyang trailed behind. Wali Lizzie wished to join, but was persuaded to remain in the hall to eat grapes by Cheng Chuyang. Xiao Chen led the group through the front yard, around the kitchen, and arrived at a row of cellars against the wall in the backyard. The entrance to the cellar was a slope paved with gravel, flanked by sturdy green bricks. "Watch your step," Xiao Chen cautioned as he took a lamp from the wall and descended first. The steps were somewhat steep. Li Er followed, the gravel crunching beneath his feet. Inside, the temperature was noticeably lower than outside, the air dry, infused with a sweet scent of earth and sweet potatoes. The dim light from the oil lamp barely illuminated a few feet around, beyond which lay a hazy darkness. Then, Xiao Chen raised the oil lamp high. Li Er could finally see clearly. This was a scene he would never forget for the rest of his life. The cellar was vast and deep, measuring at least several tens of yards square. The walls were meticulously lined with sweet potatoes, stacked from the floor to the ceiling, layer upon layer, row upon row. Densely packed, resembling a fortress constructed from sweet potatoes. The orange-red skin glimmered softly under the light of the oil lamp, making the entire wall appear to radiate warmth from a distance. Cheng Yaojin's mouth hung open wide enough to fit a sweet potato inside. Though Cheng Chimo and Cheng Chuyang had visited before, they had only managed to carry 100 pounds from the periphery and had never ventured deep into the cellar. Now, gazing at the vast expanse of sweet potatoes, both brothers turned pale. Cheng Chuyang's voice trembled as he spoke. How many could there possibly be? Xiao Chen took a few steps further into the cellar, the light illuminating deeper corners, revealing yet another seemingly endless mound of sweet potatoes. This cellar, Xiao Chen's voice echoed within, is 20 yards long, 8 yards wide, filled with sweet potatoes harvested last year and this year. I haven't counted the exact amount, but roughly estimated. He paused, glancing back at the few people behind him, a slight smile forming at the corners of his mouth. It must be over 1,000,000 pounds. The words 1,000,000 pounds struck Lier like a hammer to the heart. Slowly, he crouched down, reaching out to touch a nearby sweet potato. Its smooth skin, imbued with the scent of earth, felt heavy in his palm. A village. Sweet potatoes from a single village could pile up into such a mountain. What if all of Tang were to plant them? Lier's fingers trembled slightly. He closed his eyes, and countless images flashed through his mind. The barren fields of the Lus Plateau, farmers bending to plant seedlings in the waters of Jiangnan, families fleeing during the great droughts in Guangzhou, soldiers defeated by the Turkic invasions due to famine. Food. Since the establishment of the Tang Dynasty, the most pressing issue had never been the Turks, nor Goguryeo, nor the recurrent rebellions, but food. Without food, the common people would starve. When they starved, they would revolt. Revolting necessitated suppression. Suppression required funds, and heavy taxation would lead the people to hunger once more. This was a vicious cycle that Lier had pondered for over a decade, without finding a way to break. Yet now, squatting in this cellar filled with sweet potatoes, holding a red-skinned tuber, he suddenly felt that perhaps there was a solution to that cycle after all. Young Master Xiao, Lier stood up, his voice hoarse. Can the seeds of these sweet potatoes be sold? Xiao Chen looked into Lier's eyes, which burned with a passion he had never witnessed before. It was not the majesty of an emperor nor the cunning of political maneuvering, but rather an almost reverent fervor. Xiao Chen suddenly found it hard to smile. Having seen countless stories of transmigration in his past life, he knew what a great Emperor Lier would eventually become. However, knowing was one thing. Standing before this timeless emperor, witnessing his excitement over a mere sweet potato, was an entirely different impact. Regarding the seeds, Xiao Chen deliberated for a moment. There's no rush. If Master Li is interested, we can discuss it in detail another day. Lier took a deep breath and nodded. He turned back to gaze at the mountain of sweet potatoes and suddenly smiled. That smile contained relief, excitement, and an indescribable sense of fortune. Old Chung. Lier patted Chung Yaojin's shoulder, his tone carrying a rare lightness. Do you think I am dreaming? Chung Yaojin scratched his head, pondering, then pinched his thigh. Ouch. He grimaced. It's not a dream, Your Majesty. It hurts. Xiao Chen stood to the side, watching as the two most powerful figures of the Tang Dynasty crouched in his cellar, marveling at the mountain of sweet potatoes, and he found the scene absurdly surreal. He suppressed a laugh and walked toward the steps, holding the oil lamp. Gentlemen, let us ascend. It feels stifling to linger too long in the cellar. Lier glanced once more at the mountain of sweet potatoes before turning to follow. As he reached the middle of the steps, he paused, looking back at the mound for a moment before softly uttering a phrase so quiet that only he could hear it. The Tang Dynasty is hope. Chung Yaojin, trailing behind, with keen ears, caught the words. He said nothing but nodded vigorously, wiping his eyes, unsure whether it was the dust from the sweet potatoes or something else that had caused his eyes to water. Xiao Chen brought up the rear, holding the oil lamp and watching as the others filed out of the cellar. Sunlight poured in from the cellar entrance, casting long shadows of the group. He extinguished the oil lamp, hung it back on the wall, and followed them outside. Chapter 13. The commotion caused by potatoes. Xiao Chen emerged from the cellar with the oil lamp, and just as he closed the cellar door, he heard the clattering sound of carts from the front courtyard. He dusted off his hands, and, accompanied by Lier and the others, made his way to the front yard, where they saw several villagers pushing 3 carts into the courtyard. The carts were laden with large, earthy, yellowish lumps, round and glistening with the hue of the soil in the sunlight. Leading the group was Zhao Dainiu, the eldest son of old Zhao, beads of sweat glistening on his dark red face. Upon seeing Xiao Chen, he broke into a grin. Young master, we've harvested the potatoes. We've brought a few carts over to store here. Xiao Chen nodded. All right, unload them over there in the warehouse, next to the sweet potatoes. Zhao Dainiu acknowledged and called to the others to begin unloading the carts. Lier stood on the steps, his gaze fixed on the large yellow lumps on the cart, his pupils slightly quivering. He hurried down the steps, approached the cart, and lifted one of the potatoes, struggling to grasp it with both hands. It felt heavy, weighing at least 7 or 8 pounds, even larger than the sweet potatoes he had seen in the cellar. Lier's voice was somewhat dazed. What is this? Chung Yaojin leaned closer, wearing an expression that conveyed he knew the answer, puffing out his chest. Master Li, this is a potato. A potato? Lier examined the dirt-covered lump in his hands, struggling to associate it with food. Xiao Chen walked over, casually picked up a potato from the cart, tossed it in his palm, and said nonchalantly, it's a type of food. The sour shredded potatoes you had earlier were made from this. Lier paused, taken aback. Sour shredded potatoes. That dish left a deep impression on him. White, delicate shreds, stir-fried to a crisp and tender texture, with a perfectly balanced sourness that stood out amidst a table full of rich, greasy meat dishes. He had even taken an extra pair of chopsticks to enjoy it, pondering what this delicacy was, as its texture bore no resemblance to radishes or yams. So, it was called a potato. This, Lier weighed the potato in his hand. Swallowing hard, what is the yield? Xiao Chen glanced at him, a slight smile curving his lips. This expression later became clear to Lier. Whenever Xiao Chen wore such a look, it signified he was about to share something that would keep one awake at night. Per mu. Xiao Chen placed the potato back on the cart, clapped his hands, around 10,000 pounds. Suddenly, the courtyard fell silent. The wind rustled through the leaves of the osmanthus tree. De Huang sat on the steps, yawning lazily. Xiao He, not knowing where he found it, was happily gnawing on a broken shoe. Zhao Daniyu paused in his unloading, not quite understanding what 10,000 pounds meant, but sensing that the expressions of the guests appeared somewhat strange, as if they had seen a ghost. Cheng Yaojin's mouth fell open in a perfect circle. Hearing that the sweet potatoes yielded 4,000 to 5,000 pounds in the cellar had already strained his heart. Now, hearing the phrase 10,000 pounds, he suddenly felt that his heart, perhaps stronger than he imagined, could continue beating. 10,000 pounds. A full 10,000 pounds. The 4,000 to 5,000 pounds of sweet potatoes had already seemed like a fantastical tale, and now the potatoes had directly more than doubled that figure. Cheng Chumo leaned against the wall, his expression akin to grappling with an unsolvable math problem. His lips moved silently, murmuring something. If 1 mu of land yields 10,000 jin, then 10 mu would yield 100,000 jin, and 100 mu would yield 1 million jin. At this point, his mind simply crashed. Cheng Chuyang, more straightforward, squatted on the ground, cradling his head in his hands, muttering, "Impossible, impossible, impossible." Lier stood beside the cart, clutching a potato, utterly motionless. It was not that he did not wish to move. He simply could not. 10,000 jin. What does that even mean? In the Tang Dynasty, 1 mu of land would yield 200 jin of millet, 300 jin of rice, and 250 jin of wheat. The dull, gray lump before him, yielding 10,000 jin per mu, was 50 times that of millet and over 30 times that of rice. 50 times. Lier repeated this number in his mind, feeling as though his brain was an abacus, the beads sliding back and forth, yet failing to yield this figure. He lowered his gaze to the potato in his hand, then looked up at the mountain of potatoes piled on the cart, suddenly perceiving these items not as food, but rather as bricks of gold. No, even gold bricks weren't this precious. Young Master Xiao, Lier's voice was as dry as sandpaper. You just mentioned the yield per mu, correct? Xiao Chen, having anticipated this question, calmly raised a finger. 10,000 jin. A conservative estimate. Conservative? Indeed. In good soil and favorable weather, even 15,000 jin is not beyond imagination. Cheng Yaojin finally closed his mouth, then opened it again to say, Young Master Xiao, you must possess some sort of magic? Xiao Chen smiled, but did not engage with the remark. Magic? If he truly had magic, would he need to toil in the fields? However, to be fair, his system was akin to magic in its own right. The potatoes before him were indeed no ordinary potatoes. They had undergone 3 generations of genetic editing, making them disease-resistant, high-yielding, and extremely storied, with a size and flavor surpassing ordinary varieties. The potatoes sold in future supermarkets paled in comparison. Yet, this was not something he could divulge to Lier. Master Cheng is jesting. Xiao Chen waved his hand. It is merely good land, quality planting, and diligent labor. No magic involved. Cheng Yaojin regarded him skeptically, glancing back at the potatoes on the cart. Suddenly, he reached for one, pinching it with his fingernail, leaving a white mark from which a drop of juice oozed. He brought his finger to his nose for a sniff, then extended his tongue to taste it. Raw? Cheng Chumo could not help but exclaim. What is wrong with tasting? Cheng Yaojin retorted confidently, chewing on the raw potato, furrowing his brow. Raw potatoes were unpalatable and astringent. Xiao Chen thought, of course raw potatoes would taste astringent when bitten into. Yet, he held his tongue, merely chuckling. Master Cheng, these must be cooked before consumption, steamed, boiled, stir-fried, or stewed. All are delightful. Lier finally set down the potato he had been holding, doing so slowly and gently, as if placing down a fragile treasure. He brushed the dirt off his hands, turned to face Xiao Chen, and his gaze had entirely transformed. If, moments ago, in the cellar, he had regarded Xiao Chen as a peculiar individual upon seeing the mountain of sweet potatoes, now, upon witnessing the potatoes and hearing of the 10,000 jin yield, that assessment no longer sufficed. Immortal. These 2 words suddenly sprang into Lier's mind. and he could not shake them off. He recalled Xiao Chen's calm demeanor. The vegetables and fruits he had never encountered, the flavors of seasonings he had never tasted during that meal, the mountain of sweet potatoes weighing 1,000,000 jin, and the pile of potatoes before him capable of yielding 10,000 jin per mu. Could an ordinary person achieve all this? Li Er shook his head. He had seen many capable individuals, Fang Xuanling's wisdom, Du Ruhui's decisiveness, Li Jing's military tactics, Wei Zheng's integrity. These were within the realm of human capability. Yet, what Xiao Chen exhibited transcended human limits. A young man of 18 or 19, within a mere year, transformed a destitute village into a granary, cultivating crops that yielded 10,000 jin per mu and nurturing grapes 10 times superior to those from the western regions. What else could he be but an immortal? Li Er's gaze lingered on Xiao Chen for a long time, so long that Cheng Yaojin noticed the oddity and cleared his throat softly. Xiao Chen was well aware that Li Er was observing him, and he understood what Li Er was contemplating. 10,000 jin of potatoes. Who wouldn't be bewildered? Especially someone from the Tang Dynasty who had never even seen fertilizer. But he displayed no outward signs of concern, merely beckoning Zhao Dainiu and the others to move the potatoes into the warehouse, casually remarking, "Masterly, these potatoes also need to be stored. If you are interested, you may take some home to try. Steamed, boiled, stir-fried, or stewed. All are good options. They can also be made into mashed potatoes, potato cakes, or potato noodles. The possibilities are endless." As Li Er listened to this lengthy list of culinary preparations, a vivid image sprang to mind: the common folk of the Tang Dynasty. Every household boiling potatoes in their pots, children bustling around the stove, and elders with smiles on their faces, no longer suffering from hunger. He took a deep breath, suppressing the surging emotions within him. Chapter 14. Discussing business, the group returned to the hall to sit down again. Fresh tea was served, and a plate of pumpkin seeds that Xiao Chen had roasted himself was placed on the table. Cheng Yaojin cracked the seeds, scattering shells everywhere, while Li Lizzie, imitating him, struggled for a long time without succeeding in cracking even one, ultimately chewing both the shell and seed together with a crunch. Li Er held his teacup, his gaze roaming over Xiao Chen's face, contemplating how to broach the subject. Should he directly state his desire to purchase sweet potatoes? Too blunt. Should he beat around the bush to probe? Too tedious. Li Er usually acted decisively, but before Xiao Chen's ever-smiling face, he found himself uncertain of what this young man had discerned or failed to discern. "Young Master Xiao," Li Er set down his teacup, deciding to be straightforward. "I wish to discuss the seeds we spoke of earlier in the cellar in detail." Xiao Chen reclined against the back of his chair, shelling a pumpkin seed and tossing it into his mouth, nodding. "Masterly, please go ahead. How much for the sweet potato seeds?" "We do not sell sweet potato seeds." Li Er was taken aback. Cheng Yaojin was equally stunned, dropping the shells he had in hand all over the floor. Xiao Chen explained at a leisurely pace, "Sweet potatoes do not grow well from seeds. They must be propagated using slips. Bury the sweet potato in the soil. Wait for it to sprout vines, cut them into small sections, and plant those to thrive. What I am selling is sweet potato slips, not seeds." Li Er listened intently, nodding. "Then how much for the slips?" 3 won per slip. Cheng Chumo quickly calculated in his mind. 3 won per slip. About 3,000 slips for 1 mu of land, which would amount to 9,000 won per mu, equivalent to about 9 taels of silver. This sum was considerable. Yet when compared to the 4 or 5,000 jin yield of sweet potatoes, it was merely a drop in the bucket. How much does each slip yield? Li Er posed the critical question. If managed properly, Xiao Chen raised 3 fingers. Each slip can produce 3 to 5 sweet potatoes, averaging around 2 jin. 3,000 slips per mu? You can do the math. Li Er needed no calculations. He already had a clear picture in his mind. 3,000 slips, at 2 jin each, equated to 6,000 jin. Xiao Chen's conservative estimate of 2 to 3,000 jin was indeed modest. How many crops of sweet potatoes can be grown in a year? 2 crops. Xiao Chen held up 2 fingers. One crop is planted in early spring and harvested by late summer. The second is planted at the end of summer and harvested by late autumn. The entire process from planting to harvest takes about 3 months. 3 months. 2 crops a year. Li Er's mind began to calculate again. 2 crops per mu annually would yield nearly 10,000 jin. 10,000 jin of sweet potatoes could sustain a family of 5 for several years. His throat again constricted. "Young Master Xiao," Li Er's voice was uncharacteristically steady. "How many slips can you supply?" Xiao Chen pondered for a moment, quickly assessing in his mind. His seedling base had expanded significantly over the past year, but he could not afford to overpromise. "Each day," he said, 3,000 sweet potato slips would be no problem. Li Er's eyes lit up. 3,000 slips a day, 30,000 slips in 10 days. and 300,000 slips in 100 days. How many people could be sustained by planting 300,000 slips? Very well, Lier nodded. I will take all the sweet potato slips. Provide 3,000 slips daily to start. Xiao Chen nodded slightly and inquired, what about potatoes? Is Master Li interested? What is the price for the potatoes? 5 per seedling. We can supply 1,000 seedlings daily, came the reply. Lier hardly hesitated. I'll take them too. He calculated swiftly in his mind. With a yield of 10,000 jin per mu and an investment of 5 per seedling. The cost for 3,000 seedlings per mu amounted to 15 taels of silver. It sounded considerable, yet in comparison to the harvest, it was merely a trifling sum. This venture, by any calculation, bore no losses. Seated nearby, Cheng Yaojin listened intently to the back and forth of commerce, suddenly feeling somewhat superfluous. Why was he here today? Merely to guide. Once the guiding was done, he had little else to contribute. Thus, he resolved to continue munching on sunflower seeds. Cheng Chuyang seized a moment to extract a small cloth bag from his bosom, placing it on the table and pushing it toward Xiao Chen. Young Master Xiao, this is the deposit, he stated, taking a rare moment to be serious. Xiao Chen opened the bag, casting a casual glance inside. 10 ingots of gold lay neatly stacked, each weighing 20 taels. The metal gleamed splendidly under the sunlight, showcasing official engravings. 200 taels of gold. Xiao Chen's expression remained unchanged. He closed the bag and set it aside on the tea table, as if it were a mere pouch of worthless stones. Li Er observed this and internally added another remark about Xiao Chen. He regards wealth as mere refuse. In truth, Xiao Chen's mind raced with the calculations of what 200 taels of gold could procure in the Grand Tang Empire. In Chang'an, such a sum could purchase a grand residence with 3 entrances and a garden. Yet, his demeanor remained calm and composed, even raising his teacup for a sip, as though he had merely received a bag of pumpkin seeds. Master Li was straightforward. Xiao Chen set down his cup, then I shall arrange for the stock. He turned towards the door and called out, Old Zhao. Old Zhao hurried in from the kitchen, flour dusting his apron, having just prepared a cream cake for Li Lizzie. Xiao Chen instructed, gather 20 laborers to the nursery for seedlings. First, harvest 100,000 sweet potato seedlings, then 50,000 potato seedlings. Pack them neatly and deliver them to Chang'an by tomorrow morning. He glanced at Lier and added that he would write down the planting methods to hand over to Master Li. Old Zhao acknowledged and dashed off. Upon hearing the figures of 100,000 and 50,000 seedlings, Lier's brows quirked slightly. With a daily output of 3,000 sweet potato seedlings and 1,000 potato seedlings, he had assumed it would take several days to gather the initial batch. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen had casually mentioned 100,000 and 50,000 as if they were merely part of his regular stock, requiring no additional planting. Just how much did Xiao Chen have hidden up his sleeve? Young Master Xiao, Lier suddenly asked, are there any special considerations for planting these seedlings? Xiao Chen pondered briefly, then produced a sheet of paper from his sleeve. The paper was as pristine as snow, more delicate than the rice paper Lier used in the palace. It was densely filled with characters, the handwriting neat yet simple, devoid of the ornate flourishes typical of Tang scholars. This is the planting guide for sweet potatoes and potatoes, Xiao Chen explained, handing over the paper. It detailed everything from site selection, land preparation, fertilization, planting, weeding, hilling, to harvesting and storage. Master Li could simply follow the instructions. Lier accepted the document and glanced down. He recognized the characters, yet some terms like hilling, top dressing, and crop rotation were quite novel to him. Rather than inquire further, he solemnly folded the paper and tucked it close to his chest. Cheng Yaojin leaned in, attempting to sneak a peek, only to be met with a sharp glare from Lier. With the business concluded, the atmosphere relaxed. Cheng Chuyang resumed his seed snacking, while Cheng Chumo entertained the large yellow dog, who ignored him, prompting him to shift his attention to the smaller black dog, which bared its teeth at him, causing him to retreat. Li Lizzie sat in a chair, swinging her legs, her gaze continually drifting towards the kitchen. She caught a whiff of a sweet, milky aroma, unlike any scent she had encountered before, not like honey, sugar, or fruit, but a rich, indulgent sweetness that made her mouth water. Xiao Chen noticed her gaze and smiled, rising to head to the kitchen. Moments later, he returned with a white porcelain plate. The plate held several golden yellow squares, perfectly shaped, smooth in texture, exuding a rich aroma of milk and eggs. The top layer was a glossy caramel color, enticingly inviting. Miss Li, Xiao Chen placed the plate before her. Do have a taste of this homemade cream cake. Li Lizzie stared at the golden squares, her eyes wide with wonder. Is this cake? She exclaimed. She had never heard of such a thing. Indeed, it is made from eggs, flour, milk, and sugar, Xiao Chen replied, handing her a small silver spoon. Enjoy it warm. It tastes better that way. Cautiously, she scooped a small piece and brought it to her mouth. Her expression froze. Cheng Yaojin, observing nearby, thought something might be amiss. Perhaps it was not to her liking? But the next moment, Li Lizzie's eyes shimmered with tears. "Miss Li, what's the matter?" Cheng Yaojin asked, startled. "It's simply divine," she exclaimed, her voice quivering with emotion, tears brimming in her eyes. "Father, this cake is too delicious." After saying this, she quickly scooped another generous spoonful into her mouth. Her cheeks bulging, tears streaming down her face as she laughed and ate, a sight both amusing and heart-wrenching. Li Er watched his daughter in this state, torn between amusement and concern, reaching out as if to pat her back, but withdrawing halfway upon seeing Xiao Chen push the plate closer to her, offering yet another piece. "Take your time, enjoy it. There's plenty more," he encouraged gently. Li Lizzie mumbled a thank you, addressing him as Brother Xiao, and continued her fervent indulgence. Li Er's gaze fell upon the plate of cake. The golden squares radiated a rich sweetness, appearing soft and fluffy, unlike any confection he had ever encountered. The delicacies of the Tang Empire were typically limited to steamed buns, flatbreads, and sugar pastries. He had never seen anything crafted from flour, eggs, and milk. His throat swallowed hard. Cheng Yaojin, too, felt a similar reaction. They exchanged glances, each discerning a shared thought. They both desired a taste. Yet one was an emperor, the other a duke. It would be unseemly to snatch food from a 13-year-old girl. Clearing his throat, Cheng Yaojin inquired, "Young Master Xiao, is there any more of this cake?" Xiao Chen glanced at him, and then at Li Er, a slight smile playing on his lips. "I'm afraid, Master Cheng, that this batch is all there is for today. Miss Li is our guest, and being a young lady, she ought to have the first share. You too," he paused, smiling more broadly. "We'll have to wait until next time." Cheng Yaojin's expression soured. Though Li Er maintained a neutral countenance, the grip on his teacup tightened. Unaware of the tension around her, Li Lizzie blissfully enjoyed her third piece, her mouth smeared with golden cream, her face radiating satisfaction. Xiao Chen leaned back in his chair, observing the scene, silently musing. "Ah, old Li, your daughter delights in her feast while you watch on, longing. That's how it should be. In a few days, once she becomes accustomed to such delights, we shall see if you can bear to part with me. By then, you might find yourself bringing the entire imperial kitchen to my doorstep, rather than merely purchasing sweet potato seedlings." He lifted his teacup, concealing a smile. Unbeknownst to him, the large yellow dog had stealthily approached Li Lizzie's feet, gazing up at her with eager eyes, drooling in anticipation. Li Lizzie glanced down at the dog, hesitating briefly before tearing off a small chunk of cake and offering it to him. The dog swallowed it whole, wagging its tail excitedly. The small black dog also approached, sitting beside the yellow dog, eyeing Li Lizzie with similar longing. Once again, Li Lizzie tore off another piece. Cheng Yaojin, witnessing this, suddenly felt his own existence paled in comparison to that of a dog. Chapter 15. Li Er's proposal for marriage. When Li Er's carriage returned to the palace, darkness had already begun to settle. The car curtain was lifted, and Li Er jumped out, cradling a potato in his hands. With remnants of cream cake tucked away in his sleeve, leftovers that Li Lizzie insisted on bringing back. Li Lizzie was carried out of the vehicle by Cheng Yaojin, still clutching half a piece of cake, with dried cream smudged on the corner of her mouth. "Ah, I'm so full," Li Lizzie burped softly. "Can we go to Brother Xiao Chen's house for dinner tomorrow?" Li Er glanced at his daughter, but remained silent. His thoughts occupied. Whether she would dine or not was uncertain, but the presence of Xiao Chen was absolutely essential. He sent Li Lizzie back to the inner palace and strode purposefully toward the Ganlu Hall. Behind him, several eunuchs followed, carefully carrying freshly unloaded sweet potato and potato seedlings. Their baskets stacked high, cautious not to stumble and damage the precious plants, even though they had no idea of their intrinsic value. As Li Er walked, he suddenly halted and turned to look back at the seedlings. "Come here." "Yes," a eunuch responded. "Convey my imperial decree. The vacant plot on the east side of the imperial garden shall be turned over tomorrow morning. All these seedlings are to be planted there." The eunuch hesitated momentarily. That plot was intended for peony planting next spring, and the gardener had already prepared seedlings. Yet, he dared not voice this concern, for Li Er's expression conveyed that peonies were of little importance. "As you command." Li Er pondered briefly and added, "Dispatch a squad of Qian Yue to guard the seedlings in shifts around the clock. If even one is lost, I will hold you accountable." The eunuch's legs quivered at the thought. Guarding vegetable seedlings? The Qian Yue were elite guards, typically tasked with the emperor's safety, now to watch over a vegetable patch? Still, he could only respond with a hurried "as you command," scurrying away. Upon returning to Ganlu Hall, Li Er sipped his tea, finding it rather insipid today. He set down the cup and touched the planting instructions written by Xiao Chen hidden in his sleeve. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed the eunuch beside him. Go summon Changsun Wuji, Du Ruhui, and Fang Xianling to the palace at once. Your Majesty, it is already dark. Light the lamps and go quickly. Half an hour later, the three high-ranking ministers sat in Ganlu Hall, exchanging glances. Changsun Wuji, a shrewd middle-aged man with a long face and sharp eyes, appeared to be someone adept at calculating matters. He cast a glance at the stoic Du Ruhui, whose expression remained inscrutable. Fang Xianling sat at the end of the table, still chewing the last morsel of a flatbread, having been pulled directly from the dining table. Li Er sat at the head of the table, with 3 items placed before him: a potato, a sweet potato, and a small dish of cream cake. Esteemed ministers, Li Er gestured toward the 3 items. First, do sample this cake. The eunuch served the cake to each of them. Changsun Wuji examined the golden square, lifted it with his chopsticks, took a bite, and almost lost his grip. Du Ruhui tasted a piece, his expression shifting from composed to intensely composed, his inner turmoil evident, yet his face remained impassive. Fang Xianling finished his last piece of flatbread, took a bite of the cake, and silently set down his chopsticks, feeling that he had wasted his appetite on the flatbread. Your Majesty, Changsun Wuji laid down his chopsticks, breaking the silence. From whence did this cake originate? Li Er did not respond directly, but instead pushed the potato toward them. Now, examine this. Changsun Wuji picked up the potato, weighing it in his hands, his brow furrowing. What is this? A potato, Li Er replied calmly, as if stating the obvious, but the gleam in his eyes betrayed him. 10,000 jin per mu. The Ganlu Hall fell silent for approximately 3 breaths. Changsun Wuji nearly dropped the potato, scrambling to cradle it, as if it were a newborn. Du Ruhui's composure faltered, his eyebrows twitching, a seismic shift in his demeanor. Fang Xianling was more direct. He picked up his chopsticks again, not out of desire to eat, but because he was unsure where to place his hands. Your Majesty, Changsun Wuji's voice tightened. You just mentioned the yield per mu? 10,000 jin, a conservative estimate. Changsun Wuji fell silent, fully aware of the implications of such a figure. In the Tang Dynasty, the tax yield for an acre of grain was around 200 jin, with a 10th or 12th collected, netting only 20 to 30 jin. An acre of potatoes yielding 10,000 jin would mean a bounty of 1 to 2,000 jin after taxation, potentially multiplying the state's grain reserves by several times. Did your Majesty witness this firsthand? Changsun Wuji inquired. Li Er nodded. I personally visited Saishu village and saw the granaries piled with over 1 million jin of sweet potatoes. The village, with over 300 residents, enjoys meat with every meal, and every household is building new homes. As he spoke, a hint of unrecognized bitterness crept into his voice, the mighty emperor of the Tang Dynasty living less well than the peasants of a mere village. Du Ruhui finally spoke up, his tone steady. Your Majesty, if this is true, it is indeed a blessing for the Tang. Whether it is true or not, Li Er gestured toward the imperial garden. I have already ordered the planting there. We shall know the yield in a few months. Changsun Wuji exchanged a knowing glance with Du Ruhui. Your Majesty. Changsun Wuji carefully considered his words. What are your intentions regarding the individual responsible for cultivating the potatoes? Xiao Chen? Li Er leaned back in his chair, lightly tapping his fingers on the armrest. Intentions? I do not wish to dispose of him. Rather, I wish to employ him. He recounted his observations from Saishu village, detailing sweet potatoes yielding 4 to 5,000 jin per mu, potatoes yielding 10,000 jin, grapes sweeter than those from the western regions, cucumbers crisp and not bitter, and the likes of cream cake, sauerkraut fish, and braised pork. As he spoke of food, Fang Xianling's stomach audibly rumbled, heard by all, yet no one laughed. This man is a prodigy, Li Er concluded. No, not merely a prodigy. He is a celestial talent. Changsun Wuji pondered for a moment. Your Majesty, I have a thought, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate to voice it. Speak. Such talent, should it fall into the hands of others? He did not finish, but everyone understood. The 5 surnames and 7 clans, the Guanlong aristocracy, even Li Yuan. Li Er's expression darkened slightly. His relationship with his father was known throughout the court. Li Yuan had abdicated to become the retired emperor, residing in the Tian Palace, ostensibly detached from state affairs, yet old ministers and former subordinates occasionally visited him. Should Li Yuan learn of Xiao Chen's existence and attempt to win him over with those extraordinary talents? Li Er shook his head, dispelling the thought. Thus, he rapped his fingers decisively on the armrest. I will secure this individual firmly within the royal vessel. Changsun Wuji's eyes brightened. Your Majesty intends to form a marital alliance? The mere utterance of those 4 words transformed the atmosphere in Ganlu Hall. Du Ruhui lifted his teacup to sip, while Fang Xianling focused on his fingers. Only Changsun Wuji maintained his gaze on Li Er. "Which princess do you intend to marry off?" Changsun Wuji inquired. Li Er sighed, methodically cracking his fingers. "My eldest daughter. Lizzie is merely 12 years old, too young. Xiao Chen is 18 or 19, a 5 or 6 year difference." Du Ruhui set down his teacup, unusually speaking up. "Your Majesty. 12 is not excessively young. Wait 2 years. "I can wait," Li Er interjected, "but can Xiao Chen?" Li Er waved his hand dismissively. "Moreover, I am unwilling to part with my daughter." His heartfelt declaration drew a glance from Changsun Wuji, who couldn't help but notice the irony. He was reluctant to part with his daughter, but willing to bind Xiao Chen to the royal family. "So, Your Majesty means?" Li Er continued cracking his fingers. "My younger sisters." As those words hung in the air, a profound silence enveloped the room. The daughters of Li Yuan. Hence Li Er's sisters, the princesses of the Tang Dynasty. There were indeed several suitable, unmarried candidates of appropriate age. However, the issue lies in the fact that she is the daughter of Li Yuan, not Li Er. The relationship between Li Er and Li Yuan can be described as complex in a single word. Following the incident at Xuanwu Gate, although they appeared to maintain a facade of paternal affection and filial piety, privately, each time Li Er visited the Taiyan palace to pay his respects, he felt as though the old man regarded him as a stranger. To marry Xiao Chen to Li Yuan's daughter would essentially mean sending Xiao Chen into the Taiyan palace. While the possibility of Li Yuan leveraging Xiao Chen's talents to make a comeback was slim, Li Er dared not take that risk. It could not be from the side of the retired emperor. Li Er shook his head. "I do not trust those within Taiyan palace." Changsun Wuji pondered for a moment. "Does Your Majesty mean to select someone from the royal family?" Li Er shook his head again. "The status of a royal family woman is insufficient. To win over someone like Xiao Chen requires sincerity. Merely selecting a random noblewoman would be transparent to her." Fang Xianling finally ceased studying his fingers, lifting his head to cautiously suggest, "Your Majesty, might it be prudent to observe for a time? Once the sweet potatoes and potatoes are planted and yield verified, we may discuss marriage at a later date." Li Er regarded him thoughtfully, finding the suggestion reasonable, yet still feeling unsettled. He rose and began to pace within the Ganlu Hall, his boots rhythmically echoing against the golden tiles. Changsun Wuji, Du Ruhui, and Fang Xianling sat there, their 6 eyes following his every movement, straining from the exertion. Suddenly, Li Er halted. "I have thought of someone." The 3 sat up straight in unison. A subtle smile appeared on Li Er's face, not one of joy or pride, but rather an expression of realization, as if to say, "Why did I not think of this sooner? My esteemed ministers, I have a plan." Changsun Wuji waited for a moment, seeing that Li Er had no intention of elaborating, and could not help but inquire, "Your Majesty, who is it?" Li Er waved his hand dismissively. "Allow me to keep you in suspense for now. Once I have made the arrangements, you shall know." The 3 exchanged glances. Yet none dared to press further. Li Er returned to his desk, lifted a teacup to his lips, and gazed through the window of the Ganlu Hall into the heavy night outside. "I desire that Xiao Chen," he murmured, as if conversing with himself, "both the individual and his capabilities." Outside, the moonlight fell perfectly upon the imperial garden, illuminating the quiet expanse where sweet potato seedlings would soon be planted, silent even of insect sounds. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away in Caishu village, Xiao Chen lay in the courtyard enjoying the coolness of the evening, with a large yellow dog snoring at his feet, while a small black dog, unknown from where, busily gnawed on a tattered shoe under the moonlight. Xiao Chen sneezed, rubbed his nose, and muttered, "Who is calling my name?" He turned over to continue gazing at the stars, blissfully unaware that in the palace of Chang'an, a man named Li Er had already orchestrated the significant events of his life. Chapter 16. Li Muyao. Li Er exited the Ganlu Hall, not returning to the harem, but instead heading directly towards the palace gates. Changsun Wuji took a couple of steps to catch up. "Your Majesty, so late in the evening. Where are you headed?" Li Er did not look back, waving his hand. "You may return. I have urgent matters to attend to." The 3 high ministers stood at the entrance of the Ganlu Hall, watching as Li Er's figure faded into the night, exchanging glances of confusion. Upon leaving the palace gates, Li Er mounted his horse, accompanied by only 10 personal guards, and rode towards the southeast. The night in Chang'an was tranquil. The city gates were closed. Yet Li Er's countenance served as his pass. The guards at the gate recognized the horse from a distance and opened the gates without question. The sound of hooves on the stone-paved road echoed crisply, resonating far along the desolate streets of Chang'an. After approximately half an hour, Li Er reined in his horse before a certain residence, the Hejian Duke's manor. The doorman, upon seeing the visitor, nearly stumbled down the steps in fright. Li'er waved his hand to signal silence, striding purposefully inside. The household servants hurried to announce his arrival, and by the time Li'er reached the main hall, Duke Li Xiaogong had already come out to greet him. Li Xiaogong, handsome with a refined demeanor and 3 long whiskers, was dressed in simple robes, clearly having prepared to retire for the night. He was one of the most formidable warriors among the Tang royal family, having pacified the south and quelled various rebellions, earning considerable accolades, and ranking in the top 10 of Li'er's trusted confidants. Your Majesty? Li Xiaogong was taken aback upon seeing Li'er, quickly attempting to bow. So late in the evening, Li'er caught him by the arm, glancing behind him and lowering his voice. Find a quiet room. I have matters to discuss with you. Li Xiaogong, sensing the gravity of his expression, did not dare delay, leading Li'er into a study, personally closing the door, and instructing his trusted guards to stand watch outside, forbidding anyone from coming near. Your Majesty, Li Xiaogong poured a cup of tea for Li'er. What has transpired? Li'er sat in a chair, took a sip of tea, and suddenly chuckled. The smile appeared strange to Li Xiaogong, akin to someone who had stumbled upon a treasure yet was unsure how to conceal it. Xiaogong, Li'er set down his cup. I ask you, how old is Muyao this year? Li Xiaogong was taken aback. Li Muyao, his eldest daughter, was 16, possessing exceptional beauty, yet had been frail since childhood, suffering from a respiratory condition, essentially asthma. This ailment had turned Li Xiaogong's hair white, having consulted countless physicians and consumed innumerable medicines, yet to no avail. His daughter's marriage had become a source of great concern. Many suitors expressed interest, but upon learning of her illness, most withdrew. The remaining candidates either sought the status of the Duke's family or aimed to ascend socially, none of whom Li Xiaogong found suitable. Your Majesty, Li Xiaogong, though perplexed as to why Li'er suddenly inquired about his daughter, answered dutifully. Muyao is 16 this year. Has she been promised to anyone? Li Xiaogong's heart skipped a beat. The late-night visit from the emperor, who did not inquire about state affairs or military matters, but instead bluntly asked about his daughter's marital status, could not be more obvious. Not yet. Li Xiaogong carefully formulated his response, having previously arranged a match, which later fell through. He did not mention the reasons for the withdrawal, and Li'er did not ask. Knowing well that the family had deemed Li Muyao's illness a burden, Li'er nodded, remaining silent for a moment, then suddenly uttered a statement that nearly caused Li Xiaogong to slip from his chair. I have discovered an extraordinary individual. Li Xiaogong thought he had misheard. What? An extraordinary being, Li'er repeated, his expression serious, as if he were not jesting, or rather, a remarkable person. The sweet potatoes yield 4 to 5,000 jin per mu. The potatoes yield 10,000 jin per mu. I have seen it with my own eyes. I personally visited his cellar, where over 1,000,000 jin of sweet potatoes were stored. Li Xiaogong opened his mouth to respond, but found his mind unable to keep pace with his ears. 10,000 jin per mu? He understood those 5 words, yet could not fathom their significance. Your Majesty. Li Xiaogong's voice wavered slightly. Where is this person? Saishu village, several dozen miles from Chang'an. His name is Xiao Chen, a young man of 18 or 19. Li'er's eyes sparkled with excitement as he spoke of Xiao Chen. Xiaogong, you cannot imagine. This person possesses extraordinary abilities. The vegetables he grows are unmatched in my lifetime. His grapes are 10 times better than those from the western regions. His dogs can open doors. Upon hearing that the dogs could open doors, Li Xiaogong began to suspect that the emperor might have had a bit too much to drink. However, looking into Li'er's bright eyes, he discerned that this was no drunken ramble. Your Majesty's intention is, I wish to secure this individual firmly within the royal fold. Li Xiaogong nodded in understanding. Such a talent is coveted by any emperor. Yet, he still did not comprehend the connection to his daughter. Then Li'er spoke the words that made Li Xiaogong utterly unsettled. My daughter is too young. Li Ji is only 13. After considering, I realized that among the unmarried daughters of the royal family, yours is the most suitable match for Muyao. The teacup in Li Xiaogong's hand clattered to the ground, splashing tea across his trousers, yet he remained oblivious. Your Majesty means to have Muyao marry that Xiao Chen? Yes. Li Xiaogong fell into silence. He was not unwilling. His Majesty personally acting as a matchmaker is a grand honor. In the case of another, one would have long prostrated in gratitude. However, he is acutely aware of his daughter. That daughter who, since childhood, has consumed more medicine than food, who struggles to breathe after a mere few steps, and who wept for 3 days after a betrothal was rescinded. Your Majesty, Li Xiaogong's voice lowered. I have a word to speak, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate. Speak. Muyao is frail and ailing, suffering from a chronic respiratory condition since her youth. I have sought out renowned physicians, and she has taken countless remedies, yet no improvement has been seen. As he spoke, Li Xiaogong's eyes brimmed with unshed tears. It is not that I am unwilling to relieve your majesty of your concerns, but I fear that Mu Yao's condition may betray your majesty's trust. Upon finishing, he bowed his head. Li Er regarded Li Xiaogong in silence for a moment, understanding the father's turmoil. To marry off a sickly daughter is a heavy burden, especially if she is rejected and suffers further heartache. Li Xiaogong's reluctance stemmed from compassion rather than unwillingness. Yet, Li Er contemplated another matter. Xiaogong, he suddenly chuckled. I did not merely wish for you to marry Mu Yao off to win over Xiao Chen. Li Xiaogong looked up, bewildered. Consider this. Li Er leaned in closer. Lowering his voice, Xiao Chen possesses the remarkable ability to cultivate potatoes yielding thousands of pounds per acre, to create exquisite cakes, and to grow grapes superior to those from the western regions. Do you think he might be able to cure Mu Yao's ailment? Li Xiaogong was taken aback. He had never considered this angle. Though Xiao Chen was a farmer and not a physician, the thought lingered barely a second. The notion of potatoes yielding such an incredible harvest and grapes of unmatched quality had initially seemed impossible. Even the idea of a dog opening a door felt far-fetched. Yet, all these improbabilities had materialized. What if that Xiao Chen truly had a solution? Li Xiaogong's heart raced. Your Majesty, his voice trembled. Are you suggesting that Xiao Chen possesses medical knowledge? I cannot say whether he is a physician, Li Er candidly replied. But I do know that nothing appears impossible for him. Xiaogong, consider this. Even I have witnessed what seemed unattainable become reality. What if he can indeed cure Mu Yao? Li Xiaogong remained silent for a long while. Your Majesty, he finally spoke. I am willing to try. Li Er smiled, patting his shoulder. That is the spirit. I would never harm your daughter, nor would I wish you ill. I genuinely believe that Xiao Chen is worthy of your daughter, Mu Yao. Li Xiaogong managed a wry smile and nodded. Whether he was deemed worthy was one matter. The ability to heal her was another. However, with the conversation having reached this point, what more could he say? Then regarding Mu Yao, you shall convey the message. Li Er stood, adjusting his robes. After all, she is your daughter. It is better for you to speak than for me. Inform her that this is not a coercion to marry, but rather an opportunity to meet Xiao Chen and see if he can remedy her condition. If it proves unfeasible, I shall consider other alternatives. Li Xiaogong escorted Li Er out of the estate, watching the horse fade into the night, lingering at the entrance for a long moment. The night breeze was cool, fluttering the edges of his robe. He inhaled deeply and turned back to the inner courtyard. Li Mu Yao had yet to retire for the night. She leaned against the soft pillow at the head of her bed, a scroll in hand, the candlelight casting a soft glow on her profile, pale to the point of translucency. At 16, the girl possessed delicate features, yet her lips bore the faint hue of the earliest apricot blossoms in spring, swaying precariously in the wind. Upon hearing footsteps, she raised her head, seeing her father enter, and hastily set the book aside. Father, why are you still awake at such a late hour? Li Xiaogong sat down on the chair by the bed, gazing at his daughter with a pang of sorrow. This child had endured a harsh fate, plagued by illness from a young age, deprived of the simple joys of life, confined within the walls of their home. After much effort, a betrothal had been arranged, only for it to be rescinded due to her condition. Though she claimed to be indifferent, Li Xiaogong knew she had cried in secret on several occasions. Mu Yao, he hesitated, choosing his words carefully. I wish to discuss something with you. Please, father, speak. Today, His Majesty visited. Li Mu Yao's brow furrowed slightly, yet she remained silent, waiting for her father to continue. His Majesty has proposed a marriage. Her grip on the blanket tightened imperceptibly, her expression unwavering, yet her lips pursed slightly. She was acutely aware that no respectable suitor would wish to marry someone with her affliction. The royal matchmaking was merely a means of utilizing her as a pawn. Father. Her voice was barely above a whisper. Who is the intended? A most intriguing individual. Li Xiaogong struggled to find the right words to describe Xiao Chen. He is around 18 or 19, a minor landowner, yet possesses remarkable talents. His Majesty mentioned that he cultivates crops yielding over 10,000 pounds per acre and has created a dessert known as cake that even the finest of beauties wept upon tasting. Li Mu Yao blinked in surprise. 10,000 pounds. Cake. A beauty wept? These phrases combined painted a picture of someone she could scarcely comprehend. Father, what is his name? Xiao Chen. He resides in Kaisu village, not far from Chang'an. Li Mu Yao paused for a moment before softly inquiring, is he aware of my condition? Li Xiaogong nodded. I informed His Majesty, who indicated that Xiao Chen might possess a remedy for your ailment. Those words struck like a pebble cast into still waters. Li Mu Yao's eyelashes fluttered. She had consulted the best physicians in Chang'an, renowned healers, and even shamans from the mountains and monks from temples, enduring countless bitter tonics. Yet her condition remained unchanged, erratic, worsening with the seasons, leading to sleepless nights of relentless coughing. Now, someone was suggesting that a young farmer might hold the key to her healing. Li Mu Yao found it absurd, yet a flicker of curiosity emerged within her. One that even she found amusing. Father, she raised her gaze, the candlelight dancing in her eyes. Is Xiao Chen truly that remarkable? Li Xiaogong met her gaze and suddenly felt that perhaps His Majesty was indeed correct. What if? His Majesty claimed to have witnessed it firsthand, Li Xiaogong recounted. He saw piles of sweet potatoes weighing over 100,000 pounds in Xiao Chen's cellar. Li Mu Yao lowered her gaze, tracing circles on the blanket with her fingers. After a considerable pause, she spoke softly. Then I shall meet him. Her voice was so faint, like the whisper of the wind through the window pane. Yet, Li Xiaogong heard her clearly, and his eyes welled with emotion. He reached out, intending to stroke his daughter's head, but withdrew his hand halfway, fearing he might succumb to tears. Very well, he stood, his voice hoarse. I will make the arrangements. Li Mu Yao nodded, picking up the scroll once more. Though her gaze remained fixed on the inky darkness beyond the window, moonlight filtered through the lattice, casting fragmented shadows across her pale visage. The corners of her mouth subtly turned upward, revealing a faint smile imbued with curiosity, anticipation, and a hint of hope that she scarcely dared acknowledge. Chapter 17. Pretending to seek treatment early the next morning, Li Er made his way to the Wang residence in Hejian County. Li Xiaogong had prepared the carriage, and Li Mu Yao sat within, adorned in a light blue RU skirt with a moon-white cloak draped over her shoulders, her hair meticulously arranged, adorned with a white magnolia hairpin. She had even requested her maid to apply extra rouge, bringing a hint of color to her cheeks, though a closer look still revealed her underlying pallor. Mu Yao, Li Xiaogong lifted the curtain of the carriage, speaking softly. Are you ready? Li Mu Yao nodded, her fingers unconsciously twisting a handkerchief within her sleeve. Father, she hesitated. Does Xiao Chen know we are coming today? No, Li Xiaogong replied honestly. His Majesty wishes for us to see him first, without alarming him. Li Mu Yao pressed her lips together, choosing not to comment further. The carriage rolled slowly from the Wang estate, with Li Er riding ahead on a chestnut horse, while Li Xiaogong followed closely on horseback. Behind the carriage trailed a few guards in plain clothes, concealing their weapons beneath their robes, appearing to be ordinary folk on a visit to relatives. The carriage departed from Chang'an, traversing the official road towards the southeast. Li Mu Yao gently lifted a corner of the curtain, gazing at the landscape that receded outside. The autumn fields were awash in golden hues, with farmers laboring in the distance, the occasional sound of cattle echoing through the air, rarely venturing beyond the city. Her last excursion was 3 years prior to a temple where she offered incense. Upon returning, she fell gravely ill, bedridden for a fortnight. Mu Yao. Li Xiaogong urged his horse closer to the carriage window, whispering, Do not be anxious when we meet him. His Majesty mentioned that Xiao Chen is a congenial man. Li Mu Yao softly acknowledged, letting the curtain fall. She refrained from disclosing to her father that she had hardly slept the previous night, not from fear, but from curiosity. Lying in bed, she tossed and turned, contemplating the prospect of potatoes yielding 1,000 jin per mu, grapes surpassing those from the western regions tenfold, dogs that could open doors, and the delectable cake that had reduced Li Ji to tears of joy. These thoughts intertwined, conjuring a vague silhouette in her mind, tall and slender, garbed in coarse fabric, wielding a hoe, yet possessing eyes as clear as those of an immortal. As these musings continued, her cheeks flushed, and she hastily covered her head with the quilt, chastising herself in the darkness for her shamelessness. After a considerable time on the road, the carriage finally halted at the village entrance. Li Er dismounted, casting a glance at Li Xiaogong. You all remain in the carriage. I shall scout ahead. Xiao Chen is not one for ostentation. A sudden influx of guests may arouse his suspicion. Li Xiaogong nodded in agreement, while Li Mu Yao obediently remained inside, peering through the curtain's gap. Kaisu village was far more picturesque than she had imagined. The houses, adorned with blue bricks and gray tiles, stood in orderly rows, and the village path was impeccably clean, flanked by flowers and plants whose names she did not know. A few children played at the alley's entrance, munching on something that left their faces smeared. A faint, sweet fragrance wafted through the air, the source unknown. Li Er and Li Xiaogong approached the Xiao family's entrance, where the door stood ajar. Precisely, it had been nudged open by a dog. Da Huang lay sprawled on the threshold, its head resting against the doorframe. Upon noticing Li Er's arrival, it slowly rose, shook its fur, barked once into the courtyard, then stepped aside. Li Xiaogong observed the dog, his eyelid twitching. Your Majesty, he whispered, this dog can open doors. Li Er's expression remained impassive. I informed you of this yesterday. I assumed you were speaking metaphorically. I was not being metaphorical. Li Xiaogong fell silent. As they entered the courtyard, they immediately spotted Xiao Chen, reclining on a bamboo lounge chair, a lotus leaf draped over his face, his arms resting on the armrests, utterly still. De Huang ambled back, taking a seat beside the lounge, its tail sweeping the ground. Xiao He lay at Xiao Chen's feet, belly up, sprawled like a rag. Young Master Xiao? Li Er called out. The lotus leaf stirred, but did not lift. Young Master Xiao, Li Er called again, raising his voice slightly. The leaf was leisurely peeled away, revealing a youthful visage. Xiao Chen squinted, as though the sunlight had struck him, taking a moment to recognize his visitors before yawning. Li Zhonggui, you've come again? Your business is indeed diligent. Li Er chuckled, stepping aside to reveal Li Xiaogong. Young Master Xiao, allow me to introduce my cousin, Li Gong. He is involved in a small trade and insisted on accompanying me to see the fine goods you have. Xiao Chen's gaze shifted to Li Xiaogong, appraising him. In his 30s, with a countenance akin to jade, 3 strands of long beard, exuding an extraordinary demeanor, he was clearly no ordinary merchant. Li Er's cousin? The name Li, being Li Er's cousin, prompted Xiao Chen's mind to race through the ranks of notable figures within the Tang royal family. He recalled the Duke of Hejian, Li Xiaogong, the one who pacified Jiangnan. Xiao Chen's heart raced, yet his expression remained unperturbed. He clasped his hands, smiling warmly. Li Zhonggui's cousin is akin to family. Please, take a seat. Li Xiaogong returned the gesture and settled onto a nearby stone bench, discreetly examining Xiao Chen. Youthful, even younger than he had anticipated. Clad in a somewhat worn moon-white robe, sleeves rolled to his wrists, exposing a sun-kissed forearm. His hair was casually gathered with a wooden pin, a few strands falling across his forehead. He wore straw sandals, his toes exposed, nails neatly trimmed. He did not resemble an immortal, but rather a handsome youth from the village. Yet Li Xiaogong dared not underestimate him. The emperor would not misjudge a person. Xiao Chen's gaze drifted past Li Xiaogong, landing on the carriage outside. The curtain fluttered slightly, as if a pair of eyes were peeking at him. He vaguely glimpsed a pale blue figure flitting past. Li Zhonggui. Xiao Chen redirected his attention, picking up the teapot from the stone table to pour each of them a cup. What brings you here today? Is there an issue with the seedlings? The seedlings are thriving, Li Er replied, sipping his tea. I come for another matter. What matter? Li Er set down his cup, glancing at Li Xiaogong, who nodded subtly. Young Master Xiao, Li Er began, weighing his words. How old are you this year? 19. Alarm bells rang in Xiao Chen's mind. An inquiry about age? This was an unusual turn of events. 19, a wonderful age, Li Er smiled. Do you have a wife? The alarm bells escalated in Xiao Chen's mind. He glanced at Li Er, then at Li Xiaogong, suddenly gripped by a foreboding sense. No, he answered honestly. That is good. Li Er's smile deepened. Young Master Xiao, to be candid, I have come today to discuss a marriage proposal. Xiao Chen nearly dropped the teacup he was holding. A marriage proposal? Li Er sought to arrange a marriage for him. The emperor himself had traveled to the countryside for this purpose. Xiao Chen's mind raced. This was highly irregular. The only explanation could be that Li Er sought to bind him to the royal family through marriage. Ah, a classic trope of time travel, he mused. Li Zhonggui. Xiao Chen set the teacup down, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. Which family's daughter are you proposing for? Li Er exchanged a glance with Li Xiaogong, who then took the lead. Young Master Xiao, it is my daughter. Xiao Chen turned his gaze towards Li Xiaogong. The daughter of the Duke of Hejian? Was that not the princess? In his mind, Xiao Chen rapidly reviewed historical texts he had encountered in his previous life. Li Xiaogong was known to have several daughters, the most famous being the one who married Songzan Ganbu of Tubo, but that princess should still be a child at this time. Was the young lady before him the sister of Princess Wencheng? Young Master Xiao, Li Xiaogong sighed, his tone earnest. My daughter is 16 this year, of fair appearance, well-educated, and possessing a gentle disposition. However, he paused, as if summoning great resolve before continuing. However, she has suffered from a respiratory ailment since childhood. She becomes breathless after walking a few steps, and every change of season brings about episodes. The physicians of Chang'an have examined her thoroughly, and countless remedies have yielded no improvement. A previous engagement was cancelled by the other party. Upon finishing, he lowered his gaze, his fingers tightening on his knees. Xiao Chen remained silent for a moment. A respiratory ailment. The name of the ailment immediately sprang to mind. Empress Chang's son had a respiratory condition, and Princess Li Lizzie also suffered from it. This hereditary affliction from the Li family amounted to asthma. In the Tang Dynasty, this ailment was difficult to treat. However, in the present day, though it was challenging to cure, managing it was not overly complex. Moreover, with the system at his disposal, Modifying a disease-resistant gene would be simpler than cultivating sweet potatoes. A thought struck Xiao Chen. In history, there was no record of the sister of Princess Wenqing. What was her name? Right, he had forgotten. History was about to be rewritten. Xiao Chen lifted his head, looking at Li Er, and suddenly rolled his eyes dramatically. The gesture was so pronounced that Li Er was momentarily taken aback. Young Master Xiao, what is this? Li Zhongguo, with a hint of helplessness in his tone, remarked. This is not a courtship. You are sending me a patient, aren't you? Li Er was momentarily at a loss for words, clearing his throat. One shouldn't speak so. All right. Xiao Chen waved his hand dismissively, reclining on the lounge chair with his legs crossed. Let me have a look first. At this, Li Xiaogong's head shot up, a glimmer of hope flickering in his eyes. The fact that Xiao Chen did not outright refuse but suggested he would take a look indicated a possibility of treatment. Young Master Xiao, Li Xiaogong's voice trembled slightly. Can you treat her? Xiao Chen glanced at him, leisurely replying. I have yet to see the person. I cannot make any promises. But please fetch her. I have a few questions to ask. Li Xiaogong sprang to his feet, striding briskly towards the courtyard entrance. Li Er sat on the stone bench, watching Xiao Chen with an expression that conveyed an indescribable mix of emotions. This young man dared to treat even the ailment of qi. What else could he possibly be incapable of? At the carriage, Li Xiaogong approached and whispered, Mu Yao? Come down. The curtain lifted, and Li Mu Yao peeked out. Her face was flushed, not from illness but from having secretly observed the young man inside the carriage. She had seen him basking in the sun on the bamboo chair, rolling his eyes, and casually saying he would take a look later, for reasons she could not articulate. Gazing at his sun-kissed complexion and hearing his languid voice quickened her heartbeat, not from the onset of her ailment, but rather an inexplicable, bittersweet sensation that spread from her chest to her limbs, ultimately enveloping her face in warmth. Mu Yao? Li Xiaogong, noticing his daughter's cheeks blazing as if on fire, was startled. Is the ailment acting up? No. Li Mu Yao quickly shook her head, her voice a mere whisper. Father, I can walk on my own. She steadied herself by grasping Li Xiaogong's hand as she descended from the carriage, adjusting her cloak, inhaling deeply before heading toward the courtyard entrance. Xiao Chen rose from the bamboo chair, hands tucked into his sleeves, observing the pale blue figure approaching step by step. The 16-year-old girl was slender, as if a gust of wind could topple her. Her face was small, with a pointed chin, eyes like paintings, and lips the delicate hue of rain-washed petals. She walked slowly, not out of modesty, but due to the ailment that made her hesitant to move quickly. Xiao Chen's eyes brightened slightly. To speak frankly, he had encountered many beauties in his previous life, on screens, in streets, and on social media. Yet, the beauty of Li Mu Yao was unlike any he had ever seen. It was not a beauty crafted through artifice, but a natural, almost fragile allure that evoked sympathy, reminiscent of a lady from an ancient painting who had become somewhat haggard from a long journey. Young Master Xiao, Li Mu Yao reached him, performing a slight curtsy, her voice as soft as a wisp of smoke. I am Li Mu Yao, honored to meet you. Xiao Chen returned the gesture with a bow. Miss Li, you are too kind. Please, have a seat. He gestured toward the stone bench. Li Mu Yao gently sat down, her hands clasped on her knees, head bowed, her eyelashes trembling. She dared not look up at Xiao Chen, fearing that the moment she did, her face would redden even more, although it was already flushed. Xiao Chen sat opposite her, addressing her directly. Miss Li, when did your ailment of qi begin? Li Mu Yao lifted her head, glancing at him swiftly before looking down again. It has been with me since childhood. My mother said it started when I was over a year old. It worsens during seasonal changes, causing breathlessness and frequent coughing at night, making sleep elusive. What medications have you taken? Many, Li Mu Yao replied, her voice so soft it felt as if she might disturb something delicate. Mahuang decoction, apricot paste, perilla drink, and various folk remedies, whose names I can hardly recall. The most bitter of them was huanglian. Each time I took it, I would have to suck on a piece of rock candy. Xiao Chen nodded, his mind beginning to form a picture. In traditional Chinese medicine, qi ailments are viewed as a deficiency of both lung and kidney, making treatment quite challenging. However, with the system at his disposal, this was hardly a concern. He could edit Li Mu Yao's genetic makeup to enhance her respiratory immune system, rendering her immune not only to qi ailments, but even to the common cold. Yet he needed to maintain an air of professionalism. Miss Li, Xiao Chen extended his hand. Allow me to take your pulse. Li Mu Yao hesitated, withdrawing her hand from her lap. After a moment's pause, she gently placed it on the stone table. Xiao Chen laid 3 fingers on her delicate wrist. It was so slender that he felt as if he could barely hold it. Her skin was pale, almost translucent, with faint blue veins visible beneath the surface. The moment his fingers touched her skin, he sensed a slight tremor in her wrist, akin to a gentle shock. Xiao Chen closed his eyes, feigning an air of concentration as he took her pulse. Truth be told, he had never learned the art of pulse-taking. Yet, having observed it on television, he knew to furrow his brow, maintain silence, and occasionally switch hands. So he furrowed his brow, remained silent for a while, then switched to her other hand, continuing the act while emitting thoughtful hums, appearing quite professional. Li Er watched with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Li Xiaogong was so tense that his palms perspired, afraid to breathe. The large yellow dog sat beside them, head cocked to one side as it observed Xiao Chen's pretense. Wagging its tail, the little black dog continued to sleep undisturbed. After what felt like half a tea's worth of time, Xiao Chen opened his eyes and released Li Mu Yao's wrist. She quickly withdrew her hand, hiding it in her sleeve, her fingers clenching and unclenching within its confines. Young Master Xiao, Li Xiaogong could no longer contain his eagerness. What is the verdict? Xiao Chen leaned back in his chair, glancing at Li Er, then at Li Xiaogong. Finally resting his gaze on Li Mu Yao. It is not a difficult matter, he stated. The 4 words floated lightly, as if he were merely commenting on the pleasant weather. Li Xiaogong's eyes welled with tears. He opened his mouth to speak, but found his throat constricted, unable to utter a single word. Li Mu Yao looked down, her eyelashes trembling even more. She feared that if she raised her head, she would burst into tears. She had seen so many doctors and endured so many bitter medicines, yet never had a doctor dared to say that it was not a difficult matter. However, Xiao Chen then shifted his tone, but we cannot rush. I will first prescribe a few remedies to help her body recover. Her foundation is too weak. She cannot withstand potent medicine directly. Let her take these for half a month to strengthen her appetite and boost her energy before we address the qi ailment. Li Xiaogong nodded repeatedly, unable to hold back his tears any longer as they streamed down his cheeks. He hastily tried to wipe them away, but to no avail. Li Er patted his shoulder in solidarity, remaining silent. Xiao Chen stood up and headed toward the kitchen. I will write the prescriptions. Li Mu Yao sat on the stone bench, head bowed, her fingers twisting in her sleeve, finally summoning her courage. She lifted her head to watch Xiao Chen's figure disappear into the kitchen. The sunlight illuminated his somewhat worn pale blue robe, stretching his shadow long and slender. A faint smile curved Li Mu Yao's lips, forming a delicate arc. Yet she quickly lowered her head again, feeling her face flush anew. Chapter 18. Eating fugu sashimi. When Xiao Chen emerged from the kitchen, he held a stack of papers densely covered in writing. Li Xiaogong hurried forward to receive them, cradling them in his hands as if they were an imperial decree. This is the prescription for restoring her health. Xiao Chen pointed to the first page. 1 dose per day, morning and evening, to be taken half an hour after meals for 7 consecutive days. Li Xiaogong glanced down at the prescription, noting the familiar ingredients: Angelica, astragalus, Codonopsis, atractylodes, and Poria, common Chinese medicinal herbs. However, the proportions differed from those prescribed by the doctors he had encountered before. He looked at Xiao Chen with a mix of skepticism and hope. Xiao Chen's expression was one of playful indifference, prompting Li Xiaogong to quickly fold the prescription and tuck it away securely. Additionally, Xiao Chen continued, flipping to another page. Here are the dietary restrictions. Avoid raw and cold foods, greasy and spicy dishes. Instead, consume warming foods such as lamb, chicken, red dates, and yam. Li Mu Yao listened attentively, her gaze subtly roaming across Xiao Chen's face. The gravity with which he spoke was a stark contrast to his earlier languid demeanor while basking in the sun. Li Er, observing from the side, suddenly cleared his throat. Young Master Xiao, he remarked in a seemingly indifferent tone, though those familiar with him understood that such nonchalance was often feigned. Your prescription, aside from treating ailments of the qi, is it effective for other conditions? Xiao Chen cast a glance at him, his mind clear as day. Old Li was discreetly probing for the benefit of Empress Changsun and Lady Li. Shopkeeper Li, he responded, methodically gathering the remaining sheets of paper. Treating illnesses requires precision. A single prescription cannot be universally effective. If anyone in your household is unwell, feel free to bring them by for a consultation. Li Er found himself momentarily at a loss for words, coughing softly before falling silent. Xiao Chen looked up at the sky, the sun now directly overhead, casting a bright light over the courtyard where the osmanthus tree's shadow was condensed into a small mass. Just then, a well-timed rumble emanated from his stomach. Neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for those present to hear. Ah, Xiao Chen chuckled, patting his belly. It appears it's time for a meal. Since you 3 are here, why not stay for a humble repast? Li Er shot him a meaningful glance, thinking to himself that he had been awaiting this invitation. However, he maintained a polite facade, nodding in agreement. Then I shall impose on you, young Master Xiao. Li Xiaogong initially intended to offer some polite refusals, but upon seeing Li Er take a seat, he too followed suit. Li Muyao remained silent, her head bowed, fidgeting with the handkerchief hidden within her sleeves. Her nervousness stemmed not from the prospect of dining, but from the implication of sitting before Xiao Chen for an extended period, exposing herself to his gaze while eating. She instinctively touched her face, uncertain whether the light rouge from earlier had faded. Xiao Chen turned and entered the kitchen, closing the door as he began to prepare. "Chef Sun, let us make something special today." Chef Sun, who was kneading dough, looked up in response. "Young master, what shall we prepare?" Xiao Chen pondered for a moment, a mysterious smile creeping upon his lips. "Go to the small pond in the backyard and catch 4 pufferfish." Chef Sun's hands trembled, nearly dropping the dough. "Pufferfish? But, young master, those are toxic. I assure you, they are not poisonous. Quickly now." With lingering doubt, Chef Sun set aside the dough and made his way to the backyard with a net. He muttered to himself, expressing that the young master was often too audacious. But Xiao Chen was already preoccupied with preparing other dishes. As for the pufferfish, the memory harkened back to last winter when a southern merchant brought a batch to Chang'an, hoping to sell them at a premium. However, the locals were unfamiliar with the delicacy and none were sold after weeks of attempts. Frustrated, the merchant mentioned them while purchasing sweet potatoes from Xiao Chen, who instantly perked up at the mention of pufferfish. Having tasted them once in his previous life, he recalled the exquisite flavor that lingered in his memory. He spent several taels of silver to acquire the remaining batch and kept them in the small pond at his backyard, meticulously breeding them. He first edited the genes to eliminate the lethal toxins and then adapted them to thrive in the colder waters of the north. After 2 months of careful observation, allowing his dogs to sample a few, he was finally at ease. After several generations of breeding, the pufferfish in Xiao Chen's pond had become an entirely non-toxic variety, their flesh surpassing even that of their wild counterparts. Xiao Chen busied himself in the kitchen, skillfully preparing 2 beggar's chickens, a culinary technique he had brought from his past life. The chickens, raised on his own farm, were cleaned and stuffed with fragrant mushrooms, red dates, ginger, and scallions. They were then wrapped in lotus leaves, coated in a layer of yellow clay, and buried among the glowing embers to simmer slowly. Next, he began to process the pufferfish. Though his knife skills were only average, his patience shone through as he sliced the fish into thin, translucent fillets, arranging them artfully on a chilled porcelain plate with a side of soy sauce and freshly ground mustard, the mustard he had cultivated himself. Its sharpness reminiscent of that from his previous life. Chef Sun prepared a few light side dishes, vinegar sautéed cabbage, garlic spinach, and stir-fried yam, each refreshing and perfectly complementing the pufferfish and beggar's chicken. Finally, Xiao Chen retrieved a jar from the cupboard, breaking the clay seal and pouring its contents into a white porcelain jug. The liquid was clear and slightly yellow, releasing a rich aroma of grains that enveloped the air with an indescribable depth. This was wine he had been brewing for half a year, a process learned through his system, using sorghum and wheat, fermented, distilled, and aged meticulously according to modern techniques. The finished product bore a striking resemblance to Maotai, rich in flavor and smooth on the palate, leaving a lingering aftertaste. He named this brew Chun Yen, but had never sold it, reserving it for his own enjoyment or for entertaining guests. As Xiao Chen emerged from the kitchen, balancing a tray laden with dishes, the 3 in the courtyard inhaled deeply. Li Xiaogong caught the scent of the pufferfish, though he did not recognize it, merely noting how the tender slices appeared enticingly fresh. Li Er was drawn in by the aroma of the beggar's chicken, the fragrance of lotus leaves mingling with the savory scent of chicken, evoking memories of his mother's cooking back in Taiyuan. Li Muyao caught a whiff of something she could not quite identify, but her stomach growled in response, compelling her to cover her mouth with her hand, her ears flushing with embarrassment. Xiao Chen arranged the dishes on the stone table, finally placing the white porcelain jug before Li Er. "Shopkeeper Li, do have a taste of my homemade wine." Li Er poured a cup, lifting it to his nose first. His brows furrowed at the unfamiliar fragrance. In the Tang Dynasty, wine was either turbid and sour or clear but low in alcohol content, lacking depth. The wine before him, however, was crystal clear, with a robust aroma that made his throat tingle. He took a sip. The moment the liquid touched his tongue, Li Er's eyes widened in astonishment. Spicy, rich, sweet, and smooth. 4 flavors erupted simultaneously, cascading down his throat with warmth that spread through his chest, leaving him utterly at ease. "Good wine," Li Er exhaled. Placing the cup down, his voice transformed. Li Xiaogong followed suit, pouring a cup for himself and, after a sip, found himself momentarily speechless. He glanced at the wine, then at Xiao Chen, his lips quivering as he stammered, "Young Master Xiao, Is there anything you cannot do? Xiao Chen smiled, offering no reply. Instead, pushing a cup of grape juice toward Li Muyao. Miss Li, you should drink this. You're on medication and should avoid alcohol. Li Muyao accepted the cup, taking a delicate sip of the sweet juice, infused with a refreshing fruit aroma. Stealing a glance at Xiao Chen, she observed his deft hands as he continued to prepare the pufferfish, his fingers elegant and his knife skills precise, each slice falling neatly onto the plate. Once the pufferfish was prepared, Xiao Chen invited everyone to begin. Li Er picked up a slice, dipping it in soy sauce and mustard before placing it in his mouth. His expression shifted from calm to astonishment, then to confusion, and finally to a sense of profound emotion. A mere slice of fish evoked an overwhelming urge to weep. Young Master Xiao, Li Er's voice was muffled as he spoke, still savoring the fish. What kind of fish is this? Pufferfish, Xiao Chen replied nonchalantly. Li Er's chopsticks froze midair. Pufferfish? The kind that can be deadly? That refers to the wild variety, Xiao Chen replied, calmly enjoying another slice. These are farmed and harmless. Li Er eyed the fish slice on his chopsticks, then glanced at Xiao Chen's composed demeanor. After a moment's hesitation, he bit down on another piece, then another, and yet another. Li Xiaogong initially hesitated, but, seeing Li Er's enjoyment, he too joined in. In his lifetime, he had never tasted anything so exquisite. The fish fillet was as tender as tofu, melting in the mouth, the freshness lingering on the palate for an extended time. After dipping it in mustard, it delivered an exhilarating jolt that surged straight to the crown of his head. Li Muyao sampled a piece, her eyes sparkling. She took another, savoring it slowly, and a hint of color gradually returned to her cheeks. The beggar's chicken was excavated from the charcoal fire, the clay cracked open, and as the lotus leaf was lifted, a plume of steam escaped, mingling the rich aroma of the chicken with the refreshing scent of the leaf, wafting throughout the courtyard. Xiao Chen tore apart the chicken. The skin was golden and crisp, the meat tender and juicy, the bones simmered to the point of fragility, disintegrating at the slightest touch. Li Er gnawed on a chicken leg, his mouth glistening with grease, reaching for a cup of wine. Li Xiaogong, not to be outdone, also seized a chicken leg, raising his cup to clink with Li Er's. What fine wine! Exclaimed Li Xiaogong, taking a sip, squinting his eyes, the wrinkles on his face smoothing out. Young Master Xiao? This wine is 100 times superior to that found in the palace or in Chang'an. Xiao Chen poured himself a cup, sipping slowly, watching these two of the highest nobility of the Tang Dynasty revel in his courtyard, and he suddenly found the scene absurd, as if it were a dream. Li Muyao drank grape juice, indulging in fugu and beggar's chicken, occasionally picking at some vegetarian dishes, unwittingly consuming quite a bit. It had been a long time since she had such an appetite. Usually at home, everything tasted bland. The bitter medicine left her disinclined to eat. But today, sitting in this unfamiliar courtyard, savoring dishes she had never experienced before, she suddenly felt that life was truly wonderful. She lifted her gaze to Xiao Chen, who was clinking cups with Li Er, a smile gracing his lips, his eyes crescent-shaped, exceedingly handsome. Li Muyao quickly lowered her head, feeling her ears flush with warmth. After several rounds of drinks, both Li Er and Li Xiaogong were becoming tipsy. Li Er's face flushed, his voice considerably louder than usual, starting to refer to Xiao Chen as his brother. Li Xiaogong was even more exaggerated, leaning back in his chair, eyes squinting, his tongue thickened. Young Master Xiao? Li Xiaogong wobbled to his feet, cup raised. No, no, son-in-law. Bring on more wine. Li Muyao, sipping her grape juice, heard this and sputtered, coughing violently, her face turning crimson to the roots of her neck. Father, she exclaimed, both embarrassed and anxious, her voice trembling. You've had too much. Xiao Chen glanced at her. Her face, flushed under the sunlight, was as lovely as peach blossoms in March. He averted his gaze, discreetly pouring half a cup of wine for Li Xiaogong, replacing the full cup with a half. Managerly, Xiao Chen smiled. If you drink any more, you won't be able to return. Let's call it a day. Take the remaining wine with you to enjoy at your leisure. Li Xiaogong accepted the cup, mumbling incoherently, and downed it in one go. Li Er, however, remained quiet, seizing the opportunity while Xiao Chen turned to tidy the table, discreetly pouring the remaining wine from the white porcelain jug into his leather water pouch, sealing it expertly. A clear sign of habitual behavior. Xiao Chen pretended not to notice. After clearing the table, Xiao Chen escorted the three to the gate of the courtyard. The large yellow dog sat on the threshold, wagging its tail, while the small black dog followed, a chicken bone clamped in its mouth. Managerly, Xiao Chen addressed Li Xiaogong. Return with Miss Li in 7 days. Remember to take your medicine on time and watch your diet. Do not catch a chill. Li Xiaogong nodded repeatedly, assisting Li Muyao onto the carriage. Before she boarded, She turned back to glance at Xiao Chen, her lips moving as if to say something. But in the end, she said nothing and lowered her head to enter the carriage. The carriage slowly set off along the village path towards Chang'an. Inside, Li Xiaogong leaned against the wall, eyes closed, a faint smile lingering on his lips from the remnants of wine. Li Muyao sat opposite him, her head bowed, her fingers tracing circles on her knee. Muyao, Li Xiaogong suddenly spoke. What do you think of that, Xiao Chen? Li Muyao's fingers stilled. She remained silent for a long while, the flush on her face spreading from her ears to her cheeks, then down to her neck. It is entirely up to father, she replied, her voice soft as a sigh, yet devoid of any reluctance. Li Xiaogong opened his eyes, observing his daughter's flushed face, and suddenly smiled. That smile encompassed satisfaction, relief, and a hint of bittersweetness, the realization that his daughter had grown up and was ready for marriage. Outside the carriage, Li Er rode ahead, the autumn breeze rustling the edges of his robe. He touched the leather water pouch in his embrace, a slight smile curving his lips. This marriage was destined to happen. As for whether Xiao Chen knew he was marrying a princess, whether he was aware that his father-in-law was the Prince of Hejian, or that his future sister-in-law was Princess Wenxing, that would be a matter for another day. Chapter 19. Li Yuan's surprise life in Tian Palace. If one were to phrase it positively, could be described as tranquil. If negatively, it could be deemed dull. Li Yuan sat beneath the corridor, grasping a string of prayer beads, turning them one by one. The autumn sun bathed him warmly, casting a long shadow. He wore a somewhat worn dark robe, his hair streaked with gray, the wrinkles on his face having deepened since last year. Only two elderly eunuchs remained by his side. One was sweeping the floor, while the other dozed off. 3 years had passed since his abdication. That summer 3 years ago, when the blood at Xuanwu Gate had not yet dried, his son had summoned him to this Tian Palace. Though it was termed an invitation, it was in truth a form of house arrest. Lavish meals and drinks were provided, attended to by palace maids and eunuchs, yet every entrance and exit was monitored, and his connections to the outside world had been severed almost entirely. Initially, Li Yuan had hoped to contest this arrangement, but eventually, he ceased to resist, not from a lack of desire, but from an inability to prevail. That son of his was exceptionally capable, excelling in both civil and military affairs, adeptly managing the court and earning the loyalty of officials. As a father, all he could do was tend to flowers, nurture birds, and recite prayers within the confines of Tian Palace. Your Majesty, an eunuch approached quietly. Princess Chang, Lu has arrived. Li Yuan's eyes brightened at this news. Li Lizzie was his most cherished granddaughter. She was sweet-tongued, and each visit was filled with affectionate calls of grandfather, warming his heart. Unlike her father, who addressed him coldly as your Imperial Majesty, treating him like a stranger. Let her in quickly. Li Yuan straightened his posture, setting aside the prayer beads and adjusting his robe. Li Lizzie skipped in, followed by 2 palace maids carrying a food box. Today, she wore a pink RU skirt, her hair styled in 2 small buns, her cheeks rosy, clearly having rushed over. Grandfather, she exclaimed, diving into Li Yuan's embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck. Lizzie has come to see you. Li Yuan staggered back slightly from the impact, chuckling as he patted her back. Slow down, slow down. This old frame of mine can't withstand your enthusiasm. Li Lizzie released him, grinning as she gestured to the maids. Bring the food box over. The maids opened the box, revealing a small white porcelain dish containing a golden square, its surface gleaming with a caramel hue, exuding a rich fragrance of milk and eggs. Li Yuan leaned in closer to inspect, raising an eyebrow. What is this? Cake. Li Lizzie proudly lifted her face. Cream cake. It's so delicious. Lizzie saved it just for you. Cream cake? Li Yuan repeated this curious term, picking up a small silver spoon and scooping out a piece to taste. His eyes widened in astonishment. It melted in the mouth, soft and sweet, with a creamy richness that seemed to encapsulate the essence of an entire cow's milk. Sweet yet not cloying, exuding an indescribable delicate texture. Having lived over 60 years, Li Yuan had consumed countless delicacies, sampling all manner of pastries from the imperial kitchen. Yet none could compare to this golden square before him. He took another spoonful, savoring it, reluctant to swallow. Which chef created this? When did the imperial kitchen acquire such skill? Li Lizzie blinked, her mouth moving as if contemplating whether to divulge the secret. Who was Li Yuan? After reigning as emperor for 9 years and spending 3 years in the Tian Palace pondering the human heart, could he possibly be oblivious to the thoughts of a little girl? He set down the silver spoon, donned a benevolent smile, and casually inquired, "What's the matter? Can't you tell Grandpa yet?" "It's not that I can't tell Grandpa." Li Lizzie leaned closer, lowering her voice as if about to divulge a monumental secret. "Grandpa, this cake wasn't made by the imperial kitchen, it was made by brother Xiao Chen." Brother Xiao Chen. Li Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. Which Xiao Chen? Li Lizzie fetched a small stool, seated herself before Li Yuan, propping her hands on her knees, and began to speak excitedly. At merely 13 years of age, she could hardly contain her words, especially in front of her dearest grandfather. Brother Xiao Chen is truly remarkable. He lives in Saishu village, which is several dozen miles from Chang'an. He can harvest 4,000 to 5,000 pounds of sweet potatoes per acre and 10,000 pounds of potatoes per acre. Father has personally visited. Li Yuan's silver spoon paused midair. 10,000 pounds. As a descendant of the 8 pillars of state, he had held high-ranking positions in both the northern Zhou and the Sui dynasties. He had visited his family's estate in his youth and knew the typical yield per acre. 200 pounds was considered good fortune. What did a yield of 10,000 pounds even signify? It was 50 times that amount. And there's more. Brother Xiao Chen's family has a big yellow dog that can open doors. It uses its head to push the door open and then sits beside it and barks. Like an announcement. Li Yuan's mouth twitched. A dog that can open doors? He also makes a lot of delicious food. Braised pork, human lamb, scallion oil fish, and sour shredded potatoes. The potatoes are grown by him too, weighing 7 to 8 pounds, larger than your head, Grandpa. Li Yuan glanced at his granddaughter's head and envisioned a potato larger than it, feeling somewhat bewildered. And more. Brother Xiao Chen also grows grapes that are 10 times sweeter than those from the western regions. I've never tasted grapes so sweet. And cucumbers that are crunchy and not bitter at all. Wait, Li Yuan interjected, raising his hand to halt his granddaughter's rapid-fire account. He leaned back in his chair, falling into silence. It was not that he disbelieved her. His granddaughter would not deceive him, and the details she shared, 10,000 pounds per acre. A dog that could open doors and extraordinarily sweet grapes did not seem fabricated. He simply needed time to digest the information. A young man who cultivates crops yielding 10,000 pounds per acre, breeds grapes sweeter than those from the western regions, and creates cakes that even the imperial kitchen cannot replicate. Who on earth is this individual? Grandpa, Li Lizzie tugged at his sleeve, her eyes sparkling. What's wrong with you? Li Yuan snapped back to reality, smiling as he reached out to ruffle her hair. Oh, nothing, my dear. I was just pondering about this brother Xiao Chen. He indeed seems intriguing. He's truly impressive. Li Lizzie reiterated, as if the term impressive alone could scarcely encapsulate Xiao Chen's essence. Father said he is an extraordinary person. Just yesterday, I overheard him speaking to Mother about marrying Sister Muyao to him. Li Yuan paused momentarily. Muyao, the daughter of Li Xiaogong, his niece. Li Heir intended to marry Li Xiaogong's daughter to that Xiao Chen? Li Yuan's eyes flickered, though his expression remained composed. And does Sister Muyao wish for this? She has a respiratory illness. Li Lizzie's voice softened as she continued, but Brother Xiao Chen said he could cure her. After she visited Saishu village, she started taking medicine, and her complexion has improved somewhat. She told me that Brother Xiao Chen is a wonderful person, always gentle in his speech and a fantastic cook. At this point, Li Lizzie suddenly covered her mouth, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Grandpa, Sister Muyao's face turned so red when she said that. Li Yuan erupted into hearty laughter. Yet, amidst his amusement, he abruptly ceased. This Xiao Chen was skilled and resourceful, and Li Heir had already set his sights on him, intending to wed Li Xiaogong's daughter to him. Once the marriage was finalized, Xiao Chen would become part of the royal family, Li Heir's family. Leaning back in his chair, Li Yuan's gaze drifted to the osmanthus tree outside the corridor. The golden blossoms were in full bloom, their sweet fragrance wafting through the air. Suddenly, he felt a profound curiosity towards that Xiao Chen. Not for the sake of the throne. He had long ceased to harbor hopes for that. At over 60 years of age, how many more years could he expect to live? What was the point of endless strife? His curiosity was purely innocent. 10,000 pounds of potatoes, a door-opening dog. Toxin-free fugu, grapes 10 times sweeter than those from the West. He yearned to witness these marvels with his own eyes and savor them with his own mouth. After 3 years in Taiyan Palace, where he was subjected to the monotony of daily sights and meals, he had grown weary. Now, with the emergence of this extraordinary individual and such peculiar wonders, he felt he could not rest until he had seen them for himself. Lizzie. Li Yuan donned a gentle expression, his voice warm as the spring breeze. The next time you visit Saishu village, will you take Grandpa with you? Li Lizzie blinked in surprise. You want to go, Grandpa? I wish to see for myself how extraordinary this brother Xiao Chen truly is, Li Yuan replied, smiling. Absolutely. Li Lizzie clapped her hands in excitement. Father said we would go again, and I'll tell him to bring Grandpa along. The food at Brother Xiao Chen's is delicious. You must try the braised pork, and that cake you just had was made by him. Li Yuan nodded, still smiling, reaching out to pat his granddaughter's head. Then it's settled. Settled. Li Lizzie extended her pinky finger, sealing the promise. Li Yuan paused for a moment before chuckling and linking his pinky with hers. His hand was large and strong. Though aged, the strength remained. Their fingers entwined like a sapling sprouting beside a great tree. Pinky swear, 100 years without change. Li Lizzie proclaimed earnestly before skipping away to request more cake from the palace maids. Li Yuan sat beneath the corridor, watching his granddaughter's retreating figure. The smile on his face gradually fading. He turned his gaze toward the southeast. That was the direction of Caishu village. Although he could see nothing, his eyes seemed to penetrate the city walls and fields, reaching the young man named Xiao Chen. "Come here," he called softly. An elderly attendant, roused from his slumber, hurried over. "Your Majesty?" "Find out about a young man named Xiao Chen in Caishu village," Li Yuan instructed in a hushed tone. "Learn everything you can about him." The old attendant nodded and turned to leave. "Wait," Li Yuan called after him. "Your Majesty, do you have further instructions?" Li Yuan remained silent for a moment before shaking his head. "Never mind. There's no need to inquire any further." The old attendant paused, momentarily taken aback, but acquiesced and retreated. Chapter 20. A galloping steed. Xiao Chen was in the courtyard, constructing a trellis for cucumbers when old Zhao rushed in, exclaiming, "Young master, someone's arrived." Quite the spectacle. Xiao Chen set down the hemp rope, dusted off his hands, and walked to the courtyard entrance. To his astonishment, a procession was making its way down the village path. At the forefront was a steward, followed by 4 grooms leading an impressive steed. The horse was a deep chestnut, its coat gleaming as if oiled, with a flowing mane and tail that shone like golden silk in the sunlight. Its legs were long, and its hooves were as large as bowls, standing proudly with an air of superiority, exhaling steam from its nostrils. Upon spotting Xiao Chen, the steward beamed, his face crinkling with joy, and bowed deeply. "Young Master Xiao, my master, Lord Li Gong, has sent this as a welcoming gift. Please accept it." Xiao Chen circled the magnificent horse twice, instantly recognizing it as a fine steed from the frontier, akin to what would be termed an Akultek in later times. The fabled blood-sweating horse. In the Tang Dynasty, such a horse could easily be worth several hundred taels of gold, and for one of exceptional quality, 1,000 taels was not out of the question. That Li Xiaogong would present such a gift spoke volumes of the weight of the title father-in-law. "Your master is quite courteous," remarked Xiao Chen as he gently stroked the horse's neck. To his surprise, the horse did not shy away. Instead, it let out a hearty snort, seemingly pleased with Xiao Chen's presence. "Please convey my gratitude to your master," he added. The butler, his eyes crinkling with laughter, repeatedly insisted it was no trouble at all, exchanging a few pleasantries before leading the guests away. Standing at the entrance of the courtyard, Xiao Chen observed the horse while the Huang squatted by his feet, gazing up at it, and then back at Xiao Chen, wagging its tail, as if to inquire, "Is this creature edible?" Xiao He was more direct, approaching to sniff the horse's hooves, only to be startled by a puff of air from the horse's nostrils, causing it to retreat with a frantic scramble and hide behind De Huang, peeking out with an expression that suggested it was merely passing by. Ignoring the 2 timid dogs, Xiao Chen led the horse into the backyard. Tying it to a post, he stepped back 2 paces, arms crossed, and scrutinized this unexpected gift. It was a fine horse. He nodded in approval, yet there was room for enhancement. A chime echoed in his mind from the system. Detected large mammal, horse. Current system level, LV2. Allows for genetic editing of large animals. Editable traits, 2. Rubbing his hands together, he began to contemplate. Previously, he had edited a cow, infusing it with strength genes that allowed 1 cow to perform the labor of 3. However, horses differed from cows. They required speed and endurance, with strength being of lesser importance. Yet, this horse, gifted by Li Xiaogong, had a solid foundation and decent explosive power, lacking only in endurance for long-distance travel. "Let us begin with endurance genes," Xiao Chen instructed the system mentally. "Increase stamina and endurance by 10-fold. Editing endurance gene. Expected increase, 1,000. Confirm?" "Confirm." A barely perceptible green light flowed from his fingertips into the horse's body. The horse shivered, snorted again, and flicked its tail, seemingly unfazed. However, Xiao Chen was aware that its muscle fibers and cardiovascular functions were reconstituting at an astonishing pace. Editing complete. Stamina increased by 1,000. Remaining editable traits, 1. Next, let us enhance strength, he mused, stroking his chin. Apply the giant strength gene for impact and load-bearing capacity. Editing giant strength gene. Expected increase, 300. Confirm? Confirm. Another green light enveloped the horse, and this time its reaction was more pronounced. It pawed the ground and let out a thunderous whinny that startled the chickens in the yard, sending them fluttering to the wall. De Huang took a few steps back, while Xiao He dashed into the kitchen. After patting the horse's neck, it calmed down, nudging Xiao Chen's shoulder affectionately, as if they were longtime friends. From this day forth, you shall be called Chasing Wind, he declared, gazing into the horse's large, dark eyes. Chasing Wind snorted in agreement, as if to say it was an acceptable name. Xiao Chen then turned to the storage room, retrieving a set of horse gear he had meticulously crafted over the past 3 months. These were not the common items of the Tang Dynasty. The saddles of the Tang were rigid and uncomfortable, leading to soreness after prolonged riding. The stirrups were unstable, and horseshoes were practically non-existent, as most horses ran barefoot, risking hoof injuries on long journeys. He had spent over half a year consulting blacksmiths, producing 3 sets of samples, discarding 2, and only just managing to find satisfaction with the third. The saddle was an improved version of the Gaoqiao saddle, elevated at both ends to secure the rider comfortably. The stirrups were wide-bottomed, ensuring comfort, and the horseshoes were crescent-shaped, affixed with nails to the hooves, preventing wear even on long treks. As he presented these items, Chasing Wind lowered its head to inspect them, then glanced back at Xiao Chen, as if questioning their reliability. Rest assured, Xiao Chen murmured while saddling the horse, these are 100 times superior to the Tang gear you've encountered. Chasing Wind stood there, somewhat skeptical but allowing him to proceed. Once the saddle was secured and the stirrups adjusted, Xiao Chen mounted the horse, feeling the saddle's comfort beneath him, akin to the mounts of a later era. Let us go for a ride, he urged, squeezing his legs against the horse's belly. Chasing Wind let out a long whinny and sprang forth, leaping out of the courtyard with astonishing speed, akin to a bolt of red lightning. The wind howled past Xiao Chen's ears as the trees along the village path whizzed by, and when the villagers looked up, they merely caught a glimpse of dust and a red horse, leaving them bewildered. Was that the young master? Zhao Dainyu wondered, gripping his hoe, his mouth agape. It seems so, another villager replied, rubbing his eyes. When did the young master acquire such a fine steed? The horse runs far too swiftly. I hardly caught a glimpse. Another noted. Of course not. That horse is 10 times faster than your donkey. I don't have a donkey. Then it's 10 times faster than your cow. But cows aren't fast to begin with. Xiao Chen rode Chasing Wind out of the village and onto the official road, heading southeast to test the horse's limits. He hunched low, molding himself to the horse's back as Chasing Wind accelerated, its hooves barely touching the ground, as if soaring. The 10-mile stretch was covered in less than half a tea break. Pulling on the reins, Chasing Wind came to a steady halt, breathing evenly, and glanced back at Xiao Chen, its expression clearly asking, is that all? I haven't even warmed up. Xiao Chen burst into laughter, patting Chasing Wind's neck. What a magnificent horse. Truly splendid. With tenfold endurance and thrice the strength, coupled with Chasing Wind's inherent speed, the horse's overall prowess now surpassed that of an average 1,000-mile steed. Xiao Chen was confident that there was no other horse in the entire Tang Dynasty that could rival Chasing Wind, not even Li Er's 8 steeds. He galloped back and forth along the official road, covering nearly 40 to 50 miles, with Chasing Wind still brimming with energy, hardly breaking a sweat. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen was left windblown and disheveled, resembling a madman as he rode along the roadside, laughing like a fool. Time to head back, he declared, turning the horse around. We will venture farther another day. Chasing Wind let out a reluctant snort and ambled back at a leisurely pace, while Xiao Chen allowed it to stroll, enjoying the scenery along the way, his heart brimming with joy. By the time they returned to the village, the sun had begun its descent in the west. Xiao Chen, riding Chasing Wind at a relaxed pace, dismounted and secured the reins to the post. De Huang rushed out from the kitchen, circling Chasing Wind twice, its tail wagging with delight. After spending much of the day together, it had finally accepted this magnificent red horse as part of its family. Xiao He approached cautiously, this time refraining from sniffing the horse's hooves and instead crouching at a distance, sweeping its tail across the ground as if to imply it had always been there. Xiao Chen carefully removed the gear, cleaning it thoroughly before returning it to storage. He offered Chasing Wind a bucket of warm water soaked with yellow beans and a basket of fresh fodder. Chasing Wind consumed eagerly, its tail flicking joyfully, appearing in high spirits. Enjoy your meal, Xiao Chen said, giving it a gentle pat. In a couple of days, I shall take you to explore Chang'an. Chasing Wind raised its head, snorted in affirmation, then resumed its feast. Xiao Chen settled into a bamboo chair in the courtyard, legs crossed, watching the sunset cast a near purple golden hue over Chasing Wind's chestnut coat. De Huang lay at his feet, Xiao He perched on the threshold, and Chasing Wind quietly grazed beside the post, while a few hens scratched the soil by the wall. The entire courtyard was tranquil, filled only with the sound of the wind rustling through the osmanthus trees. I wonder if Li Xiaogong thinks I am unaware of his identity, Xiao Chen mused aloud. Gifting such a fine horse. I wonder if he will regret it when he discovers that his future son-in-law has already seen through his facade. De Huang glanced up at him before burying its head back into its paws. Chapter 21. Li Yuan arrives no way. Li Er's tone was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Li Yuan sat opposite him, leisurely holding a teacup, gently blowing on the surface before taking a sip. He set the cup down and spoke slowly. What is wrong with me visiting my granddaughters-in-laws? That is not the family of the granddaughter. Li Er's temples throbbed twice. It was Li Xiaogong's future son-in-law, entirely unrelated to Li Zi. How is it unrelated? Li Yuan raised his head, glancing at his son, his gaze imbued with a stubbornness peculiar to the elderly. Li Zi affectionately called him brother Xiao Chen. I shall see what the matter is. Who is being hindered? Li Er opened his mouth, wanting to express that his going would indeed be an inconvenience, yet the words remained unspoken. The elder before him, with hair streaked with gray, was his father, his own flesh and blood. No matter how much time had passed since the incident at Xuanwu Gate, nor how delicate their relationship had become, this reality could not be altered. Father, Li Er took a deep breath, altering his approach. The journey to Caishu village is long. Your health and mine are both quite robust. Li Yuan stood up, taking a few steady steps across the floor. Look, I walk quite well. Staying cooped up in Tian Palace all day breeds ailments, even in the healthy. A stroll outside, to see the crops and livestock, is far better than any medicine. Li Er fell silent, recognizing the truth in his father's words. The old man had indeed been confined for 3 years, and it had taken a toll on him. However, he was aware that Li Yuan's desire to go to Caishu village was not solely for the sake of observing crops and livestock. It was also to see that Xiao Chen. After weighing his thoughts for a while, Li Er finally relented. You may go, he lifted a finger, but let Li Junxian accompany you. Li Yuan's mouth twitched slightly. Li Junxian, the guard at Xuanwu Gate, was Li Er's confidant. Though he claimed to accompany them, it was essentially a means of surveillance. Yet, Li Yuan did not refuse, for he understood that this was the greatest concession Li Er could offer. Very well, Li Yuan nodded, allowing the young Li to follow. Li Er's expression was as complex as a bowl of mixed grain porridge. The following morning, an unassuming green-draped carriage departed from the back gate of Tian Palace, winding along the palace walls before merging into the throngs of Chang'an. Inside the carriage sat 2 individuals, Li Yuan and Li Lizi. Outside, mounted on a black horse, was Li Junxian, his expression impassive, yet his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. Li Lizi leaned against the carriage window, observing the bustling streets of Chang'an with uncontainable excitement. She rarely had the chance to venture out, making each trip from the palace feel like a festive occasion. Grandfather, look at that sugar figurine. It's enormous. Indeed it is. He replied. Grandfather, look at that street performer. He is swallowing swords. Yes, quite the feat, Li Yuan acknowledged. Grandfather Lizi, Li Yuan interrupted with a smile. Could you quiet down for a moment? My ears are nearly deafened by your exuberance. Embarrassed, Li Lizi retreated into the carriage, resting her shoulder against Li Yuan's. Falling momentarily silent. Grandfather, she suddenly whispered. It seems that father is not very happy. Li Yuan paused, stroking his granddaughter's head. Your father worries for me. Worries about what? Worries that I may cause you trouble. Li Lizi did not fully comprehend the meaning of his words, but she refrained from probing further. As she noticed the scenery outside had transformed from the streets of Chang'an to vast fields, with sprawling cornfields shimmering gold under the sunlight. Grandfather, look quickly. That is the corn planted by brother Xiao Chen. Li Yuan followed her pointing finger, beholding an endless expanse of corn, the stalks towering taller than a man. Adorned with golden ears, standing in meticulous rows like soldiers on duty. He squinted slightly, for he had never witnessed such crops. The carriage halted at the entrance of Caishu village. Li Lizi was the first to leap out, while Li Yuan descended slowly, with Li Junxian dismounting and trailing closely behind. Caishu village exceeded Li Yuan's expectations. The houses of blue bricks and gray tiles lined clean village pathways, blooming flowers adorning the roadside. A few children played at the alley's mouth, their hands smeared with something red, their faces equally messily adorned. An inexplicable fragrance wafted through the air, reminiscent of roasted meat, mingled with a spice he had never encountered. Grandfather, this way. Li Lizi tugged at his hand, confidently leading him toward the village center. As they walked, Li Yuan's astonishment deepened. The village, though small, had smoke curling from every chimney, indicating that all households had food to eat. Several families were constructing new homes. Red cloth hanging from the beams, the sound of hammers ringing out. An elderly farmer squatted at his doorstep basking in the sun, a bowl of steaming rice in hand, topped generously with braised meat, savoring every bite. Li Yuan's pace slowed. As a former emperor, he had witnessed too many starving citizens. During the drought in the first year of the Zhenguan era, the Guangzhou region bore no harvest, while he had not lacked for food within the Tian Palace. He was well aware of the dire circumstances outside, selling children and women, corpses strewn everywhere, a sight too tragic to behold. Yet, this village exhibited none of that despair. Here, the people were well-fed, warmly dressed, and had the means to build new homes. Such prosperity was not achievable by an ordinary village. His gaze settled on the central blue brick house, and a thought suddenly emerged. Could all this be attributed to that young man, Xiao Chen? The courtyard gate stood open, not pushed by anyone, but nudged by a dog. The large yellow dog peeked through the gap, glancing at Li Lizi, wagging its tail, then sizing up Li Yuan for a moment before stepping aside and squatting by the threshold, its tail sweeping the ground. Li Yuan looked down at the dog, his lips twitching. Can it open the door? He inquired of Li Lizi. Indeed, she replied proudly. The Huang is quite clever. Li Yuan silently followed his granddaughter into the courtyard. The space was modest, yet impeccably tidy. Under a osmanthus tree stood a stone table and benches. A vibrant bowl of something red placed atop, accompanied by several sets of chopsticks. A young man squatted before the bowl, his hands stained with red juice, diligently scooping something out. He wore a gray-blue short robe, his sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing a sturdy forearm. His hair was casually tied with a wooden hairpin, a few strands falling over his forehead. He was engrossed in his task, humming an unfamiliar tune, one that seemed unlike any melody from the Tang Dynasty. Brother Xiao Chen, Li Lizi called out. The young man looked up, revealing a sun-kissed face, his clear eyes framed by a lazy smile. His gaze shifted from Li Lizi to the elderly man behind her. The elder, in his 60s, with graying hair and clad in a somewhat worn dark robe, appeared ordinary. Yet his eyes held an extraordinary glimmer, as if having witnessed countless people and events, nothing escaping his notice. A jolt ran through Xiao Chen. This demeanor, this age. The intimate way Li Lizi clung to his arm. Who could it be but Li Yuan, the founding emperor of the Tang Dynasty? Xiao Chen maintained a composed facade, placing his hands down and wiping them on his robe, smiling as he approached. Miss Li has arrived. This gentleman is Li Lizi, still holding onto Li Yuan's arm. Sweetly introduced, Brother Xiao Chen, this is my grandfather, Li Han. Grandfather, this is the Brother Xiao Chen I told you about. Li Han. Xiao Chen rolled his eyes internally at the name, reflecting on the consistent mediocrity of the Li family's naming conventions. Li Er was named Li Min, Li Yuan was Li Han, one common, one muddled, together forming a name that seemed almost nonsensical. Greetings, Grandfather Li. Xiao Chen bowed slightly, his smile genuine. Just call me Xiao. Li Yuan appraised him, his gaze lingering on Xiao Chen's face for a moment before a warm smile spread across his features, reminiscent of a kindly rural elder encountering a familiar face of his granddaughter. So you're Xiao Chen? My ears have nearly worn calluses from hearing Lizi speak of you daily. Miss Li is too kind. Xiao Chen stepped aside. Grandfather Li, please take a seat. Li Yuan settled onto the stone bench, his eyes drawn to the vibrant bowl of red items on the stone table. He had never seen anything quite like it. The entire entity was a striking crimson hue, curvaceous and adorned as if clad in armor, with two slender antennae perched atop its head, exuding a somewhat intimidating presence, yet simultaneously radiating an inexplicable allure. The glistening broth, rich in garlic and spice, wafted through the air, assertive in its essence. This was what Li Yuan found himself pointing at, momentarily at a loss for words. Crayfish, Xiao Chen announced as he settled across from Li Yuan. He deftly twisted off a crayfish's head, removed its gills, and peeled away the shell to extract a succulent piece of shrimp meat. Dipping it in the broth, he presented it to Li Lizi. Miss Li, do give it a try. With cautious enthusiasm, she accepted it and took a bite, her eyes widening in delight. Delicious, she exclaimed, her words somewhat muddled. Brother Xiao Chen, this is even tastier than big shrimp. Xiao Chen chuckled, then took another crayfish, expertly peeled it, and offered it to Li Yuan. Grandpa Li, you should also have a taste. Li Yuan examined the peeled shrimp meat, pristine and saturated with the red broth, the aroma of garlic wafting enticingly. After a moment's hesitation, he accepted it and placed it in his mouth. The meat was firm and juicy, the garlicky essence and a hint of spice bursting on his palate, intermingling with an indescribable medley of flavors, lingering delightfully. He chewed thoughtfully, his eyes narrowing in satisfaction, nodding affirmatively after a few bites. Good, he simply declared. Reaching for another crayfish from the bowl, Xiao Chen smiled and swiftly returned from the kitchen with 2 cups. One contained a deep purple grape juice, which he set before Li Lizzie, while the other was a golden liquid crowned with a delicate layer of white foam, which he offered to Li Yuan. Mr. Li, you should try this. It's my own brew, called beer. Li Yuan examined the golden liquid, scrutinizing the peculiar color and the bubbling foam, furrowing his brow. This was something he had never encountered before, and it did not appear to be a drink he would typically enjoy. However, he lifted the cup to his lips and took a sip. The beer was refreshingly cold, imbued with subtle maltiness and a hint of bitterness from the hops. The bubbles dancing on his tongue, invigorating and unlike any alcoholic beverage he had ever tasted. Taken aback, he sipped again, setting the cup down to gaze at Xiao Chen. His expression complex. Did you make this as well? Indeed, Xiao Chen replied while peeling more crayfish. It's fermented from barley, quite different from the spirits you usually consume. With a lower alcohol content that is gentler on the body. It's perfect for someone of your age, Grandpa Li. Li Yuan took another sip, savoring it more deliberately this time, allowing the flavors to linger on his palate. The maltiness, the bitterness of the hops, and the effervescence intertwined harmoniously, becoming increasingly palatable and enticing with each sip. Suddenly, he felt a pang of regret for the years spent in monotony. Xiao Chen began instructing the two on how to peel the crayfish. First, twist off the head. Then, grasp the tail and gently twist to remove the intestinal vein. Finally, peel the shell from the side, and the intact shrimp meat will emerge. Li Lizzie caught on quickly, peeling 2 crayfish with ease, producing beautiful, whole pieces of shrimp meat that she dipped in the broth and devoured, her cheeks flushing with delight. Li Yuan, however, was a bit slower. His fingers not as nimble due to age. His first attempt resulted in a fragmented mess, splattering broth across his hand. The second was slightly better, yielding a decent piece of shrimp. By the third, he had mastered the technique, albeit the shape was less than perfect, yet it was still edible. Li Yuan's progress was commendable, earning genuine praise from Xiao Chen. With a huff, Li Yuan popped the irregular piece of shrimp into his mouth, chewing with a contented expression. Seated around the stone table, the trio indulged in crayfish, sipping their respective drinks and engaging in light-hearted conversation. Li Lizzie chattered incessantly, inquiring about the crayfish's cultivation, the beer's brewing process, and why Da Huang and Xiao He were ignoring her. Unbeknownst to her, the two were occupied gnawing on bones at the kitchen door, utterly oblivious to her calls. Li Yuan remained mostly silent, attentively listening as Xiao Chen discussed crayfish farming methods, the fermentation process of beer, and unfamiliar terms like water temperature control and feed ratios, all flowing from Xiao Chen's lips as if he had articulated them countless times before. As Li Yuan listened, he observed the young man silently. He exhibited neither servility nor impatience. Despite knowing that Li Lizzie referred to him as Brother Xiao Chen and recognizing her royal status, he showed no signs of flattery or deliberate distance, interacting with her as one would with an ordinary neighbor's daughter. The same was true for Li Yuan. He did not extend excessive courtesies due to Li Yuan's relationship with Li Lizzie, nor did he treat him with disdain as an ordinary elder. It was simply a matter of sharing a bowl of crayfish and a cup of beer, engaging in conversation and laughter. As Li Yuan peeled the 4th crayfish, he suddenly found this young man rather intriguing, not for his remarkable yield of potatoes or his unique brewing skills, but for his demeanor, a posture of neither inferiority nor superiority, of unhurried composure, akin to a tree standing steadfastly along a field's edge, impervious to the winds and rains. My young friend, Li Yuan set down the shell of the crayfish and lifted his beer cup. How do you cultivate these crayfish? Wiping his hands, Xiao Chen replied earnestly, last year, I acquired some seedlings from the south and raised them in a pond. They reproduce rapidly, and within 6 months, they become plentiful. I separate them to control density, feeding them soybean pulp and bran, and by the end of summer, they grow to this size. Plentiful? Li Yuan seized upon the word. Yes, Xiao Chen chuckled. If left unchecked, they could fill an entire pond. I have to harvest them regularly. Otherwise, the other fish have no room to thrive. Li Yuan fell silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed, a smile imbued with an indescribable nuance. Was he laughing at the crayfish or at something else? Plentiful is good, he remarked, sipping his beer, savoring the taste. It ensures there's enough to eat. Li Lizzie had devoured a dozen crayfish, her pile of shells resembling a small mountain. Her fingers stained with the red broth, and her mouth smeared with oil, resembling a mischievous kitten that had raided the spice cabinet. Brother Xiao Chen, she licked her fingers. Can I take some crayfish home? I want my mother to taste them too. Of course, Xiao Chen stood up. I'll pack a bucket for you, along with some seasoning, so your cook can prepare them at home. He turned to fetch a wooden bucket from the kitchen, with Li Lizzie bouncing after him. Only Li Yuan remained at the stone table, surrounded by shells and a cup of beer. He watched Xiao Chen's figure disappear into the kitchen, his gaze contemplative. He took another sip of beer, the golden liquid swirling in the cup, the foam gradually dissipating along the glass. This young man, Li Yuan murmured to himself, is far superior to my son. Startled by his own thought, he shook his head, dismissing the notion as unwarranted. He downed the remainder of his beer, licked the foam from the corner of his mouth, and leisurely reached for another crayfish, beginning to peel it. Never mind, let's eat first. Chapter 22. The dog pulls the cart after savoring the last crayfish. Li Yuan licked his fingers, contentedly downing the remaining foam in his beer cup before leaning back in his chair with a long, satisfied sigh. Xiao, my young friend. He squinted at the young man across from him, who was wiping his hands with a cloth. In my 60-plus years, I have never tasted such delightful fare. Your crayfish, your beer, and whatever that cake was. How on earth did you manage to create all this? Xiao Chen tossed the cloth back toward the kitchen, casually responding. Just practice a few times, and you'll get the hang of it. It's nothing extraordinary. Li Yuan regarded him with a knowing glance, a clarity often possessed by the elderly. Nothing extraordinary? A yield of 10,000 pounds of potatoes is nothing extraordinary? A dog that can open doors is nothing extraordinary? Grapes sweeter than those from the western regions are nothing extraordinary? Xiao, Li Yuan leaned forward slightly, lowering his voice as if to share a secret. With such talent, why do you not enter officialdom? Would it not be more beneficial to serve in the court and bring prosperity to the common people, rather than toil in this village? Xiao Chen reclined against the back of his chair, crossing his legs with a smile. Grandfatherly, he replied, I am accustomed to a leisurely life. I struggle to rise early in the morning, and I rarely retire at night. I detest reading others' faces and loathe being ordered about. The court's incessant bows and kneelings. Addressing this lord and that gives me a headache just to think about. He spoke lightly, yet every word resonated with truth. In his previous life, he had endured too many displays of authority in the office, and this time around, he was determined to do nothing of the sort. What was wrong with farming? It offered freedom. He could rise whenever he pleased, wear whatever he desired, and if he wished to avoid unwanted visitors, he could simply close the door. With the large dog sitting guard, refusing entry to anyone, Li Yuan fell silent for a moment before suddenly laughing. Leisurely, indeed, he nodded, uncertain whether it was a compliment or a lament. Those who live leisurely often enjoy longer lives. His gaze drifted past Xiao Chen's shoulder, resting on the golden expanse of cornfields beyond the gate. The autumn breeze rustled the corn leaves, creating a sound akin to a group of hushed whispers. Young heir has truly found a fortuitous time, Li Yuan mused inwardly. Had he encountered such a youth producing a harvest of 10,000 pounds of potatoes per acre during his own conquests, would he have fought for so many years? Would he have allowed so many common folk to endure hunger alongside him? Perhaps it was better to refrain from such thoughts. Grandfather, brother Xiao Chen. Li Lizzie dashed out from the kitchen, a bowl of grapes in hand, munching as she called, come quickly. They are repairing the road outside. Xiao Chen rose, brushing off the dust from his robe. Let us go take a look. The three of them exited the courtyard and walked east along the village path. At the village entrance, construction was underway. A dozen villagers, bare-chested, pushed carts and wielded shovels, working fervently. The ground was covered with a layer of gray powder, which, when mixed with water, transformed into a muddy substance. The villagers flattened the mud, smoothing it out with wooden boards to create an even surface. As Li Yuan approached, he squatted down and poked a finger into the gray mud, leaving an indentation. What is this? He inquired, looking up at Xiao Chen. Cement, Xiao Chen replied. Squatting beside him, he picked up a twig and drew a few lines in the earth. This is made from limestone and clay. When mixed with water, it gradually hardens, becoming nearly as solid as stone, even better than stone since it won't crack. Nearly as solid as stone. Li Yuan regarded him with skepticism. Do you not believe? Old man, come, I shall show you what has already dried. Xiao Chen stood and led Li Yuan and Li Lizzie toward the village. They passed several houses and arrived at a newly paved cement road. The surface was a bluish gray, as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the sunlight. The edges were straight, wide enough for a cart to pass through. Li Yuan stepped onto the road and stamped his foot. Solid. He stomped harder, feeling the reverberation through his feet. The surface remained unyielding. Did you create this? He asked, crouching to touch the cement surface, which was smooth, hard, and cool to the touch. He tapped it, producing a sound identical to striking stone. Indeed, Xiao Chen affirmed, standing beside him, hands tucked into his sleeves. This is merely the rudimentary version. Once I refine it further, I will be able to pave roads 3 times as durable, allowing carts to traverse swiftly and steadily, even in the rain, without turning muddy. Li Yuan remained crouched, probing and tapping the surface, reluctant to rise. He thought to himself. The blue brick road at Tian Palace became slick with moss after rain, causing him to slip on several occasions. If only this material were to replace it. Xiao Xiao, Li Yuan finally stood, brushing the dust from his knees. Will this cement be suitable for that? Certainly, Xiao Chen replied before he could finish. I will send you some bags soon and have someone instruct you on its use. Li Yuan opened his mouth to say something but found his throat constricted, so he simply nodded, swallowing his words. Li Lizzie, however, was oblivious to the discussion of cement. Her attention was captured by something else. Along the village path, several children were seated in peculiar little carts, gliding across the smooth cement surface. These carts were not large, just slightly bigger than a small stool, equipped with 4 wooden wheels and pulled by a dog. Brother Xiao Chen, what is that? Li Lizzie pointed at the carts, her eyes shining like stars. Those are little wooden carts, Xiao Chen chuckled. The village carpenter made them. The children sit inside, and the dog pulls them along, which is much faster than walking. Li Lizzie watched the children as they sped along, being pulled by the dog, their hair blowing in the wind, each of them laughing with unrestrained joy. Her eyes widened in excitement as she tugged at Xiao Chen's sleeve, exclaiming, Brother Xiao Chen, I want to play too. I want one. Xiao Chen, nearly losing his balance from her tugging, quickly assured her, all right, I will get you one. He whistled toward the courtyard, producing a sharp, piercing sound. In less than 3 seconds, De Huang burst from the courtyard gate, sprinting toward Xiao Chen's feet, looking up expectantly, ready for action. Xiao He followed closely behind, slightly slower, arriving panting before squatting beside De Huang, tongue lolling. Xiao Chen pulled a larger wooden cart from the nearby woodshed. This cart was a size larger than those the village children used, painted red, with bigger and wider wheels for greater stability. The front had 2 shafts that fit perfectly onto the dog. De Huang, come here. Xiao Chen attached the shafts to De Huang, adjusting the fit. De Huang stood obediently, tail wagging eagerly, clearly aware of its role. Xiao He, you too. He tied another rope to Xiao He, having it assist beside De Huang. Though Xiao He huffed in reluctance, it took its place beside its companion. Xiao Chen patted De Huang's rear and turned to Li Lizzie. Climb aboard. Hold on tight to the sides. Li Lizzie cautiously climbed up, gripping the sides of the cart tightly, her little face tense with a mix of nervousness and excitement. De Huang, go. Xiao Chen called out. De Huang leaped forward, and the little cart shot off. Li Lizzie let out a shriek, not of fear, but of exhilaration. The wind whipped against her face, her hair flying behind her as the cart raced smoothly along the cement road, wheels rumbling, with De Huang galloping ahead, muscles rippling. Like a miniature engine in motion, Xiao He jogged alongside, albeit reluctantly, yet maintaining pace, ears flapping in the wind like a cat with wings. Ha ha. Li Lizzie's laughter echoed down the village path, bright and clear like a string of bells. So fast. So fast. Grandfather, look. So fast. Li Yuan stood by the roadside, watching his granddaughter zoom past in the dog-pulled cart on the smooth road, his expression a complex blend of satisfaction, astonishment, and a hint of envy. In his 60 years, he had never witnessed such a scene. Though dog-drawn carts were not uncommon, he had never seen a dog run so swiftly, on such a flat surface, with such a stable little cart. Xiao Chen stood nearby, arms crossed, a smile gracing his face. De Huang ran back and forth with Li Lizzie in the cart, her laughter ringing out, while the dog, full of energy, maintained its speed, growing even faster. Xiao He, though its tongue was lolling to one side, persevered, unwilling to lose face before De Huang. Li Lizzie, seated in the cart, beamed with joy, her clothes fluttering in the wind, hair disheveled, strands sticking to her face. Yet she paid it no mind. Other children paused their own carts, standing by the roadside, their eyes wide as they watched Li Lizzie whiz past. A plucky little boy tugged at his companion's sleeve. That's the young master De Huang. I know. De Huang runs so fast. I know. Much faster than my dog De Huang. Enough said. A scrawny yellow dog squatted beside the little boy, its ears drooping and its eyes filled with sorrow as it watched De Huang sprint past, its tail tucked between its hind legs, silent as a shadow. The other dog, a mottled one, fared even worse. It was pulling a small cart occupied by a plump little girl, straining to run, yet its pace lagged behind De Huang's leisurely stroll. The girl, exasperated, kept patting the dog's rear, urging, hurry up, you've been lapped 3 times already. The flowered dog glanced back at her, clearly communicating, do you even know how heavy you are? Li Lizzie sat in the cart, pulled by De Huang, joyfully making repeated rounds on the village path. Each time she passed by Li Yuan, she called out grandfather, her voice growing louder with each round, her smile radiating brighter. Li Yuan transitioned from initial surprise to resignation, and then to indulgence. He smiled at Xiao Chen, saying, This girl has never been so wild at home. Xiao Chen observed Li Lizzie's rosy face alight with joy and remarked, children should be like this. Li Yuan nodded in agreement, offering no rebuttal. After a couple more laps, De Huang finally slowed down, not due to fatigue. Its stamina had been enhanced tenfold by Xiao Chen, but because the little black dog simply refused to run any longer. Its tongue lolling to its ear, De Huang had no choice but to reduce its speed and wait for the little black dog to catch up. Li Lizzie jumped out of the cart, her cheeks flushed, forehead glistening with beads of sweat, her hair half-tousled, her skirt covered in dust, yet she beamed with unparalleled happiness. Brother Xiao Chen, this is so much fun, she exclaimed, breathless. Can I take De Huang home? De Huang's tail immediately ceased its wagging. Xiao Chen glanced at De Huang, who was also watching him, its eyes pleading, please don't agree. De Huang cannot go home with you, Xiao Chen replied with a smile. It still has to guard the house. However, if you enjoy it, you can come back to play next time. De Huang sighed in relief, lying down and burying its head in its paws. Though slightly disappointed, Li Lizzie cheered up at the thought of returning for another playtime. She ran over to pat De Huang on the head, and the dog managed a feeble wag of its tail in acknowledgement. Li Yuan stood to the side, watching his granddaughter's radiant smile, suddenly feeling that this trip had been worthwhile. He glanced at the smooth cement road, then at the children seated in the dog-pulled cart. Finally resting his gaze on Xiao Chen, the young man squatting on the ground, unfastening De Huang's harness, mumbling something to himself. While De Huang occasionally turned to lick his hand, Li Yuan clasped his hands behind his back, gazing into the distance across the fields, exhaling deeply. Xiao, my young friend, he said, your village is far more interesting than Chang'an. Without lifting his head, Xiao Chen replied, then you should stay longer. Li Yuan smiled, neither confirming nor denying. Chapter 23. Li Yuan stays in the dog cart. When Li Yuan expressed his intention to stay, Xiao Chen was in the midst of cleaning shrimp shells from the table. The old man's words were delivered with an air of casualness, as if he were commenting on the pleasantness of the moon that night. Yet Xiao Chen nearly dropped the bowl he was holding. Stay? He set the bowl down, wiping his hands. Oldly, you want to stay here? Why? Are you not welcoming? Li Yuan reclined against the back of his chair, a smile on his face that radiated warmth, yet his eyes held an undeniable authority. A trait cultivated from years of reigning, rendering his words akin to an imperial decree. Welcome, welcome. Xiao Chen hastily gestured. It's just that my abode is quite humble. I fear you may find it uncomfortable. I will manage just fine. Li Yuan stood, pacing around the courtyard, surveying the surroundings. Your yard is quite nice. Far cleaner than my own home. Xiao Chen shot a glance at Li Junxian, who stood at the courtyard entrance. The expression on the face of the guard of Xuanwu Gate could hardly be described as anything but grim. It was a mix of ashen pallor tinged with a hint of anger, resembling someone who had just partaken of bitter melon and gallbladder. He opened his mouth to say something, but Li Yuan didn't even glance in his direction, walking straight towards Xiao Chen's guest room. Little Li. Li Yuan called back without turning. You should return and inform the second one that I will be staying here for a few days. Li Junxian stood frozen, his lips quivering, yet he ultimately remained silent. He cast a glance at Xiao Chen, his expression a complex tapestry of resignation, wariness, and a subtle hint of sympathy. Take care of yourself. Li Lizzie, however, was elated, tugging at Li Yuan's sleeve. Grandfather, I want to stay too. You should go back. Li Yuan affectionately ruffled her hair. Your father will be worried. I will return in a few days and bring you some delicious treats. Pouting, Li Lizzie nevertheless complied and followed Li Junxian back to the cart. As the cart departed, she leaned out the window, calling back to Xiao Chen, Brother Xiao Chen. Take good care of grandfather. Xiao Chen stood at the courtyard entrance, waving at her, thinking, care for him? Your grandfather is far more demanding than I am. After the cart had left, Li Junxian stationed 6 guards around the Xiao family residence. They donned civilian attire, some feigning a leisurely stroll along the village path, others squatting beneath trees pretending to enjoy the shade, while a few leaned against the walls as if sunbathing. Yet their eyes never strayed from the entrance of the Xiao family courtyard. Xiao Chen found the scene ludicrous, as if it were a play, but he refrained from commenting and retreated into the courtyard. Li Yuan had already found his way to the guest room, pushing the door open. Xiao Chen followed and observed the old man standing by the window, opening it to let in the cool evening breeze. Outside, the osmanthus tree was in full bloom, sweet fragrance wafting in waves. Li Yuan inhaled deeply, a look on his face that Xiao Chen had never seen before, not joy, not satisfaction, but a nearly insatiable sense of relief, as if he were a bird that had been caged for far too long, finally catching a whiff of the open air. Xiao, my young friend. Li Yuan turned towards him, instructing one of the guards to open a heavy cloth bag, casually tossing it onto the table, which landed with a muffled thud. "This is the rent." Xiao Chen opened the bag to find it neatly packed with 10 gold ingots, each weighing 1 tael. 100 taels of gold. Xiao Chen's eyelids flickered. 100 taels of gold could purchase a grand residence in Chang'an, a 3-entry courtyard with a garden and a pond. Li Yuan was to stay in this modest 10 square meter guest room, costing 100 taels a day. Oldly. Xiao Chen pushed the bag back. "This is too much. You should keep it." Li Yuan waved his hand dismissively, his tone brooking no argument. "I will not stay for free." Xiao Chen regarded him for a moment before accepting the bag. That night, Xiao Chen found it hard to sleep. Not due to Li Yuan's presence in the guest room, but because of the guards outside the courtyard. When he rose in the middle of the night to use the restroom, he spotted a shadow perched on the wall. In the moonlight, the figure resembled a large owl, startling him to the point where he nearly dropped the oil lamp he was holding. The figure gestured for silence before vanishing into the night. Xiao Chen paused at the restroom door, contemplating for a moment, then decided to dismiss the thought. Early the next morning, Li Yuan was awakened by a delightful aroma. Xiao Chen had risen at some point, squatting at the kitchen door, watching the chef prepare something, his nose twitching like a child waiting for a treat. "Xiao, my young friend," Li Yuan called as he stepped out, waving at him. "What are you brewing? Goat milk?" Li Yuan approached for a closer look, observing the thick, steaming liquid in the pot, a delicate layer of milk skin floating atop. He sniffed, chuckling. "Not goat milk, old man. This is milk tea." "Milk tea?" Li Yuan leaned in for a better view, his brows raised in surprise. "Can milk and tea be mixed together?" "Just wait and see," Xiao Chen replied, taking over the chef's duties. He retrieved tea leaves, not the kind typically boiled with ginger and garlic in the Tang Dynasty, but his own roasted black tea, tightly rolled and darkly lustrous. He tossed the tea leaves into another pot, slowly roasting them over a low flame until a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Then added hot milk, simmering gently until the tea and milk fragrances melded perfectly, before filtering out the leaves with fine cloth, finally adding a spoonful of honey. The amber-hued tea mingled with the white milk, creating a warm shade of light brown. A delicate layer of cream floated on the surface, exuding a rich and robust aroma infused with a hint of caramel sweetness. Li Yuan took the bowl, blew gently on it, and cautiously sipped a mouthful. The milk tea was velvety smooth, with a pronounced milky fragrance and an elegant tea essence, complemented perfectly by the sweetness of honey, neither cloying nor insipid. It slid warmly down his throat, warming him from his stomach to the tips of his fingers. Cradling the bowl, Li Yuan squinted and remained silent for a while. "Good," he finally uttered, before tilting his head back to finish the rest of the milk tea in one gulp, leaving the bowl turned upside down, completely empty. Xiao Chen poured him another bowl and returned from the kitchen bearing a platter of freshly baked lamb pastries. The pastries were golden brown on both sides, with a crisp outer crust. A single bite produced a satisfying crunch, revealing tender, juicy lamb filling mingled with the aromatic essence of cumin and onion, juices trickling down the corners of his mouth. Li Yuan took a bite, burning his tongue, yet stubbornly kept chewing, mumbling something indistinct that none could catch. For breakfast, Li Yuan devoured 3 pastries and drank 2 bowls of milk tea, reclining against the back of his chair, stroking his belly and emitting a long, contented sigh. "Xiao Yu." His voice carried an ease that Xiao Chen had never heard before. "It has been a long time since I felt this comfortable." Xiao Chen glanced at him, but said nothing. He understood that Li Yuan's comfort extended beyond mere sustenance. During those years in Tian Palace, though surrounded by opulence, every meal felt like a prison sentence. Now, seated in this humble courtyard, sipping milk tea and savoring pastries, beneath the fragrant osmanthus tree, with the earth beneath his feet and the sounds of roosters crowing and dogs barking in his ears, this sense of ease was something no lavish feast could provide. After breakfast, Li Yuan strolled around the courtyard, his gaze landing on a small red wooden cart in the corner. Last night, De Huang had pulled Li Liji's cart, and Xiao Chen had carelessly left it under the osmanthus tree, with a piece of rope still tied to the shaft. "Xiao Yu," Li Yuan pointed to the cart, his eyes lighting up. "May I give it a try?" Xiao Chen followed his finger and smirked. "Old man, you wish to ride that? What's wrong? Is it only for children and not for the elderly?" Li Yuan boldly approached the cart, bending down to touch it, then turned to call De Huang. "Come here." De Huang. De Huang lay on the steps, glanced at him, but remained still. Li Yuan called again. "De Huang, come here." De Huang yawned, turning his head in another direction, continuing to lounge. Xiao Chen stifled a laugh, approached, squatted down, and patted De Huang's rear, lowering his voice. "Go on, take a trip." I'll give you an extra chicken leg when we're done. De Huang's ears perked up, but he did not rise. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and added, 2 chicken legs. That did the trick. De Huang stood up, shook his fur, and ambled over to the cart. Pausing to look back at Li Yuan with a clear message in his eyes. I'm doing this for the chicken legs, not for you. Li Yuan, oblivious to De Huang's expression, was enthusiastically climbing into the cart. Xiao Chen hurried over to assist, fearing he might topple. Once seated, Li Yuan gripped the sides of the cart, his feet resting on the platform, his expression reminiscent of decades past, when he was an unknowing youth galloping around Taiyuan on horseback. De Huang, go! Li Yuan exclaimed, his voice resonant and full of vigor. De Huang did not budge, glancing back at Xiao Chen, who nodded. Only then did De Huang begin to trot, slowly pulling the cart forward, not running, but walking at a pace slower than a person. Li Yuan sat in the cart, being towed around the courtyard at a leisurely pace akin to a snail's crawl. His brow furrowed as he tapped the side of the cart. De Huang, pick up the pace. De Huang, unfazed, maintained his leisurely stroll, wagging his tail playfully as if deliberately teasing. Unable to bear it any longer, Xiao Chen approached, retrieving a gold ingot from the 100 taels Li Yuan had given him the night before, weighing it in his hand before waving it in front of De Huang. Come on, De Huang, speed up, and this will buy you some meat. De Huang stared at the gold ingot for a couple of seconds, then suddenly sprang into action. Launching the cart forward, Li Yuan was taken aback by the sudden burst of speed, his body leaning back sharply, and had he not held on tightly, he would have toppled off. De Huang dashed swiftly, his forelegs propelling him with vigor, the cart rattling along the concrete path at a breakneck pace, wheels nearly smoking. Slow down. Li Yuan's voice was carried away by the wind, yet it was not laced with fear, but rather an exhilarating thrill. De Huang, slow down. He laughed. Not a polite or perfunctory chuckle, but one that sprang from the depths of his joy. The wind filled his mouth, warping his voice, yet he laughed like a child. Outside the courtyard, several undercover guards, hearing the commotion, peered in and turned pale. One guard nearly dropped his blade, while another squatted down, cradling his head, muttering that he saw nothing. The leader of the guards turned ghostly white, his lips trembling as he contemplated rushing in to pull the retired emperor from the dog-drawn cart. Yet his feet seemed glued to the ground, unable to move. The retired emperor, riding in a cart pulled by a large yellow dog, racing along the country's south concrete road. If this news spread, their heads would surely roll. De Huang continued to pull Li Yuan around the concrete path, gaining speed with each lap until they were practically flying. Li Yuan's hair was tousled by the wind, his white locks billowing behind him, his robe fluttering audibly, and a broad smile stretched across his face. Stop! Stop! Li Yuan finally shouted, not out of fear, but because he was laughing so hard his stomach hurt. De Huang halted and glanced back at him, a glimmer of pride in his gaze, as if to say, well, old man, how do you like that? Li Yuan dismounted from the cart, his legs somewhat shaky, leaning against the osmanthus tree for support, erupting into hearty laughter. Xiao Yu. His laughter brought tears to his eyes. In my lifetime, I've ridden horses, sat in carriages, and taken sedan chairs, but I've never ridden in a dog-drawn cart. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. He wiped the tears from his eyes, pulled out a gold ingot from his sleeve, and tossed it to Xiao Chen. For De Huang. Xiao Chen caught the gold, glancing down at De Huang, who was sitting on the ground, tongue lolling, tail wagging furiously, eyes fixated on the gold in Xiao Chen's hand. Although he didn't understand what it was, he knew it could be exchanged for chicken legs. 2 chicken legs won't suffice. Xiao Chen squatted down, patting De Huang on the head. This ingot will buy you a lifetime supply of chicken legs. De Huang snorted happily, wagging his tail even more vigorously. Outside the courtyard, the guards were utterly stunned. The leader slowly squatted down, burying his face in his knees, his shoulders trembling slightly, unsure if he was crying or laughing. Li Yuan sat on a stone bench beneath the osmanthus tree, his hair tousled, robe askew, and traces of laughter still visible on his face. He gazed up at the osmanthus tree, looked at De Huang at his feet, and then at the golden cornfields in the distance, suddenly feeling that he had never been this free in his life. Xiao Yu, he said softly, I shall come here often in the future. Xiao Chen, busy unhooking the cart from De Huang, did not look up. You are always welcome. Li Yuan chuckled, leaning against De Huang's hindquarters, who shifted forward in mild disdain. He leaned back again, squinting at the clouds above, exhaling long and deeply. Chapter 24. Hunting in the mountains in the afternoon. Xiao Chen began to gather his things, bow and arrows, short knife, water pouch, provisions, and a large chunk of leftover lamb from the night before. Wrapped in oil paper for De Huang and Xiao He, Li Yuan squatted on the steps, watching Xiao Chen busily prepare, sipping his milk tea, and leisurely asked, "Xiao Yu, are you heading up the mountain?" "Hunting." Xiao Chen tightened the bowstring and tested the draw weight. In a couple of days, he would need to prepare some fresh deer meat and blood for Mu Yao's health. There were deer in the mountains, and it was a fortuitous opportunity to seek them out. Li Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He placed his bowl on the stone table and stood up, brushing off his robe. "I shall join as well." Xiao Chen nearly dropped the bow in his hands, turning to scrutinize Li Yuan from head to toe. The elderly man, over 60, with graying hair and deeply etched wrinkles, intended to venture into the mountains for hunting. "Grandpa Li, the mountain paths are treacherous," Xiao Chen cautioned. "In my youth, back in Taiyuan, I rode and shot arrows long before your father was even born," Li Yuan retorted, huffing as he walked back inside to change clothes. Xiao Chen stood rooted to the spot, mouth agape, ultimately saying nothing. He glanced at Li Junxian, who squatted by the door, his expression more complicated than Xiao Chen's. His lips moved slightly as he managed to utter, "Indeed, old Master Li's archery skills are quite remarkable." Xiao Chen remained silent, looking down at Da Huang. The dog raised its head, wagging its tail, as if to say, "Don't look at me. I can't carry that old man up the mountain." When Li Yuan emerged, he had donned a short, deep-colored robe, with the sleeves tightened, a leather belt cinched at his waist, and black cloth boots on his feet. His graying hair was tied back with a strip of cloth, revealing a broad forehead and piercing eyes that shone with vitality. Xiao Chen was momentarily taken aback. The old man's demeanor had transformed entirely, from the kind neighborly figure to a vigorous old general. Li Junxian had already made arrangements. 30 members of the Qian Guard had changed into casual attire, dispersed along the mountain paths, keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings, each concealing weapons at their waists. More personnel had set up camp outside Kai Su village, erecting makeshift tents and preparing meals, resembling a transient merchant caravan from a distance. Xiao Chen led Da Huang and Xiao He ahead, with Li Yuan at his side, while Li Junxian trailed a few steps behind, like a shadow closely following Li Yuan. The group exited the village and began their journey northward along the mountain trail, gradually entering hilly terrain. The mountains were not particularly high, but the trees were dense and the underbrush thick, occasionally startled by wild rabbits darting from the grass, sending flocks of birds into the air. Da Huang led the way, nose to the ground, tail held high, shedding its usual lethargy. Xiao He followed closely, adopting a serious demeanor, ears perked and eyes fixed on the bushes, resembling a diligent scout. After about half an hour of walking, Li Yuan suddenly halted, raising a hand to signal for silence. He retrieved a bow from his back, a polished ebony bow, clearly a well-used artifact. Nocking an arrow, he drew back and aimed at a thicket 50 paces away. With a swift whoosh, the arrow flew through the air, striking true into the bushes. A large wild chicken flapped its wings, taking flight, but only managing to soar a short distance before crashing to the ground, pinned by the arrow. Li Junxian hurried over to retrieve the wild chicken, inspecting it to find the arrow had pierced its neck, killing it instantly without disturbing its feathers. Xiao Chen glanced at the bird and then at Li Yuan, eyes widening in astonishment. "Old Master Li, your archery skills are impressive." Li Yuan, unperturbed, tucked away the bow and replied, "It was this very skill that won me my wife in my youth." Xiao Chen paused, then recalled historical accounts from his past life, acknowledging that Li Yuan's archery was indeed renowned. Legend had it that he once shot an arrow through a peacock's eye depicted on a screen, winning the heart of Li Er's mother, Do. Whether this tale bore truth was uncertain, but the wild chicken before them had undeniably met its end by a single arrow. Li Junxian placed the wild chicken into a backpack, a slight smile forming at the corners of his mouth. The archery skills of the former emperor truly remained sharp. The group continued onward. Li Yuan's spirits lifted, and he shot at wild rabbits and chickens, bringing down 4 or 5 without a second glance, displaying an ease akin to shopping at a market. Xiao Chen looked at his own bow, feeling somewhat ashamed. It wasn't that he lacked archery skills. Over the past year since his arrival, he had practiced with the village's old hunter and had developed a fair amount of accuracy. Yet, compared to Li Yuan, he felt like a mere elementary school student. However, fortune smiled upon him today, for not long after, he stumbled upon a sizable buck in a hollow. The deer, with its rich brown coat and impressive antlers, grazed obliviously, unaware of the imminent danger. Xiao Chen held his breath, nocking an arrow and aiming for the deer's chest. He waited for a few heartbeats, releasing the bowstring the moment the deer lifted its head. The arrow struck just above its front leg, non-fatal, but sufficient to hinder its escape. The buck let out a mournful cry, staggering into the thicket. Da Huang barked and charged after it, followed closely by Xiao He, within 100 paces. The two dogs managed to corner the deer. Xiao Chen hurried to deliver a finishing shot, and after a few struggles, the deer lay still. Li Yuan approached, inspecting the deer and nodding in approval. Well done, a shot to the lung, it won't escape far. Xiao friend, how long have you practiced archery? 1 year, Xiao Chen replied, extracting the arrow from the deer and wiping the blood on its hide. To achieve this skill in just a year, Li Yuan remarked, glancing at him with a hint of admiration, you must possess a certain talent. Xiao Chen smiled, hoisting the deer onto his shoulder, weighing nearly 200 pounds. It weighed heavily, causing his shoulder to dip. Li Junxian quickly summoned 2 guards to assist, binding the deer to 2 sticks for easier transport. Feeling a surge of excitement, Li Junxian, the head of Li Heir's personal guards, had always been known for his exceptional archery skills within the Qianyo Guard. With no opportunities to showcase his abilities in the palace, seeing Li Yuan and Xiao Chen demonstrate their prowess ignited a competitive spirit within him. He excused himself to scout ahead, leading 2 guards down a side path. Before long, the sound of arrows echoed from that direction. When Li Junxian returned, he carried a yellow goat over his shoulder, while the 2 guards each held 2 wild rabbits, wearing expressions that conveyed, I am not to be underestimated. Xiao Chen glanced at him, giving a thumbs up. Li Junxian maintained his composure, nodding, though a subtle smile betrayed his pride. The 30 members of the Qianyo Guard, scattered throughout the forest, showcased their unique talents. Some wielded bows, others crossbows, while a few even employed throwing knives. By afternoon's end, the gathered game formed a sizable pile, resembling a small mountain. Wild chickens, rabbits, yellow goats, badgers, foxes, and even 2 live deer bound by vines and carried off by the guards. Xiao Chen's eyes brightened at the sight of the 2 live deer. Don't kill these 2. I want to raise them, he exclaimed. Li Junxian paused in surprise. You wish to raise deer, young Master Xiao? Indeed, Xiao Chen replied, crouching to examine the pair, 1 male and 1 female. Both in fine condition, they will be useful in the future. He refrained from elaborating on their purpose. Li Yuan, hearing this, allowed a slight smile to grace his lips, but said nothing. Li Junxian stole a glance at Xiao Chen, but chose not to probe further. As the sun began to set, the team prepared to descend the mountain. At that moment, a guard at the front suddenly halted, signaling to the others. Li Junxian quickly approached, following the guard's pointing finger toward an ancient pine tree where a large bird lay. The bird was enormous, its body a deep brown-black. Wings spread wide, easily over 10 feet. Its neck gleamed golden in the sunset, its eyes sharp and dark, glimmering like 2 blades. Yet it remained grounded, one wing drooping. Stained with dried blood, clearly injured. A golden eagle, Xiao Chen's heart raced. In his previous life, he had only seen a golden eagle in a zoo. Trapped behind thick glass, its once vibrant spirit dulled and lifeless. However, the creature before them was unlike any other. Despite its injuries, it exuded an air of defiance. Hissing warnings as individuals approached, its piercing gaze fixated on each person as if to challenge, who dares to come closer? The guards drew their swords. Yet none dared to advance. The golden eagle's beak curved like an iron hook, its powerful talons capable of severing a man's arm with ease. Even in its wounded state, Li Yuan, observing from a distance, squinted at the majestic bird and shook his head, remarking that although the creature's wings were hurt and it could no longer soar, it was better to take it back and nurse it back to health rather than leave it to the wolves on the mountain. Xiao Chen gazed at the golden eagle, a sudden thought igniting within him, flight. He had never experienced the sensation of soaring through the skies. No matter how fast he rode, his feet remained grounded. But the eagle was different. It could fly, ascending above the clouds and overlooking the vast earth. What if he could enhance its genes, increasing its size, lightening its bones, strengthening its wings, and boosting its endurance to carry a person aloft? The mere thought brought a smile to Xiao Chen's lips. We shall take it back, he declared, his tone imbued with undeniable resolve. I will care for it. Li Junxian glanced between him and Li Yuan, who nodded in agreement. Li Junxian then summoned a few guards, fashioning a makeshift lasso from coarse hemp rope and cautiously approaching the golden eagle. The creature struggled momentarily, its wings striking the ground and kicking up dust, but ultimately, it was ensnared, rendered immobile with its beak and talons bound. 2 guards hoisted the eagle, its weight no less than 50 to 60 pounds, though its wings were restrained. Its sharp eyes remained locked onto Xiao Chen, unsettling him. What are you staring at? Xiao Chen retorted to the eagle. I'm not here to harm you. I'm here to heal your wounds. The eagle hissed in response, its gaze unwavering. De Huang approached, sniffing at the eagle, only to be met with a hiss that sent him leaping back 3 steps, seeking refuge behind Xiao Chen, peering out with a face that seemed to question the ferocity of this creature. Xiao He, being more astute, kept his distance. pretending to observe an ant from beneath a tree. Li Yuan chuckled at the scene. "Xiao friend," he said, patting Xiao Chen on the shoulder. "Your home is about to transform into a zoo." Xiao Chen watched the eagle being carried away, his mind already devising plans for genetic enhancement. He was determined to experience the thrill of flight, envisioning the eagle soaring over Chang'an, captivating the attention of Emperor Lier. A broader smile crept across his face as he walked, the eagle's sharp gaze fixed upon him, as if calculating the worth of its future benefactor. Chapter 25. A feast of hot pot. When the prey was brought back to the village, the sun had begun its descent. Xiao Chen led the way, followed by 2 guards carrying a stag, with others trailing behind, laden with live deer, wild chickens, and hares, creating a lengthy procession that entered the village with great fanfare. Under the large locust tree at the village entrance, a few elderly men playing chess were the first to notice. Their pieces forgotten as they gaped at the bounty passing by. Has the young master returned with all the living creatures from the mountain? One elder rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Those deer are still alive. Another exclaimed, pointing at the live deer being carried behind, his voice betraying his astonishment. News traveled faster than the wind. Within moments, the Xiao family's door was surrounded by a crowd of villagers, young and old, their faces a sea of curiosity. Children squeezed to the front, craning their necks to catch a glimpse of the mountain of game in the courtyard, their eyes wide with wonder. The adults were no less intrigued, murmuring and pointing, the air buzzing with excitement. Standing on the steps, Xiao Chen brushed the dust from his hands and called out to the throng, "Everyone, lend a hand in sorting these spoils. Chickens with chickens, rabbits with rabbits. Skins to be skinned, and meat to be divided. Those who assist will receive a piece of meat to take home." The crowd erupted in a flurry of activity. Men rolled up their sleeves and rushed forward, while women scurried home for knives and bowls, and children were shooed aside, squatting against the wall, watching eagerly. The Xiao family courtyard transformed into a bustling slaughterhouse, with chickens being dispatched, rabbits skinned, and deer processed, each task clearly defined and efficiently executed. Zhao Daniu was the most vigorous, hoisting the stag and slamming it onto the cutting board, swiftly wielding a boning knife to remove the meat. Though his technique was rugged, it was highly effective, and within moments, the deer meat was liberated from the bones. His wife was at his side, sorting the meat by cuts, legs for stir-frying, ribs for stewing, and the spine for broth, while the offal was set aside for various dishes. Old Zhao kept meticulous accounts of who received what and how much labor was contributed, his ledger precise and clear. Xiao Chen observed, reflecting on how this old steward had served his father for decades, demonstrating unwavering reliability. De Huang and Xiao He lounged at the kitchen door, each with a generous portion of fresh deer liver, devouring it without pause. De Huang's tail wagged like a metronome, while Xiao He, though more refined in his manners, matched his speed, both dogs finishing their portions with a clean sweep, even lapping up the blood from the ground. Li Yuan settled into a chair beneath the osmanthus tree, watching the flurry of activity in the courtyard, his wrinkles smoothing out in delight. It had been ages since he had witnessed such a scene, not the meticulously arranged feasts of the palace, but a genuine, vibrant display of life and warmth. "Xiao friend," Li Yuan beckoned, "what shall we feast on tonight?" Xiao Chen was busy tallying the spoils and replied without looking up, "Hot pot, hot pot." Li Yuan repeated the word, savoring it, though he could not quite grasp its essence. "What is that? Just wait and see." Xiao Chen disappeared into the kitchen, eager to prepare. He had long craved hot pot, especially suitable for autumn, when the weather was neither too hot nor too cold. Gathered around a steaming pot, everyone could choose what to cook. With the abundance of game, wild chickens, hares, wild boar, and deer meat, paired with sweet potatoes, and cabbage, it promised to be perfect. The broth was crucial. Xiao Chen rummaged through the cabinet for his secret chili sauce, made from sun-dried Chao Tian peppers blended with Sichuan pepper, star anise, cinnamon, grass fruit, and bay leaves. Simmered in rapeseed oil until fragrant and vibrant red. He ladled generous spoonfuls of the red oil into the pot, adding a broth made from the wild chicken carcasses, slices of ginger, sections of scallion, and a handful of Sichuan pepper. As the fire ignited, the broth bubbled vigorously, releasing a tantalizing aroma that wafted through the kitchen and filled the courtyard. Those processing the game paused, inhaling deeply. "What is that delightful smell?" Zhao Daniu halted his knife, savoring the air. So fragrant, his wife swallowed hard, her mouth watering. The children crouching near the wall could no longer contain themselves, one by one rising on tiptoes to peer towards the kitchen. The youngest, barely 3 or 4, was so entranced by the aroma that he drooled, tugging at his mother's sleeve, insisting on eating. She, too, was tempted, swallowing hard and promising him, Just a moment, just a moment. When Xiao Chen emerged with the bubbling copper pot, everyone in the courtyard ceased their work, their eyes fixed on the steaming vessel filled with crimson broth. The copper pot had been specially crafted for him, featuring a central cylinder for charcoal and a surrounding basin for the broth, reminiscent of hot pots from later times. The red oil swirled enticingly, with Sichuan pepper dancing atop the surface, the spicy fragrance overpowering all other scents in the courtyard. Come, set up a table. Xiao Chen placed the copper pot on the stone table in the center of the courtyard, stoking the fire to bring the broth to a rolling boil. He returned to the kitchen, bringing out dozens of plates filled with thinly sliced deer and pork, chopped wild chicken, deboned rabbit, and assorted offal, arranging a veritable feast before them. The vegetables were plentiful: slices of sweet potato, chunks of cabbage, whole bunches of spinach, and diced radish, all filling several large baskets to the brim. The dipping sauce was a concoction crafted by Xiao Chen himself, consisting of sesame paste, minced garlic, chopped scallions, cilantro, fermented bean curd, chive flowers, and chili oil, with each person receiving a small bowl to mix their own. The guards stood at the edge of the courtyard, exchanging glances, hesitant to make the first move. They were there to protect the emperor, not to partake in hot pot. Nevertheless, the tantalizing aroma of spice wafted through the air, teasing their senses, their throats moving rhythmically as if they were collectively performing a silent symphony. Li Yuan was the first to take a seat. As he settled by the copper pot, he waved his chopsticks at the guards. What are you all standing around for? Sit down. Let us eat together. The guards instantly turned their gaze towards Li Junxian. After a moment of hesitation, seeing Li Yuan already adding a slice of venison to the pot, he gritted his teeth and softly urged, "Let us sit," before finding a chair for himself. Only then did the 30 guards rush in, forming 3 tables around the pots. Although these pots were not as large as Xiao Chen's, they were filled with the same crimson oil, and the meat was equally delectable, none inferior to the other. Xiao Chen poured a glass of pure wine for Li Yuan, without dilution. Li Yuan took it, sniffed, and with a squint and a smile, downed half the glass in one go, exhaling a breath of spice that smoothed the wrinkles on his face. "Old man," Xiao Chen said, sitting across from him, dipping a piece of venison into the red oil for a brief moment before retrieving it. After rolling it in the dipping sauce and savoring the tender meat, he squinted his eyes in satisfaction. "Old man," Li Yuan echoed, also dipping a piece of venison into the pot, mimicking Xiao Chen's actions. Upon tasting, his eyes sparkled with delight. The venison was as tender as tofu. After rolling in the red oil, the spiciness seeped into every fiber. Yet the meat's natural sweetness remained intact. The sesame paste and garlic added a rich texture, with flavors clashing and harmonizing in a delightful cacophony that ultimately settled into a harmonious swallow. "Good," Li Yuan exclaimed, slapping the table, then picked up another piece, this time of wild boar. The wild boar meat was slightly tougher than the venison, but sliced thinly, it cooked swiftly and was satisfying to chew, becoming more aromatic with each bite. "This is also good." He slapped the table again. Initially, Li Junxian intended to maintain a semblance of decorum, but witnessing Li Yuan's enthusiasm, he felt it unnecessary and joined in by adding a piece of lamb to the pot. After a brief dip in the red oil, he blew on it and tasted it, his eyes lighting up as well. "How is it?" a guard whispered nearby. Li Junxian remained silent, reaching for another piece. The guard understood instantly, extending his chopsticks to seize a piece of meat nearing readiness in the pot. The courtyard was filled with the sounds of chopsticks clinking against the pot, chewing, and the occasional slurping from the spice-induced heat. No one spoke, for their mouths were busy with food. Da Huang and Xiao He crouched beneath the table, gazing eagerly at Xiao Chen. After dipping several slices of venison, Xiao Chen cooled them down and tossed them to the dogs. Da Huang swallowed one whole, licking his lips with a wagging tail, while Xiao He was more meticulous, chewing thoroughly before swallowing, then continued to stare at Xiao Chen with the same eager eyes. Zhao Daniu approached with a bowl of meat, squatting beside Xiao Chen, dipping several cabbage slices into the broth before stuffing them into his mouth, sweating profusely. "Young master," he mumbled, "this hot pot is even better than the one during the New Year." Xiao Chen chuckled and added another plate of meat to the pot. As they feasted, suddenly, Li Yuan fell silent. Holding his wine bowl, he gazed at the guards scattered around the courtyard, enjoying their meal with abandon. Villagers squatted nearby with their bowls, dipping into the shared broth. Children dashed about, clutching roasted sweet potatoes with faces smeared. Da Huang and Xiao He rummaged beneath the table for meat scraps, and Xiao Chen, seated opposite him, expertly added cabbage to the pot, as if performing a well-rehearsed routine. This scene felt eerily familiar to him. Long ago, When he led his troops to defeat the Tang Dynasty, after a battle, the soldiers would gather around a bonfire, tossing whatever they could into a large pot to boil. Back then, the broth lacked such fragrant depth, the meat was scarce, and sometimes even salt was a luxury. Yet the essence of that moment mirrored the present, warm, boisterous. With everyone seated together, regardless of rank, sweating as they indulged in hearty laughter without restraint, Li Yuan downed the wine in his bowl, gasping from the spice, yet feeling warmth blossom within him, as if a fire were igniting. Xiao friend, he set down his bowl, his voice slightly hoarse. I feel as though I have regained 10 years of youth. Xiao Chen, gnawing on a piece of venison bone, looked up and smiled. Then do eat more, and perhaps you shall regain another 10 years. Li Yuan burst into hearty laughter, the sound echoing through the courtyard, causing leaves from the osmanthus tree to flutter down. Li Junxian had never witnessed the emperor laugh so freely, his chopsticks frozen mid-air as he stared at Li Yuan's face, now glistening with tears of mirth. A swell of unnameable emotions rising within him. The moon ascended, hanging above the osmanthus tree, round and bright. The broth in the pot bubbled over and over. Plates of meat were consumed, and the baskets of vegetables emptied and filled again. No one wished to depart. No one sought to disperse. All remained gathered around the pot, their faces glistening with grease and flushed from the drink. Xiao Chen leaned back in his chair, rubbing his belly, gazing up at the moon, exhaling a long sigh. Li Yuan sat beside him, mildly tipsy, squinting his eyes, lost in thought. Da Huang lay on the ground, his belly round and full, snoring, while Xiao He leaned against him, fast asleep, occasionally twitching his tail. The guards dispersed in small groups, some heading to the village entrance for night watch, others returning to their tents to rest, while some simply reclined in the courtyard, propping their arms to gaze at the stars. The broth in the pot continued to bubble, but no one remained to eat. Chapter 26. Healing. When Li Xiaogong's carriage halted at the Xiao residence, Xiao Chen was outside in the courtyard, tending to the golden eagle. The eagle's wounds had nearly healed, the gash on its wing had scabbed over, and it appeared much livelier than on the day it arrived. Perched on a specially designed wooden frame, it tilted its head to observe Xiao Chen, its gaze still defiant, but no longer screeching at him. Da Huang lay at a safe distance on the stairs, while Xiao He resolutely remained outside the courtyard, keeping watch. Master Xiao? Li Xiaogong's voice rang from outside the gate, brimming with uncontainable joy. Master Xiao, we have arrived. Xiao Chen set down the medicinal cloth, brushed off the remnants of the medicine from his hands, and rose to walk towards the gate. As he reached the osmanthus tree, Li Xiaogong strode in, followed closely by Li Muyao. Xiao Chen glanced at Li Muyao, his eyes brightening slightly. After several days of medicine, her complexion had improved considerably. The pallor that once marked her face had given way to a faint blush, and her lips bore color, resembling a withered flower revived by water. Today she wore a pale yellow skirt, her hair neatly arranged with a white jade hairpin adorning her temples, radiating a newfound vitality compared to their last encounter. Yet her face flushed. From the moment she laid eyes on Xiao Chen, a rosy hue spread from her neck to the tips of her ears, finally tinting her earlobes a delicate pink. She lowered her head, fingers twisting the handkerchief she always kept on hand, her lips parting slightly as she attempted to call out, Master Xiao, but her voice was barely audible, like a whisper of a mosquito. Shopkeeper Li, Xiao Chen greeted Li Xiaogong with a slight bow, then nodded toward Li Muyao. Miss Li, you look much better. Li Muyao's earlobes flushed deeper, and she softly responded with a gentle Just as Li Xiaogong was about to speak, the sound of hooves echoed from outside the courtyard once more. As the crowd turned, they saw Li Er riding in, accompanied by a horse-drawn carriage. The curtain was lifted, revealing Li Lizzie's head peeking out, waving at Xiao Chen. Brother Xiao Chen. Li Er dismounted, tossed the reins to a guard behind him, and strode into the courtyard. His gaze first fell upon Li Muyao, scrutinizing her from head to toe, his eyebrows slightly raised as he noted her improved complexion since their last encounter. He then turned to Xiao Chen, his eyes carrying a scrutinizing intent. Young Master Xiao, Li Er clasped his hands together. We have come to seek your assistance in treating her ailment. Xiao Chen glanced at him, thinking that he could practically read the words, I don't trust you written across his face. Let us begin, he said, turning to enter the room. Miss Li, please follow me. Li Muyao took a couple of steps behind him, while Li Xiaogong attempted to join them, but was halted by Xiao Chen's outstretched hand. Master Li, please wait outside. Li Xiaogong was taken aback. I cannot be present while my daughter is being treated? Xiao Chen turned to him, his expression impassive. The treatment requires physical contact and acupuncture. It would be inappropriate for you to be present. Li Xiaogong opened his mouth, his face flushing crimson. Physical contact? Acupuncture? His daughter. yet unmarried, would be touched and pricked by a young man. This would be scandalous if it got out. "Father," Li Muyao softly called. Li Xiaogong looked into his daughter's eyes, which were filled with shyness and tension, but not fear. She nodded slightly, silently reassuring him that it would be fine. Li Xiaogong gritted his teeth, swallowing back his words, and took a step back. Li Er stood by, hands clasped behind his back, his expression unreadable. Li Lizzie tugged at his sleeve, whispering, "Father, is brother Xiao Chen going to give sister Muyao acupuncture?" "Yes." "Does it hurt?" "I don't know." Li Lizzie pondered for a moment before asking, "Then why does father look so stern?" Li Er remained silent. Xiao Chen led Li Muyao into the guest room and closed the door behind them, securing the latch and ensuring it was tightly shut. He called out, "Xiao Qing, come help." Xiao Qing rushed in from the adjacent room, holding a basin of warm water and draped with a clean cloth. Xiao Chen had intentionally summoned her to assist, both to avoid suspicion and because he genuinely needed help passing items. "Brother Xiao Chen," Xiao Qing placed the warm water on the table, curiously glancing around. "What are we doing?" "Just wait there for a moment and help me with the needles." Xiao Chen retrieved a cloth bag from the table, opening it to reveal a row of silver needles glimmering in the sunlight. Li Muyao stood in the center of the room, clutching her garment nervously, her knuckles turning white. Her face had flushed all the way to her neck, her ears burning. She watched as Xiao Chen arranged the silver needles, moved the basin of warm water to the bedside, and draped the cloth over the chair. Each of his actions quickened her heartbeat, to the point where she felt her breath becoming labored. Yet, it was not her usual ailment. She recognized that this sensation was entirely different. "Miss Li." Xiao Chen turned to her, his tone as calm as if he were commenting on the weather. "For the treatment, you will need to remove your upper garment and lie face down on the bed. Just exposing your back will suffice." Li Muyao's face turned crimson. Remove her upper garment? In front of Xiao Chen? Though he was a physician, and her father had approved of him as a future suitor, none of that assuaged her embarrassment. "Xiao Qing," Xiao Chen called without turning, "assist Miss Li in removing her clothing." Xiao Qing acknowledged and approached, her small hand reaching for Li Muyao's waistband. Li Muyao stiffened instinctively, wanting to retreat, yet her body felt anchored to the ground. She shut her eyes, taking a deep breath that surprisingly calmed her momentarily. Biting her lip, she allowed Xiao Qing to untie her waistband. Her skirts slipped down, her outer garments removed, leaving only a pale belly wrap. Li Muyao lay face down on the bed, burying her face into the pillow, her hands gripping the corners tightly, her back fully exposed to the air. Her shoulder blades gently protruded in the straight, elegant line of her spine contrasted with her alabaster skin, which flushed a delicate pink from embarrassment. Xiao Chen glanced at her before quickly averting his gaze. It was not that he did not wish to look, but rather that he feared becoming overwhelmed by the moment. He took a deep breath, sitting at the bedside, extracting a silver needle from the cloth bag. The needle, as fine as a hair, shimmered in the sunlight. He held the tail of the needle between his fingers, aiming it at a specific acupuncture point on Li Muyao's back, but hesitated to pierce her skin. He gently pressed the needle against the point, placing his palm against her back. The instant his hand made contact with her skin, Li Muyao trembled as if struck by an electric shock, her entire body vibrating from her back to her toes. She buried her face deeper into the pillow, her ears flushed crimson. Xiao Chen's palm was warm and dry against her cool skin, the stark temperature difference leaving her mind momentarily blank. "Do not be tense," Xiao Chen's voice, calm and steady, resonated above her. "Relax. Relax?" Li Muyao screamed inwardly. "You want me to relax while your hand is on my back?" But she did not voice her thoughts. Instead, she bit her lip tighter, her fingers turning white as they gripped the pillow. Xiao Chen closed his eyes, focusing on the system. Target detected. Human female, 18 years old. Cause of respiratory ailment. Immunodeficiency in the respiratory system. Bronchial hypersensitivity to irritants. Editing disease resistance genes. Li Muyao felt a warm current emanating from Xiao Chen's palm, seeping into her skin and traveling up her spine, ultimately gathering at her chest. The sensation was peculiar, neither medicine nor acupuncture, but rather a warmth blossoming from within her body, akin to sipping hot soup on a winter's day, spreading warmth from her stomach to every limb. Her breathing transformed. Previously, she had always felt a heaviness in her chest, as if a door remained ajar, making each inhalation a laborious task. Yet now, the warmth that passed through her seemed to gradually open that door, allowing the air to flow in smoothly and clearly, akin to a waterway finally cleared of blockages. Disease resistance gene editing complete. Cause of respiratory ailment eliminated. Respiratory function restored to normal levels. Xiao Chen opened his eyes, withdrawing his hand from Li Muyao's back. "It is done." Just 2 words. Li Muyao remained motionless, Her face still buried in the pillow, her ears still flushed, yet her breathing was now entirely different, steady, deep, effortless, each inhalation and exhalation resembling that of a healthy individual. Get dressed, Xiao Chen stood, turning away as he collected the needles into the cloth bag. Xiao Qing, help Miss Li dress. Xiao Qing hurriedly assisted Li Muyao in donning her garments. Li Muyao sat up, her fingers trembling as she tied her waistband, adjusting her collar, taking a deep breath. She inhaled again, and again. Each breath was astonishingly smooth, as if it were the first time in her life she had truly breathed. The air rushed in through her nostrils, passed through her throat, filled her lungs, and slowly exhaled. The simplicity of the process brought tears to her eyes. Young Master Xiao? Her voice trembled, yet her breath remained steady. Has my ailment truly been cured? Xiao Chen turned to her, nodding affirmatively. Yes. Tears streamed down Li Muyao's cheeks. She was not a person prone to tears. From a young age, she had been aware of her illness, recognized her differences from other children, and understood that she could not run, jump, laugh heartily, or dance in the rain. She had grown accustomed to it, to taking medicine, to lying in bed, to watching others play outside, while she could only gaze longingly from the window. But being accustomed to it was not the same as accepting it. She waited for 18 years, and at last, she encountered a person who, with a pair of hands and a few silver needles, liberated her from that cage. Young Master Xiao, she rose and offered him a profound bow, tears streaming down her cheeks, forever indebted to Li Muyao for his immense kindness. Xiao Chen reached out to steady her arm, pulling her up. Do not cry, he said, his tone as unhurried as ever. If we go out now, your father might think I have mistreated you. Li Muyao, touched by his words, couldn't help but break into a smile. She quickly wiped her tears with her sleeve, tidied her hair, took a deep breath, and pushed open the door. Outside, Li Xiaogong paced the courtyard like a caged beast. Li Er sat on a stone bench, holding a teacup without taking a sip. Li Lizzie squatted beneath the osmanthus tree, staring blankly at the large yellow dog. Li Junxian stood at the entrance, his expression impassive, yet his ears perked up attentively. As the door creaked open, everyone turned simultaneously. Li Xiaogong hurried over to his daughter, grasping her shoulders with both hands, his voice trembling as he surveyed her. Muyao, how are you? Is your ailment better? Li Muyao gazed at her father's face, etched with anxiety and hope. Her nose tingled, and tears welled up again, yet she held them back and nodded vigorously. Yes, father, I am completely well. She spoke, taking a deep breath, followed by another, then a third. Each inhalation grew deeper and longer, her breath steady as the wind in the mountains, devoid of any wheezing or obstruction. Tears cascaded down Li Xiaogong's face. He enveloped his daughter in a tight embrace, resting her head against his shoulder, weeping like a child. His sobs persisted for a long while, his shoulders trembling, his face smeared with tears and snot. Li Muyao, feeling a bit breathless from the embrace, was embarrassed yet did not push him away, merely patting his back gently. It's all right, Li Xiaogong repeated hoarsely, his voice barely recognizable. Li Er sat on the stone bench, observing the scene, his fingers lightly tapping on his knee. His expression was calm, perhaps overly so, but his mind raced. Xiao Chen truly could cure ailments, and he had done so in a mere fraction of time. Li Muyao's condition was well known to him. Countless imperial physicians had deemed it incurable, suggesting only a regimen of care. Yet Xiao Chen had brought her inside, and within moments, she emerged completely healed. How had he done it? What needles had he used? By what means could he cure what the imperial doctors could not? Li Er's gaze fell upon Xiao Chen, who leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, his expression inscrutable as he observed the reunion of father and daughter, as if it were all preordained. This man's abilities far exceeded Li Er's expectations. Li Lizzie dashed over, tugging at Xiao Chen's sleeve, her face uplifted as she asked, Brother Xiao Chen, when will you treat Mother's illness? She also suffers from the same ailment, and it is even more severe than Sister Muyao's. Xiao Chen looked down at her and smiled. We shall discuss that when your mother arrives. Li Er caught this exchange, his fingers halting their tapping. It seemed his wife might soon be at the mercy of Xiao Chen's skills. Chapter 27. Roast duck. Li Er sat on the stone bench, nervously drumming his fingers on his knees, garnering a curious glance from Li Lizzie. Father, what are your hands doing? Nothing, Li Er replied, withdrawing his hands and resting them still on his lap. Yet his thoughts continued to whirl. It was a certainty now that Xiao Chen could indeed cure ailments. He was well aware of Li Muyao's condition. Countless imperial doctors had examined her over the years, their remedies merely maintaining her status quo. Xiao Chen had led her inside, and within less than half an hour, she emerged healed. He had heard her take 3 deep breaths, each steady as that of a healthy individual. The ailment of the Guanyin maid was even more severe than Li Muyao's. At the change of seasons, she would cough incessantly throughout the night, unable to sleep. The imperial physicians had prescribed the same few remedies repeatedly. They were effective only while taken, but the underlying issue remained untreated. Although Li Lizzie was less afflicted, each time he witnessed her struggle to breathe after merely running a few steps, it pierced his heart like a needle. Yet now there was someone capable of uprooting this distress. The price for this remedy, however, involved physical contact and acupuncture. Li Er's brow furrowed in deep contemplation. The Guanyin maid was the queen, the most esteemed woman in the realm. Allowing a young man to touch her body, should it become public knowledge, would tarnish the royal family's reputation. Yet failing to treat her meant each day she suffered could lead to a severe episode. Your Majesty. Li Xiaogong had approached him at some point, lowering his voice. I have an ungracious request. Speak. Since young Master Xiao has healed Muyao, I wish to ask him to examine my wife as well. Her condition is less severe than Muyao's, but it has persisted for many years. Li Xiaogong paused, lowering his voice further. I have inquired with young Master Xiao. He mentioned that treatment requires contact with the back. I propose that my wife bring several maidservants to observe, which should suffice. Li Er regarded him thoughtfully, a light igniting in his mind. Indeed, having someone present to oversee would be adequate. If Xiao Chen needed to touch her back, the palace maids could ensure he only touched where necessary, leaving the rest untouched. After all, the Guanyin maid was the queen. Surely, Xiao Chen would be cautious. As for Lizzie, at merely 13 years of age, she was still a child, and having a nursemaid present would suffice. Li Er's brow unfurled, and he lifted his teacup to sip, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. He glanced at Xiao Chen, who was squatting in the corner of the courtyard, feeding meat to a golden eagle, blissfully unaware of the arrangement being made. Father. Li Lizzie tugged at his sleeve once more. Did you really mean for brother Xiao Chen to treat mother? Indeed. What about Lizzie's illness? Also to be treated. Li Lizzie beamed, skipping over to Xiao Chen, crouching beside him to watch as he fed the golden eagle. The eagle, noticing her approach, instinctively recoiled, yet refrained from screeching. Likely due to Xiao Chen's recent care softening its temperament. Brother Xiao Chen, when will you treat mother and me? Xiao Chen, having finished feeding the last piece of meat to the eagle, dusted off his hands and stood. When your father invites me. Li Lizzie glanced back at Li Er, who pretended not to hear, diverting his attention to a few hens in the courtyard. Xiao Chen entered the kitchen, beginning preparations for lunch. Today was a momentous occasion. Li Muyao had recovered, and they must celebrate with a sumptuous feast. He had prepared the ingredients the previous night, and early this morning. He instructed Chef Sun to process 5 ducks, hanging them in a well-ventilated area to dry. Their skins were taut and ready, just waiting to be roasted. The roasting oven was specially constructed by Xiao Chen, modeled after a future design, featuring a circular chamber with wood burning below and ducks hanging above. The flames could not be too fierce or too weak. The ducks needed to turn slowly, their skins crisping to a golden hue while the meat remained tender and juicy. Chef Sun managed the fire, while Xiao Chen focused on the seasonings. The sweet bean sauce was homemade, fermented from flour and soybeans, enriched with rock sugar and sesame oil. Simmered to a thick, smooth consistency, perfectly balanced between sweet and salty. The lotus leaf pancakes were crafted under Xiao Chen's guidance, thin as a cicada's wings. Chewy and layered, kept warm beneath a damp cloth. Finely sliced scallions and cucumbers were arranged neatly on a white porcelain plate, their vibrant greens contrasting with the snow white. Refreshing to behold. As the fire subsided, Xiao Chen used a long iron hook to retrieve the 5 ducks, one by one. Their skins had turned a deep chestnut red, glistening as though coated in honey. Fat dripped down, sizzling as it hit the cutting board, filling the courtyard with an irresistible aroma of fruitwood and duck meat. So rich it made one reluctant to leave. Li Yuan was dozing off in his room when the enticing aroma roused him from his slumber. He slipped on his shoes and ambled to the kitchen door, peering inside without uttering a word, though his throat betrayed a slight movement. Li Xiaogong was engaged in conversation with Li Er when he suddenly halted, his nose twitching as he inhaled the delightful scent wafting through the air. Li Er too caught a whiff, yet he remained still, for he was the emperor and could not simply rush to the kitchen at the first hint of deliciousness. Such behavior would be unbecoming. Thus, he seated himself on a stone bench, holding a teacup with a composed demeanor, though his throat moved with slightly more frequency than usual. Li Lizzie harbored no such reservations and dashed into the kitchen, tiptoeing to observe Xiao Chen as he expertly sliced the duck. After a year of practice, Xiao Chen's knife skills had become quite impressive. The long blade danced gracefully in his hands, producing thin, even slices of duck skin. each piece adorned with a delicate layer of tender duck meat. The golden duck skin and pale pink meat were artfully arranged on a white porcelain plate, resembling a beautiful painting. "Brother Xiao Chen, how do we eat this?" Li Lizzie inquired, swallowing hard. "I shall teach you shortly," Xiao Chen replied, having sliced 5 ducks into 5 large platters, which he then carried to the stone table in the courtyard. He arranged the accompaniments: lotus leaf pancakes, sweet bean sauce, shredded scallions, and cucumber strips, meticulously, filling the table to the brim. Gathered around the stone table, everyone's eyes fixated on the platters of duck meat. Xiao Chen picked up a lotus leaf pancake, laid it flat in his palm, rolled 2 slices of duck in the sweet sauce, and placed them on the pancake, adding a few scallions and cucumber strips. With a deft roll and fold, he crafted a perfect duck meat wrap and offered it to Li Muyao. "Miss Li, do give it a try," he urged. Li Muyao accepted it, taking a small bite. As she chewed, her eyes widened with astonishment. The duck skin was crispy, shattering with the slightest pressure, while the meat was succulent, releasing juices that burst in her mouth. The sweet and salty flavor of the sauce mingled with the mild spiciness of the scallions, all enveloped in the chewy pancake, creating a cacophony of flavors that danced on her palate before she swallowed. "Delicious," she exclaimed, her voice trembling, unsure if it was due to the exquisite taste or the fact that Xiao Chen had prepared it for her. Xiao Chen rolled another wrap and handed it to Li Yuan. Li Yuan took a hearty bite, chewed a few times, and closed his eyes, as if savoring something extraordinary. He opened his eyes to gaze at Xiao Chen and remarked, "Xiao friend, is there anything you cannot do?" Xiao Chen offered no reply but prepared another wrap for Li Er. Li Er accepted it, took a bite, chewed a few times, and remained silent before taking another bite. His silence spoke volumes, serving as the highest form of praise. Li Lizzie, unable to contain her eagerness, grabbed a lotus leaf pancake and mimicked Xiao Chen's actions, attempting to fill it with duck meat, sauce, scallions, and cucumber strips. After much effort, her creation emerged lopsided, resembling a drowsy duck. She took a bite, and the sauce oozed out, staining her hand. Undeterred, she devoured the quirky duck wrap in a few bites, licking her fingers before starting on another. Li Shaogong consumed his meal with elegance, yet his pace was anything but slow. While eating, he observed Xiao Chen with satisfaction in his eyes, akin to a father-in-law admiring a promising son-in-law, one who could cultivate the land, cook, heal, and brew wine. Such a son-in-law was indeed rare. De Huang and Xiao He sat beneath the table, gazing up with hopeful eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Chen discreetly tossed some duck meat down to them. De Huang swallowed it whole, licking his lips, while Xiao He carried his piece to the corner, savoring it slowly. Xiao Chen then brought out 2 jars. One contained Maotai liquor, the mud seal broken, releasing a rich, aromatic fragrance, identical to the last time they had tasted it. The other jar held grape juice, a deep purple hue, pleasantly tart and refreshing, having been chilled for a delightful experience. "Li Zhongguei, allow me to pour a cup of Maotai for Li Er. Let us celebrate this joyous occasion," Xiao Chen proposed. Li Er lifted the cup to his nose, took a sip, and squinted his eyes in approval, nodding his head. Li Shaogong poured himself a cup as well, savoring a sip and exhaling deeply, his facial creases relaxing. Li Yuan enjoyed the Maotai while Li Muyao sipped the grape juice. And Li Lizzie first quenched her thirst with the juice before secretly tasting the bottom of the Maotai cup, only to grimace at the spiciness before returning to the grape juice. The 5 ducks were devoured entirely, leaving not even the bones behind. Xiao Chen discarded the bones into a pot to make soup, adding a few cabbage leaves and tofu, serving each person a bowl. The soup was milky white, and so flavorful it could tantalize the tongue. After finishing their soup, everyone leaned back in their chairs, rubbing their bellies, reluctant to move. Li Muyao sipped her grape juice slowly, casting glances at Xiao Chen, who was refilling Li Yuan's cup, a smile playing on his lips as he spoke, prompting Li Yuan to laugh heartily. Li Lizzie, having overeaten yet again, leaned back in her chair, her little belly pressing against her skirt. She clutched the last piece of duck meat wrapped in a lotus leaf pancake, hesitating for a moment before finally popping it into her mouth, chewing as her cheeks puffed like a hamster storing food. After swallowing, she released a long sigh, gazing at the empty plates on the table, and suddenly voiced her appreciation. "Every time I come to Brother Xiao Chen's house, there's always delicious food. It's wonderful." Xiao Chen, busy tidying up, chuckled at her remark. "Then you must come more often." Li Lizzie tilted her head in thought, then sat up straight, seriousness etched on her face as she asked, "Brother Xiao Chen, now that Sister Muyao is going to marry you, will she be able to eat these delicious dishes every day?" Xiao Chen nearly dropped the stack of plates he was holding. Li Muyao, sipping her grape juice, sputtered half a cup, the remaining half causing her to choke, her face turning crimson. She coughed, covering her face with her sleeve, her ears burning, wishing she could vanish into a crack in the ground. Li Yuan, holding his wine cup, watched the scene with a smile, taking a sip of Maotai with an air of composure. Li Er's expression was considerably more complex. He glanced at his daughter's innocent face, then at Xiao Chen, his lips twitching as he contemplated what to say, momentarily at a loss for words. Oblivious to the gravity of her words, Li Lizzie pressed on, "Brother Xiao Chen, is it true?" Xiao Chen set the plates down, turning to gently ruffle Li Lizzie's hair. Her locks were soft and silky, akin to the finest satin, a delightful texture beneath his fingers. "Indeed it is," he replied casually, as though discussing the pleasant weather. "Whoever marries me shall have delectable food every day." Li Yuan nearly choked on his drink, coughing a couple of times. Wiping his mouth with his sleeve, and teasingly scolding Xiao Chen, "Xiao friend, such words imply you are being greedy," eyeing both the bowl and the pot. "Is that quite appropriate?" Li Er remained silent, yet his expression clearly conveyed agreement with his father's remark. Xiao Chen withdrew his hand from Li Lizzie's head, maintaining a composed demeanor as he retorted, "Grandfather Li, I was merely indulging a child. You are reading too much into it." Li Yuan burst into hearty laughter, his beard shaking with mirth. "Indulging a child? Your previous statement hardly seemed like mere childish play." Li Er raised his cup and took a sip, refraining from engaging in the conversation. However, his gaze flickered between Xiao Chen and Li Lizzie, and an unsettling thought emerged in his mind. Li Ji was always cheerful when visiting Kai Su village, often chattering about brother Xiao Chen for days after returning. Now that Mu Yao was to marry Xiao Chen, if Li Ji were to visit frequently, growing closer to Xiao Chen, what if Li Er set down his cup? Impossible. She is only 13, still just a child. Xiao Chen is 5 or 6 years her senior. He should have no ill intentions. Moreover, Li Ji is a princess. Her marriage is my decision. Without my approval, no one can take her away. Nonetheless, Li Er felt a lingering unease. He lifted his cup once more, taking a hearty sip. Li Xiaogong had remained mostly silent throughout, yet a knowing smile lingered on his lips. As someone with experience, he could discern Xiao Chen's affection for Li Ji. However, the expression on the emperor's face was not lost on him, and he found it amusing yet dared not laugh. Instead, lowering his gaze to feign interest in the duck bones on the table, Li Muyao, having finally recovered from the embarrassment of spraying grape juice, wiped her mouth and stole a glance at Xiao Chen. He was engaged in playful banter with Li Yuan, insisting that he should not wrongly accuse a good person. To which Li Yuan retorted, "A good person? Can a good person utter such words?" Their exchange was reminiscent of two old children. Li Muyao lowered her head, her lips curving into a smile that eventually blossomed into laughter. Afterward, she quietly mused to herself, "Marrying him is indeed quite delightful." After a satisfying meal, it was time to discuss serious matters. Li Xiaogong rose, adjusted his attire, and respectfully clasped his hands before Xiao Chen. "Young Master Xiao, although Muyao's health has improved, I would like her to stay with you for a few more days for further observation." Xiao Chen glanced at Li Muyao, who was staring at the ground, her fingers nervously twisting a handkerchief within her sleeve, her ears flushed crimson. "Very well," Xiao Chen nodded. "A few days is no problem. There are rooms available." Li Xiaogong was overjoyed, expressing his gratitude profusely. Li Muyao's ears reddened even more, yet she did not refuse. In fact, she felt a secret sigh of relief at the thought of savoring Xiao Chen's culinary delights for a few extra days. This thought made her feel somewhat guilty, yet she could not help it. Li Yuan also stood up, brushing off the dust from his robe, and leisurely declared, "I shall not take my leave either. I cannot rest easy knowing Mu Yao is alone here, so I will keep an eye on her." Li Er cast a complicated glance at his father. "Keep an eye on her? You, an elderly man in your 60s, watching over a 16-year-old girl? Who would believe such a thing?" However, Li Er refrained from exposing him, for he understood that Li Yuan's true intention was not to watch over Li Muyao, but rather to keep an eye on Xiao Chen. The secrets this young man possessed were far too numerous, so much so that even he, as emperor, could not discern them. Li Yuan, as a father, was even more at a loss. "Then I must trouble you, old Li," Xiao Chen said, bowing slightly to Li Yuan, addressing him with a familiarity that seemed entirely natural. Li Er opened his mouth, intending to admonish Xiao Chen for referring to his father as old Li, but then thought better of it, realizing that Xiao Chen was unaware of Li Yuan's true identity, and thus, there was nothing inappropriate about the address. He swallowed the words he had prepared and turned to leave the courtyard. After taking a few steps, he halted. "Young Master Xiao," Li Er turned back, his expression one of hesitation yet determination. "Do you still have that Maotai wine?" Xiao Chen looked at him, blinking. "I do have some, but I want a few jars," Li Er interjected, his tone brooking no argument. I shall take them back to taste. Xiao Chen regarded him for a moment before turning to the wine cellar, retrieving 3 jars of Mao Tai, binding them with straw rope, and handing them to Lier's guard. When the guard received them, the weight nearly caused him to stumble, for despite their seemingly modest size, each jar contained a substantial quantity of liquor, easily weighing over 10 pounds. Seeing this, Li Xiaogong approached eagerly, rubbing his hands together, his smile a touch obsequious. Young Master Xiao, about that roast duck. Xiao Chen regarded him blankly. The roast duck is gone. All 5 have been devoured. But weren't there still 2 left uncarved? I saw them hanging by the stove when I went to the kitchen, Li Xiaogong protested. Xiao Chen took a deep breath, turned, and returned to the kitchen, wrapping the 2 remaining roast ducks in oil paper and stuffing them into Li Xiaogong's hands. Li Xiaogong accepted them, his grin wide, thanking him profusely. A stark contrast to his usual dignified demeanor in court. Lier glanced at Li Xiaogong, and then at the 3 jars of wine he held. Sensing something was still amiss, his gaze swept the courtyard, landing on the unfinished plate of grapes on the stone table. Without waiting for him to finish his thought, Xiao Chen walked over, poured the entire plate of grapes into a cloth bag, tied it securely, and handed it to him. Lier accepted it with a satisfied nod and turned to leave. Li Xiaogong, cradling the 2 roast ducks, followed closely behind. His steps light as though he had regained 10 years of youth. Li Lizzie walked between them, tugging at Lier's sleeve with one hand while waving at Xiao Chen with the other. Brother Xiao Chen, I shall come again next time. Xiao Chen stood at the courtyard entrance, waving back. Take care on your journey. The carriage rattled away, stirring up a cloud of dust. Xiao Chen lingered at the entrance, watching the carriage disappear down the village path before returning to the courtyard. Dao, perched on the steps, looked up at him, tail wagging. What are you staring at? Xiao Chen said to him. Your young master has suffered a loss today. 3 jars of Mao Tai, 2 roast ducks, and a plate of grapes, all gone. Dahu yawned, burying his head in his paws. Xiao Hong lay curled up in the corner, sound asleep, oblivious to the proceedings. Li Muyao stood at the guest room door, holding a glass of unfinished grape juice, observing Xiao Chen as he spoke to Dahu in the courtyard. The autumn breeze rustled the leaves of the osmanthus tree, causing a few delicate blossoms to fall upon Xiao Chen's shoulder, unnoticed as he continued lamenting the loss of the 3 jars of Mao Tai. Li Muyao lowered her head and took a sip of the grape juice, savoring its sweetness. She turned back into the room, placing the glass on the table, and opened the window, allowing the fragrance of osmanthus to waft inside. In the distance, Li Er's carriage had become a mere speck, vanishing on the horizon. Nearby, Xiao Chen had moved a bamboo chair beneath the osmanthus tree, reclining with his legs crossed, eyes closed, while Dahu lay at his feet, tail swaying lazily. Li Muyao leaned against the windowsill, gazing at the scene before her, and suddenly felt that staying was truly wonderful. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Chen, with his eyes closed and a slight smile playing on his lips, was thinking, Old Li, you leave your daughter with me for a few days, and you are not worried that I shall whisk her away? He rolled over, draping his legs over Dahu's back. Dahu grunted in discontent, but did not move away. Chapter 29. Sheng Yaojin buys Mao Tai wine. Sheng Yaojin had not slept a wink all night. This was no exaggeration, it was a literal truth. He lay in bed, tossing and turning like a pancake, kicking off the covers, tossing the pillow aside, eyes closing and reopening, fixated on a single thought, Mao Tai. The wine had been delivered to his residence the previous evening. Li Er and Li Xiaogong had returned from Caishu village and, passing by the Duke of Lu's residence, in high spirits, had sent over a jar of Mao Tai for old Cheng to sample. At that moment, Sheng Yaojin was practicing with his axe in the courtyard, drenched in sweat. When he received the wine jar and uncorked it, he was instantly captivated. The aroma was indescribable, as if a tiny hand had reached into his nose and tickled his insides, leaving him feeling utterly exhilarated. He poured half a bowl, tilted his head back, and gulped it down, gasping at its spiciness. Yet the warmth surged from his throat to his belly, radiating through his limbs, making him feel as though he had been ironed, every pore open. What a fine wine, he exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table and startling Cheng Chumo, who was nearby. The jar of wine brought by Li Er and Li Xiaogong was shared among the 3 of them, with Sheng Yaojin drinking the most. Yet it was still only 3 bowls. After those 3 bowls, he felt that every wine he had ever tasted in his life had turned to water. What was Xinfeng wine? What were the wines from the western regions? What was Persian wine? All mere dregs. As Li Er departed, Sheng Yaojin watched longingly as the 2 unopened jars of Mao Tai were loaded onto the carriage. He opened his mouth, wanting to plead for 1 jar to be left behind. But Li Er gave him no chance, and the carriage sped away. Sheng Yaojin stood at the gate for the better part of a tea's worth of time, staring in the direction of the departing carriage, his expression akin to that of a hen whose chick had been snatched away. That night, he lay awake, tossing and turning. The next morning in court, Cheng Yaojin was distracted. The Ministry of War reported incursions by the Turks, to which he replied, The Ministry of Revenue reported this year's autumn grain storage, and he said, good. The censorate impeached a certain official for corruption, and he replied, that is right. Wei Zheng observed him several times, noting that something was amiss, but he thought little of it. After all, Cheng Yaojin was often out of sorts. As soon as the bell signaling the end of court rang, Cheng Yaojin dashed out of the hall, not even changing out of his official robes. Leaping onto his horse and heading southeast with 2 personal guards. Cheng Chumo hurried after him, calling out, Father, where are you going? All he received in response was a cloud of dust. In the courtyard of Kai Su village, Xiao Chen was feeding meat to the golden eagle. The eagle's injuries had nearly healed, the scabs on its wings had fallen away, and the newly grown feathers glistened darkly in the sunlight, shimmering with a metallic sheen. It stood on a specially crafted wooden perch, tilting its head to observe the strips of meat in Xiao Chen's hand, though its gaze remained defiant. The initial hostility had dissipated. Xiao Chen extended a piece of meat, and the eagle grasped it, tilting its head back to swallow it whole. It lowered its head again, eyeing the next piece in Xiao Chen's hand, anticipation glimmering in its eyes. Xiao Chen, unhurried, tore the meat into strips one by one. De Huang lay on the steps, watching the eagle from a distance, his expression tinged with caution. Over the past few days, he had grown accustomed to the presence of the large bird, but maintained a safe distance. Xiao He was even more timid, hesitating to enter the courtyard, merely crouching at the gate to keep watch, occasionally peeking inside to ensure the eagle remained on its perch before retracting his head. The sound of the gate creaking open caused the eagle to perk up its feathers in alarm. Xiao Chen turned to see a robust figure squeezing through the entrance. Not walking in but wedging in, as the person's bulk was nearly the same width as the doorframe. It was Cheng Yaojin. Xiao Chen inwardly rolled his eyes. Cheng Yaojin had not even bothered to change his pseudonym, still going by Cheng Jin, yet his face served as the best form of identification. Changing names was futile. Shopkeeper Cheng, Xiao Chen said, stuffing the remaining meat into the eagle's beak, clapping his hands to rid them of scraps as he stood up. What brings you here? Cheng Yaojin strode over, plopping down onto a stone bench with a groan of protest from the seat under his weight. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and got straight to the point. Xiao Gongzi, liquor. What liquor? Mutai? Cheng Yaojin's eyes sparkled like copper bells. Do you still have that Mutai? Xiao Chen regarded him, suddenly enlightened. This old fellow was not here to purchase sweet potato seedlings. He was here for the liquor. And judging by his impatient demeanor, he had clearly tasted it before. I have some, Xiao Chen replied leisurely. Do you want it, shopkeeper Cheng? Cheng Yaojin nodded vigorously, his head bobbing like a chicken pecking at grain. Yes, as much as you have. Xiao Chen sat down opposite him, crossing his legs and sizing him up. Cheng Yaojin was clad in court attire, which, despite having run here, had wrinkled significantly. The purple robe and goldfish pouch, along with the official cap atop his head, would pass unnoticed in Chang'an, but seemed rather conspicuous in the countryside. Feigning ignorance of his official garb, Xiao Chen asked, What price do you intend to offer, shopkeeper Cheng? Cheng Yaojin's eyes flicked back and forth as he extended 5 fingers, 5 taels of gold for a jar. Xiao Chen regarded him in silence. Cheng Yaojin then raised a finger, 6 taels. Still, Xiao Chen remained silent. Cheng Yaojin gritted his teeth. 8 taels. That is my final offer. Xiao Chen lifted a teacup from the stone table, sipping leisurely before placing it down and replying with a calm demeanor. Shopkeeper Cheng, how much do you think I could sell a jar of this Mutai for in Chang'an? Cheng Yaojin's eyes darted rapidly, for he had already calculated this last night. Mutai was a unique offering in the entirety of the Tang Dynasty, unrivaled in flavor, aroma, and potency. Wealthy merchants and noble families in Chang'an would pay any price for a taste of fine liquor. 10 taels of gold, Cheng Yaojin stated. The figure he had mulled over through the night. A jar for 10 taels is quite reasonable. Xiao Chen chuckled. Then, shopkeeper Cheng, is it somewhat unkind of you to offer 8? Cheng Yaojin, thick-skinned, showed no embarrassment at being called out. Instead, he grinned and leaned closer, lowering his voice. Xiao Gongzi, I have connections in Chang'an and know some affluent families. If you entrust me to sell your liquor in less than half a month, the nobles of Chang'an will know about it. By then, not just 10 taels, 20 taels will be eagerly sought after. Xiao Chen leaned back against the chair, eyeing Cheng Yaojin's face, which bore the marks of someone who believed himself indispensable. The old man spoke the truth. His connections in Chang'an were indeed vast, capable of reaching even the imperial palace. Moreover, although Cheng Yaojin appeared rugged, he was shrewd in business, ensuring that no one suffered losses while ensuring his own profit. 50-50. Xiao Chen declared. Cheng Yaojin blinked in surprise. What? The profits will be split 50-50. Xiao Chen raised 5 fingers. For the first batch of 100 jars, priced at 10 taels each. Once sold, you take 500 taels, and I take 500 taels. Cheng Yaojin's eyes widened in shock. His mouth opening and closing as expressions flitted across his face. He calculated. 500 taels of gold amounted to a small fortune. Although he was a nobleman, 500 taels was no trifling sum for him. Deal. Cheng Yaojin exclaimed, slamming his palm on the table, causing the teacup to jump. Xiao Chen stood and entered the study, retrieving paper and brush, swiftly writing up a contract. The contract was straightforward. Party A, Xiao Chen. Party B, Cheng Jin. First batch of 100 jars of matai, each priced at 10 taels of gold, with profits split equally. Xiao Chen added a clause. Party B must not raise prices, substitute inferior goods, or disclose Party A's identity. Cheng Yaojin glanced at the contract, recognizing only a portion of the characters, but grasping the overall meaning. He bit his thumb and pressed it onto the contract as a signature. Xiao Chen observed him, pondering how unconcerned he was about infection. Xiao Gongzi, Cheng Yaojin. Having finished signing, rubbed his hands together, his smile radiating like that of a bodhisattva. When can I expect delivery of the first batch of 100 jars? 3 days from now, Xiao Chen replied. I will have it delivered to Chang'an. Excellent. Cheng Yaojin nodded repeatedly, then suddenly leaned in closer, lowering his voice again. Xiao Gongzi, could you possibly let me have a few jars in advance? I'd like to let some friends taste it. Consider it pre-advertising. Xiao Chen glanced at him, thinking to himself whether he was truly offering it to friends or merely wishing to indulge himself. However, he refrained from calling him out. Turning to the wine cellar to fetch 10 jars of matai, neatly binding them with straw and placing them before Cheng Yaojin. Cheng Yaojin gazed at the 10 jars, his eyes alight with excitement. He lifted one, uncorked it, inhaling deeply, his face transforming into one of pure delight reminiscent of last night's pleasures. Xiao Gongzi. He set the jar down, clapping Xiao Chen on the shoulder with enough force that Xiao Chen staggered sideways. You are the finest young man I have ever met. 100 times better than my own useless offspring. Cheng Yaojin carefully loaded the 10 jars onto his cart, cushioning them with straw to prevent breakage during transit. Climbing onto the cart, he waved goodbye to Xiao Chen. Xiao Gongzi, I'll send someone to collect the goods in 3 days. Prepare the money, every last coin. Wait. Xiao Chen called out, Shopkeeper Cheng, you haven't paid yet. Those 10 jars are samples, not a gift. Cheng Yaojin paused, feeling his waist, his expression shifting slightly. He had rushed out without bringing any money. Just put it on credit. He shouted, cracking the whip as the cart surged forward. We'll settle it together next time. Xiao Chen stood at the courtyard gate, watching the cart disappear into the distance, a smirk playing at his lips. De Huang squatted at his feet, looking up, tail wagging. Did you see that? Xiao Chen said to De Huang, a nobleman, no less, buying goods without paying. De Huang yawned and turned away. Xiao Chen lingered at the gate for a moment, feeling the autumn breeze before retreating back into the courtyard. He approached the wine cellar, lifting the lid to glance at the hundreds of jars of matai, neatly stacked, their clay seals intact, the aroma rich and enticing. Closing the lid again, he brushed the dust from his hands, a smile gradually forming on his lips. 500 taels of gold. That would be enough to double the size of his estate. He could pave more cement paths, enlarge the pond, upgrade the eagle's perch to superior materials, and even renovate the doghouses for De Huang and Xiao He. Xiao Chen counted on his fingers, and as he pondered, he suddenly recalled the 10 jars of wine promised by Cheng Yaojin as samples. However, he suspected that the old rascal would likely succumb to temptation and open one during the journey. By the time it reached his friend, there would probably be no more than 9 jars left. After some contemplation, he deemed even 9 to be excessive, given Cheng Yaojin's drinking capacity. If 8 jars remained upon reaching Chang'an, it would be a testament to his self-restraint. After bidding farewell to Cheng Yaojin, Xiao Chen stood in the courtyard for a while, gazing at the golden eagle perched on the wooden frame. The eagle regarded him with a tilted head, its eyes reflecting a wariness that seemed to question his intentions. Over the past few days, the eagle's demeanor toward Xiao Chen had shifted from hissing warnings to indifference. During meal times, it would approach him, yet once fed, it would turn its head away, feigning ignorance of his presence. Xiao Chen mused that the creature's temperament bore a striking resemblance to a cat he had once cared for in a past life, affectionate when in need, yet dismissive once satisfied. Great eagle, Xiao Chen crouched before the bird, meeting its gaze. Shall I give you an upgrade? The eagle, however, paid him no heed, pecking at its wings instead. Your silence is taken as consent, he declared. Still, the eagle ignored him. Rising, he rubbed his hands together and took a deep breath. Ding. Target detected. Golden eagle, adult male. Current system level, LV2, capable of genetic editing for large avian species. Editable traits, 2. Xiao Chen had contemplated this for quite some time. The eagle's wingspan already exceeded 2 meters, but its carrying capacity was limited. To lift a person weighing over 100 pounds, he needed to address 3 aspects: body size, skeletal density, and muscular endurance. 2 editing slots were insufficient. System notification: the host may temporarily unlock a 3rd editing slot by expending experience points. Current experience, ample. Xiao Chen paused, realizing he had accumulated a considerable amount of experience points. After promoting sweet potatoes and potatoes, the system rewarded him daily for his contributions to the populace. He had not utilized these points much, unaware that they could be used to unlock an additional slot. Unlock the 3rd slot, he commanded. The 3rd editing slot has been unlocked. This unlock cost 500 experience points. The slot will automatically lock after editing is complete. Xiao Chen felt no remorse over the expenditure, for he possessed several thousand experience points. Placing his hand on the eagle's back, he commenced the editing process. The first item, giant gene. This was not merely about enlarging the eagle's size, but rather proportionally scaling its entire body while preserving the skeletal structure. Adjusting the position and size of internal organs to ensure that its circulatory and respiratory systems could sustain a larger physique. He set his goals: a wingspan of 5 meters, a body length of 1.5 meters, and a weight around 50 kilograms, light yet robust. The eagle's form began to transform. Its skeleton elongated and thickened silently. Feathers grew longer and wider, and its beak and claws expanded proportionately. This process lasted about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, during which the eagle trembled as if something within it was expanding. It opened its mouth to call out, but the sound was notably deeper than usual, akin to a large drum being gently struck. When the transformation ceased, the eagle was no longer the creature it once was. Standing on the frame, its head nearly reached Xiao Chen's chin. Its wings, folded at its sides, appeared astonishingly broad, each feather resembling a long black blade. Its head and neck retained their golden hue, yet this gold gleamed even more brilliantly, as if gilded with a layer of gold leaf. Its eyes, dark and bright, reflected Xiao Chen's face, sharp enough to seem capable of piercing one's soul. Giant gene editing complete. Current wingspan, 52 meters. Body length, 16 meters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Xiao Chen swallowed hard. The creature now resembled not a bird, but a small aircraft. The second item, endurance gene. The eagle already possessed commendable endurance, but that was suited for gliding and short-distance dives, to sustain flight for several hours, particularly while carrying a person. Its muscle oxygenation capacity and energy metabolism efficiency required significant enhancement. Xiao Chen infused more mitochondria into the eagle's muscle fibers while increasing the hemoglobin's oxygen-carrying capacity. Endurance gene editing complete. Estimated flight duration, 68 hours. Maximum load, 80 kilograms. 80 kilograms equated to approximately 160 pounds, weighing over 130 pounds himself. Along with a simple saddle and some gear, he estimated that his total weight would be around 140 pounds, ample for the eagle's new capabilities. The third item, minor aesthetic adjustments. This did not require major alterations, merely adding a few grips on the eagle's back and breastbone to facilitate saddle and strap installation. Xiao Chen preferred not to drill holes or bind overly complex ropes on the eagle. Thus, he instructed the system to generate several bony hooks beneath its feathers, coated with a keratin layer to ensure comfort while securely anchoring the saddle. Aesthetic adjustments complete. Saddle attachment points generated, 8. Withdrawing his hand from the eagle's back, he took 2 steps back to appraise the magnificent creature. The eagle lowered its head to inspect its wings, then looked back at Xiao Chen, its gaze imbued with an unnameable emotion. As it spread its wings, the entire courtyard dimmed momentarily. With a wingspan exceeding 4 meters, it cast a shadow that engulfed the osmanthus tree. Da Huang sprang up from the steps, tail tucked, darting into the kitchen. Xiao He was even more dramatic, vaulting over the courtyard wall, crashing outside with a dull thud. The eagle flapped its wings, stirring a tempest within the courtyard. Teacups on the stone table were overturned. Osmanthus leaves fluttered down, and Xiao Chen's hair was tousled into a wild mess. All right, he shouted, pressing down his hair. Stop flapping. The eagle folded its wings, tilting its head to regard him, a glimmer of pride evident in its eyes. From his storage, Xiao Chen retrieved the saddle he had prepared, a simple seat crafted from cowhide and hemp rope, lightweight yet durable, secured to the eagle's bony hooks. The saddle featured 2 grips at the front, and the foot area was cushioned with cork to prevent discomfort. He also tied a leather strap around the eagle's neck as a makeshift bridle, uncertain if it would heed his commands. With all preparations complete, Xiao Chen took a deep breath and climbed onto the eagle's back. The eagle's body was narrower than a horse's, yet offered more stability, its wings supporting it on either side, keeping the center of gravity low. Settling into the saddle, he gripped the front handles, his feet planted firmly on the cork pad, securing himself in place. Great Eagle, Xiao Chen patted its neck. Take off. The eagle remained still. Take off, he repeated, giving it another pat. The eagle turned its head, casting him a look that clearly conveyed, you need to clarify which direction to fly. Xiao Chen pointed toward the sky, upward. The eagle opened its wings and flapped vigorously. Xiao Chen felt a sudden drop, followed by a swift lift. The eagle's powerful wings beat against the air, each stroke producing tremendous thrust, stirring up dust and leaves in a miniature whirlwind. The eagle lifted off the ground, 1 meter, 2 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters. It soared above the osmanthus treetops, the roof of Xiao Chen's home, and the locust trees at the village entrance, ascending higher and higher. Glancing down, Xiao Chen saw Kaisu village far below. Houses shrank to the size of matchboxes, people appeared as ants, and the village paths became slender gray lines. He spotted several villagers toiling in the fields. One looked up and dropped his hoe in astonishment, while Zhao Daniu gaped skyward, mouth agape, as if a potato could fit inside. He spotted old Zhao hanging laundry in the courtyard and glanced up, only to have a basin of water splashed all over his feet. Xiao Chen wanted to laugh, but the wind was too strong for him to do so. The golden eagle soared higher and higher, 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters. The sounds of the ground faded away, leaving only the rush of wind and the deep thrum of the eagle's wings beating against the air. Xiao Chen's ears felt somewhat clogged. He swallowed hard, feeling a bit better. He looked down, seeing Chang'an City to the southeast, its walls resembling a gray ribbon encircling the metropolis. The palace's golden rooftops shimmered in the sunlight, while the glazed tiles of Taiyan Palace reflected a spectrum of colors. The Wei River wound like a silver ribbon, curving gracefully into the distance. In the far background, the Zhongnan Mountains stood, their peaks blanketed in pristine white snow, against the backdrop of blue skies and white clouds, creating a picturesque scene. Suddenly, Xiao Chen felt a twinge in his nose. In his previous life, he had flown in an airplane, and while the view was splendid, it always felt somewhat detached behind thick windows. Now, however, it was different. He rode upon the back of the bird, the wind brushing directly against his face, the air cool, and the clouds seemed so close he could almost reach out and touch them. This was no mere mode of transportation. This was freedom. The golden eagle reached a height of 500 meters, its wings no longer flapping frequently, but instead spread wide, gliding on the rising currents. The speed increased, and Xiao Chen estimated they were traveling at least 80 kilometers per hour. The wind howled past his ears, tousling his hair backward, and his robe billowed in the breeze. He felt like an arrow, shot forth by a colossal divine bow. The golden eagle circled in the sky before heading southeast. Xiao Chen allowed it to fly freely, as if reveling in this sensation of liberation. It ascended faster and steadied itself, and perched upon its back, Xiao Chen felt almost no turbulence. Only the roaring of the wind and the occasional thrum of the wings. They soared in the sky for more than an hour. The golden eagle flew over several mountains, rivers, and dozens of villages. Xiao Chen spotted wild deer drinking from streams, fishermen casting nets on the river, and wisps of smoke rising from village chimneys. He felt as if he were a bird. No, he was indeed a bird riding upon the back of another bird. Big Gold, let us head back. Xiao Chen patted the eagle's neck. Though it seemed somewhat reluctant, it changed direction and flew toward Saishu village, moving even faster than before, as if pressed for time. The frequency of its wing beats noticeably increasing. Xiao Chen gripped the saddle tightly, leaning forward to savor the thrill of speed. Chapter 31. The distressed Li Yuan. As Saishu village came into view, Xiao Chen noticed a crowd gathered at the entrance. He couldn't discern who they were, but he saw people pacing the ground, some pointing upward at him, while others covered their mouths in astonishment. The golden eagle began its descent, folding its wings and leaning forward like a diving missile, its speed instantly surging to over 100 kilometers per hour. Xiao Chen's stomach lurched, the wind blowing tears from his eyes as he clung tightly to the saddle, mentally cursing, "Could you please slow down?" The eagle suddenly flared its wings less than 20 meters from the ground, the immense air resistance causing a rapid deceleration. Xiao Chen was thrust forward violently, nearly catapulted from the saddle. The golden eagle landed steadily in the Xiao family courtyard, folding its wings and shaking its feathers as if nothing had happened. Xiao Chen slid off its back, his legs weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. He leaned against an osmanthus tree for a moment, his legs still trembling. Xiao Yu, where have you been? Li Yuan's voice resonated from the courtyard entrance, laced with a panic he had never heard before. Xiao Chen looked up to see Li Yuan standing at the gate, his expression resembling that of someone who had seen a ghost. Behind him trailed Li Muyao, her face pale, still clutching half a piece of osmanthus cake, though she appeared to have forgotten about it. Xiao Yu, Li Yuan pointed at Xiao Chen, then at the golden eagle, his finger moving back and forth between the two, his lips trembling several times before he finally managed to utter. Did you just fly on it? Leaning against the osmanthus tree, Xiao Chen's legs still shook, yet he wore a smile more grotesque than tears. Yes, I took a flight. It was quite fun. Li Yuan's eyes widened like brass bells. He circled the golden eagle 3 times, inspecting it from head to tail. Then back again, before stopping and gazing at Xiao Chen, his lips quivering once more. Is this the injured golden eagle? Yes. You made it grow larger? Yes. You rode it and flew? Yes. How high? About 500 meters. How far? Flown for over an hour. I'm not sure how far, but we passed several mountains. Li Yuan fell silent, gazing at the golden eagle, which returned his stare. The eagle tilted its head, its gaze suggesting a hint of disdain, as if to say, "What are you staring at? Never seen a bird that can fly." Li Yuan took a deep breath, then another, turning back to Xiao Chen, his expression shifting from shock to seriousness, then to a look Xiao Chen had never seen before, a look that seemed to say, "I want that too." Xiao Yu. Li Yuan's voice tightened. Can this golden eagle allow me to ride it as well? Xiao Chen glanced at him, then at the eagle. The eagle's feathers bristled instantly, its sharp eyes fixed on Li Yuan, conveying a message that read, "Dare you? Old Li, this is not my decision to make. It depends on whether Big Gold is willing." Li Yuan turned to the golden eagle, adopting a self-perceived benevolent smile as he took a couple of steps closer. Big Gold. The golden eagle opened its beak and let out a hiss. The sound was deep and resonant, akin to the growl of a fierce beast, causing the tiles in the courtyard to vibrate. Li Yuan's benevolent smile froze on his face, and his feet halted in place. The golden eagle hissed again, this time louder. Flapping its wings, a fierce wind surged, lifting Li Yuan's robe and tousling his graying hair into a chaotic mess. He raised his hands to shield his face, stumbling back 3 steps. Once the wind died down, Li Yuan lowered his hands, his hair disheveled like a bird's nest, his robe askew, and his belt loosened. He stood amidst the courtyard, looking quite disheveled, yet his eyes still gleamed with a determination that conveyed his desire to ride. Xiao Yu, he turned to Xiao Chen, his voice tinged with a hint of pleading. Could you perhaps speak to it? Xiao Chen shrugged. Old Li, this is a bird, not a dog. You cannot reason with it. The golden eagle stood on the wooden perch, head held high, eyes closed, exuding an air of indifference. Li Yuan circled the golden eagle once more, trying to approach from the side, but the eagle opened one eye to glance at him, prompting him to retreat. He attempted to approach from behind, only to have the eagle's tail swish, nearly knocking him off his feet. He couldn't reach from above. Li Muyao stood at the courtyard entrance, observing Li Yuan circling the golden eagle like an old dog around a bone, unable to contain her laughter any longer. She covered her mouth, shaking with giggles, dropping the osmanthus cake without even noticing. After several rounds, Li Yuan finally surrendered. He moved a chair under the osmanthus tree, looking up at the golden eagle with a gaze full of longing. I have lived over 60 years, he mumbled. I've ridden horses, donkeys, and camels, but never a bird. The golden eagle opened its eyes to cast a glance at him before closing them again. Xiao Chen approached and patted the eagle's neck. It did not shy away but rather nuzzled against his hand. Li Yuan, witnessing this scene, felt an even deeper pang of envy. Xiao Yu, he suddenly sat up straight. Do you think if I feed it meat for a few days, it would allow me to ride? Xiao Chen pondered briefly. You could certainly give it a try. Li Yuan immediately sprang to his feet, turning to head toward the kitchen. Where's the meat? I'll go cut some. The golden eagle opened its eyes, observing Li Yuan's retreating figure with an inscrutable expression, less like it anticipated meat, more like it was watching a deluded old man. Li Muyao, finally having laughed enough, walked over to stand beside Xiao Chen, softly asking, Young Master Xiao, what did you see up there in the sky? Xiao Chen glanced at her and smiled. I saw a great deal. Next time, I'll take you up to see it. Li Muyao's face flushed instantly. Lowering her head as her fingers twisted the handkerchief in her sleeve, her voice barely above a whisper. All right. Li Yuan emerged from the kitchen, carrying a platter of meat. Approaching the golden eagle with a smile that sought to appease. The eagle cast a glance at him before turning its back, presenting its rear. Li Yuan's grin froze. Chapter 32. Trading beauty for a golden eagle. News spread through Chang'an faster than the eagle could fly. Emperor Li was reviewing documents in the Ganlu Palace when Li Zhengxian entered and whispered a few words to him. The emperor's vermilion brush halted midair. A droplet of cinnabar falling onto the document, blooming into a vivid red circle. He set down the brush and raised his head, his expression a mixture of shock, elation, and disbelief, all rolled into one, as if he had just heard of the sudden demise of the Turkic Khan. A carrying eagle? Li voice wavered slightly. Did you witness it with your own eyes? I did not see it personally, Li Junxian replied, lowering his gaze. But the guards by the Grand Emperor witnessed young Master Xiao riding the golden eagle, soaring above the village for over half an hour, higher than the city walls and faster than galloping horses. Li stood, pacing back and forth in the hall, before suddenly halting, his gaze piercing as he fixed it on Li Junxian. Prepare the horses. Tomorrow at dawn, we shall go to Caishu village. Your Majesty. Should we notify the Prince of Hejian? No need. Li waved his hand dismissively, a subtle smile gracing his lips. I shall go myself. Before dawn on the following day, Li arose. He did not disturb the court officials, but took Li Junxian and a few personal guards. Rousing Li Lizzie from her slumber, rubbing her eyes, her hair tousled, she mumbled, Father, what is it? Li draped a cloak over her shoulders, saying, I am taking you to see the great eagle. Instantly, Li Lizzie's eyes sparkled, sleepiness vanishing. As the carriage sped away from Chang'an, heading southeast, Li Lizzie pressed her face against the window. 3 li away from Caishu village, she spotted a dark dot in the sky, slowly circling amidst the blue heavens and white clouds. Father, Father, look, Li Lizzie exclaimed, her voice rising in pitch with excitement. That dot. It seems there is someone on it. Li lifted the carriage curtain, squinting upwards. The dot indeed moved, neither too fast nor too slow, tracing a steady path. Unlike a typical eagle hunting. After observing for a while, the dot grew larger and clearer, revealing a massive bird with wings spread wide, casting a shadow over the sky. On its back sat a small figure, poised and steady, as if riding a horse. Li swallowed hard. When the carriage halted at the Xiao residence, the golden eagle descended from the sky, its colossal wings unfurled, creating a gust of wind that sent the osmanthus trees in the courtyard swaying. Clothes hanging on the line fluttering away. 3 garments took flight, with the big yellow dog snatching one, and the little black dog seizing another, leaving the third, a lonely piece, to dangle from the eagle's tail. The eagle landed, folding its wings, and the piece of fabric fluttered behind it like a banner. It glanced back with a hint of disdain, shaking its tail, causing the garment to drop to the ground, where it was promptly snatched by the big yellow dog. Xiao Chen dismounted from the eagle, his legs still slightly unsteady, though much improved from the previous day. He steadied himself against the osmanthus tree and noticed Li striding into the courtyard, followed closely by Li Lizzie, who was running with her eyes glued to the golden eagle, her mouth forming a perfect round shape. Young Master Xiao. Li's voice boomed like thunder. Yet upon closer inspection, one could detect a subtle tremor beneath. Can this eagle truly carry a person? Xiao Chen patted the eagle's neck, which tilted its head and emitted a low rumble, a greeting of sorts. Master Li saw it with his own eyes. Xiao Chen indicated towards the sky. It just landed. Did you not witness it? Li circled the golden eagle 3 times. With a wingspan exceeding 5 meters, it stood taller than him while on the ground. Its golden neck glimmering in the sunlight, and its black eyes sharp as daggers. He reached out to touch its wing. But the eagle turned its head to glare at him, its gaze icy, causing Li to retract his hand. It is shy, Xiao Chen explained. It does not allow anyone to touch it except me. Li withdrew his hand, his gaze lingering on the eagle for a long time before reluctantly shifting away. He glanced around the courtyard, where Li Yuan sat beneath the osmanthus tree, a teapot on the stone table before him, though the tea had long gone cold. As he was clearly preoccupied, the old man's expression was one of frustration, akin to a dog that had spotted a bone just out of reach. Father. Li approached. What troubles you? Do not mention it. Li Yuan waved his hand, taking a sip of the cold tea, his frown deepening. I wanted to approach it, but the creature would not allow it. I fed it 3 plates of meat, and it enjoyed the feast, yet now it turns its back on me. The golden eagle stood on its perch, eyes closed, projecting an air of indifference. Li turned his attention back to Li Muyao, who stood at the guest room door, holding a bowl of red date soup, sipping it delicately, her expression unnaturally calm. Muyao, will you not try? Li inquired. Li Muyao shook her head, softly stating, I am afraid of heights. Even standing on the roof makes my legs tremble, let alone flying. Li nodded, refraining from pressing further. His gaze ultimately settled on Xiao Chen, scrutinizing him from head to toe, as if appraising a figure from an ancient tome. Young Master Xiao? Li Er's tone shifted to one of solemnity. Are you truly a celestial being? Xiao Chen leaned against the osmanthus tree, arms crossed, observing Li Er with a slight smile. He neither confirmed nor denied, but simply replied, if Master Li believes it to be true, then so it is. If not, then it is not. Li Er fell silent. This statement was tantamount to saying nothing at all, yet it seemed to convey everything. Neither admitting nor denying, it left one to ponder, and the more he thought, the more enigmatic Xiao Chen appeared. Li Lizzie, however, was unconcerned with celestial matters. She had already dashed to the Golden Eagle, gazing up with eyes sparkling like stars. She tiptoed, stretching out her small hand, her voice sweet and innocent. Big Gold, come down a little, let me touch you. The eagle opened its eyes, glanced down at her, and then turned its head away. Unperturbed, Li Lizzie circled to the other side, extending her hand again. Big Gold, I have jerky, come smell it. Once more, the eagle turned its head back. The two continued this dance, circling each other 3 times, until Li Lizzie finally surrendered. Pouting as she returned to Xiao Chen's side, tugging at his sleeve earnestly. Brother Xiao? Big Gold ignores me. Xiao Chen, nearly toppled by her tugging, chuckled. It is just shy. The more you come, the more it will recognize you. Li Lizzie pondered for a moment, then suddenly looked up. Seriousness etched across her face. If I lived here all the time, would it recognize me? Li Er, overhearing, felt a twitch in his eyelid. Xiao Chen ruffled Li Lizzie's hair, his tone casual as if jesting. If you marry me, I will get you a little golden eagle, raised solely to recognize you. Flying whenever you wish. Li Lizzie's eyes lit up, shining like lanterns. Really? Indeed. Then that would be wonderful. Li Lizzie clapped her hands, beaming with joy. If I marry Brother Xiao, there will always be delicious food, and I can ride the great eagle to fly. It would be so much more fun than at home. Li Er slapped his forehead. The sound was resounding, drawing the attention of everyone in the courtyard. Standing beneath the osmanthus tree, one hand covering his face. His shoulders trembled slightly, leaving them uncertain whether he was laughing or crying. Li Yuan watched his son's reaction, his lips twitching in an effort to stifle a laugh, though he ultimately succumbed to laughter. Second son, Li Yuan lifted his teacup leisurely. Your little cotton-padded jacket has a draft. Li Er lowered his hand. His expression a complex blend reminiscent of a bowl of overturned 5-flavored soup. He gazed at Li Lizzie's innocent smile, wanting to say something, yet found that no words seemed appropriate. To tell her she could not marry him? Lizzie was only 13, far too young for marriage. To suggest she should not marry for the sake of delicious food? The girl would undoubtedly retort that her father made daily visits for the very same reason. Li Er took a deep breath, swallowing back the words that hovered on his lips, and turned to Xiao Chen. His expression shifted from that of a helpless father to a shrewd emperor in less than a second, his transformation quicker than the dive of a golden eagle. Young Master Xiao, Li Er's voice regained its steadiness, albeit with an unnatural calmness. Would you consider selling me 2 of these golden eagles? Name your price. I will pay handsomely. Xiao Chen glanced at him, seeing through his intentions clearly. Li Er's interest in the golden eagles was not for mere amusement, but for warfare. The humiliation of the Turquoise and the Weishui alliance 2 years ago lingered in the mind of this illustrious emperor. With eagles capable of carrying men, aerial reconnaissance of enemy movements and terrain would elevate the military capabilities of the Tang Dynasty significantly. Yet, Xiao Chen was unwilling to part with them. It was not the value of the eagles that deterred him, but rather the desire to prevent Li Er from believing such treasures could be purchased with mere coin. Money was abundant. The gold given by Li Er and Li Yuan could sustain him for several lifetimes. What he sought was something else entirely. Managerly. Xiao Chen spoke slowly. A single trained eagle, from the egg to maturity, involves immeasurable effort that cannot be quantified by money. I possess only one at present. And you wish to acquire 2. He paused, casting a glance at Li Lizzie. Perhaps it would be more agreeable if you were to marry your daughter to me. And in return, I would provide you with 5. I shall ensure she is thoroughly trained and completely satisfied. Li Er's countenance shifted through a myriad of emotions. 5 Eagles, an aerial reconnaissance unit capable of unveiling the Turquoise's troop deployments, terrain, water sources, and supply routes. The disgrace of the Weishui alliance. That humiliating treaty signed 2 years prior could potentially be avenged. Yet the price was the hand of his daughter. Li Er looked over at Li Lizzie, who was presently attempting to bribe the golden eagle with a piece of meat, undeterred by its indifference, patiently coaxing it with promises of a single bite, demonstrating an uncommon perseverance for her age. This was his eldest daughter, the cherished princess, the apple of his eye alongside his beloved Guanyin maid. He had initially intended to marry her to Changsun Chong, the son of Changsun Wuji, to strengthen their family's position through kinship. Guanyin Maid shared this sentiment, wishing to entwine their families further. Yet, 5 eagles, in his mind, 2 inner voices battled. One insisted, "You cannot sell your daughter. You are an emperor, not a trafficker." The other countered, 5 eagles could quell the turquoise threat, bring peace to the borders. Can you not calculate the worth of one daughter for the tranquility of the realm? The struggle continued, neither side yielding. Li Er decided to defer the decision. Young Master Xiao, he cleared his throat, "I cannot decide this matter alone. It must be left to Lizzie's own wishes." Turning to Li Lizzie, he endeavored to keep his tone even. "Lizzie, would you be willing to marry Brother Xiao Chen?" Engrossed in her negotiations with the eagle, she did not turn her head but exclaimed eagerly, "Of course. If I marry Brother Xiao Chen, I shall have braised pork, roast duck, crayfish, milk tea, cake, and a magnificent eagle to ride every day. How wonderful." Li Er slapped his forehead, this time with even greater force than before. Li Yuan, holding a teacup, chuckled heartily, his face creased with joy. He exchanged glances with his son and then with Xiao Chen, feeling a satisfaction greater than that derived from an entire jar of Maodai. He had not forgotten the debt owed to Changsun Wuji for the events at Xuanwu Gate. Now, with Li Er's precious daughter destined to wed Xiao Chen, the Changsun family's ambitions lay in ruins. "Heir, I believe this match is quite favorable," Li Yuan remarked leisurely. "Young Master Xiao possesses excellent character, great abilities, and ample resources, making him more than suitable for Lizzie." Li Er shot his father a glance that spoke volumes. "Is this intentional?" Li Yuan returned the look, affirming, "Indeed, it is intentional." "So what?" Li Er inhaled deeply. Turning back to Xiao Chen, his demeanor restored to that of a composed emperor. "Young Master Xiao, Lizzie is still quite young, only 13. We can discuss marriage in a few years. However, I shall accept the 5 trained eagles as a betrothal gift." Xiao Chen regarded him, contemplating the implications. 5 eagles as a betrothal gift before the marriage was formalized? What if Li Er changed his mind later? Yet, he held his tongue, knowing the emperor's resolve was steadfast. Moreover, he had ways to ensure Li Er would not renege, such as withholding half of the training methods until after the wedding. Agreed. Xiao Chen extended his hand. Li Er grasped it firmly, sealing their agreement. At that moment, Li Lizzie succeeded in coaxing the eagle to consume the meat from her hand. Leaping in joy as she called out, "Brother Xiao Chen, the golden eagle has eaten my meat." Xiao Chen smiled at her, bemused by the thought that this girl had sold herself for a morsel of food. Standing beneath the osmanthus tree, Li Er contemplated the myriad emotions swirling within him as he beheld his daughter's radiant smile. He recalled Guanyin Maid's words from the previous night about uniting their families. It seemed that plan was now foiled. Chapter 33. The fiery Maodai. On the very night Cheng Yaojin returned to Chang'an, he concealed 10 jars of Maodai in his cellar, burying them deep among his wife's dowry chest and a jar of aged honey. He crouched in the cellar, guided by the flickering oil lamp, arranging the jars meticulously, inspecting them with care. Finally, he steeled himself and carried out 5 jars to his cart. This was not for sale, but for gifting. Though Cheng Yaojin appeared rough around the edges, he understood the value of Maodai better than anyone. Merely praising the liquor served no purpose. It needed to be tasted. And those who tasted it must be influential. A commendation from a person of stature was worth more than 100 posters plastered on the city walls. His first stop was at Qin Xiong's residence. Qin Xiong was practicing with his spear in the courtyard, the weapon swirling with a fierce wind, the red tassel at the tip resembling a flame. Upon seeing Cheng Yaojin enter with the jars, Qin Xiong halted his training, wiped his sweat, and greeted with a smile. "Jijia, what brings you here?" "Good fortune," Cheng Yaojin replied, placing the jar on the stone table and breaking the seal. "Take a whiff." Qin Xiong leaned closer to inhale, his brows shooting up. The rich, fragrant aroma enveloped him, akin to an invisible hand teasing his senses. After years of military service, he had encountered many wines, but none bore such a fragrance. "Where did this come from?" Qin Xiong inquired. "Never mind where, just drink." Cheng Yaojin, with a flourish, produced 2 bowls from his garment, poured the golden liquid, and the aroma wafted through the air, prompting even the servants sweeping nearby to pause in awe. Qin Xiong lifted the bowl and took a sip. The flavors, spicy, rich, and sweet, exploded simultaneously, sliding down his throat and warming his stomach. He closed his eyes, savoring the moment. And when he opened them, he looked at Cheng Yaojin and asked, "Is there more?" Cheng Yaojin grinned, looking like a fox that had raided the henhouse. That night, he visited 5 households: Qin Xiong, Yu Qigong, Niu Jinduo, Ho Junji, and finally, Li Jing. Li Jing was absent, but his wife, Hong Fu, received the jar, sniffed, and declared it excellent wine before taking it away without allowing Cheng Yaojin to enter. With 5 jars delivered, Cheng Yaojin returned home, filled with satisfaction and a sense of camaraderie. The following day, the city of Chang'an erupted with excitement. The first to make a significant impression was Qin Xiong, a man of few words, yet his utterances carried immense weight. When asked during the morning court session about the fine wine gifted to him by General Cheng, he simply replied with one word, "Good." That single word was sufficient. All the officials understood that Qin Xiong never spoke insincerely. Thus, if he declared it good, it was indeed genuine. Wei Qigong was even more straightforward. After the court session, he pulled Cheng Yaojin aside, inquiring about the source of the wine. Cheng Yaojin chuckled, saying, "In a couple of days, you'll find out." Wei Qigong shot him a glare but felt powerless to act against him. The most extravagant was Ho Junji, who that very night opened the jar of wine, inviting several colleagues to partake. After indulging, they staggered down the streets of Chang'an, only to be halted by the night watchman, nearly apprehended as drunks. News of the exquisite wine spread like wildfire through the upper echelons of Chang'an society, soaring through the day and night. By the third day, the threshold of Cheng Yaojin's residence was nearly worn down by the throngs of visitors, which included dukes, marquises, and even a few royal relatives, with palace eunuchs discreetly sending inquiries. Unfazed, Cheng Yaojin posted a notice, 3 days hence, at the West Market of Chang'an. A total of 90 jars of Maotai wine will be auctioned. Highest bidder wins. On the very day the notice was posted, gold prices in Chang'an surged. On the day of the auction, the grandest tavern, Ju Xian Lu, was reserved by Cheng Yaojin. The second floor housed several dukes and princes, while the first floor was filled with officials and wealthy merchants, with crowds of commoners gathering outside, blocking the streets. Cheng Yaojin stood atop the stairs, cleared his throat, and called out, "Ladies and gentlemen, today we auction 90 jars of Maotai wine. The starting bid for each jar is 5 taels of gold. Each subsequent bid must exceed 1 tael. Let us begin." No sooner had he finished speaking than bids began to rise. 6 taels, 7 taels, 8 taels, 10 taels. Before Cheng Yaojin could catch his breath, the price soared to 10 taels. He was momentarily taken aback, recalling that young Master Xiao had deemed 10 taels per jar exorbitant. How could it escalate so quickly? Before he could fully comprehend, the bids continued to climb. 12 taels. Someone shouted from the second floor. Cheng Yaojin looked up to see the steward from the residence of Changsun Wuji, who had arrived with a fistful of gold notes, exuding confidence. 13 taels. Came a response from the first floor. 15 taels. Echoed from another private room, this time from a steward of Gao Shuoyan's estate. Cheng Yaojin's heart raced. 15 taels for a jar of wine was an astronomical sum in his eyes. He mentally calculated. 15 taels of gold could purchase 100 acres of prime irrigated land, sustain 100 soldiers for a year, or buy a grand residence in the finest area of Chang'an. And this was merely the price of a single jar of wine. 16 taels. Another bid was made. 18 taels. 20 taels. 20 taels once. 20 taels twice. 20 taels thrice. Sold. The first jar fetched 20 taels of gold. The buyer was a veiled figure from the second floor, whom Cheng Yaojin did not recognize, but those beside him whispered that it was someone from the palace, purchasing on behalf of a concubine. Cheng Yaojin's heart skipped a beat. This was escalating beyond his expectations. The subsequent auction was even more frenzied. Some individuals purchased 3 jars in one go, while others partnered to acquire a jar to share. The world of the affluent was beyond Cheng Yaojin's comprehension, but he understood the value of gold. The auction for the 90 jars lasted an entire day, concluding only after nightfall. When the final jar was sold, Cheng Yaojin requested the account books, meticulously verifying the figures. After several calculations, he confirmed the total, 1,300 taels of gold. Seated in the accountant's chair, he gazed at the staggering number, rendered momentarily speechless. Though he had encountered considerable wealth throughout his life, he had never witnessed such an amount at once. 1,300 taels of gold, piled before him like a small hill, exceeded several years' worth of his salary as Duke of Lu. A wave of apprehension washed over him. Had these wines not been under his exclusive purview, but rather brought to Chang'an by Xiao Chen, all that gold would belong solely to him, leaving Cheng Yaojin with naught. That was close, he murmured, wiping the sweat from his brow. Fortuitously, he had acted first. According to their agreement, 1,300 taels of gold would be split evenly. Xiao Chen would receive 650 taels, and Cheng Yaojin would keep the remaining 650 taels. After deducting the cost of the 5 jars of wine he had gifted, he calculated in his mind, estimating each jar at 10 taels, resulting in a net profit of 600 taels. Reclining against the back of his chair, he stared at the ceiling, his lips curving into an incredulous smile. He recalled the days in Wagongzai, when he fought tooth and nail for mere taels of silver. And now, here he was, comfortably at home, selling wine, and effortlessly acquiring 600 taels of gold. He divided the gold into 2 portions, wrapping one half of 650 taels in red cloth and securing it in the cellar. He prepared the other half, also wrapped in red cloth, to deliver to Xiao Chen the following morning. Young Master Xiao, Cheng Yaojin mused, this favor I shall remember for a lifetime. Suddenly, he had a thought and retrieved a jar of Maotai not for sale, but to keep for himself. He poured a generous cup, raising it toward the direction of Caishu village. To you, young Master Xiao. Downing the cup, he gasped at the fiery sensation, yet his heart blossomed with joy. He poured another cup and drank again. Upon reaching for a third, his wife called from outside, questioning his late-night drinking. He set down the cup, yet the smile on his face remained unyielding. That night, Cheng Yaojin found it impossible to sleep, not due to the allure of the wine, but because the thrill of counting gold exhilarated him. His mind was filled with golden stars, twinkling brighter than the nightscape of Chang'an. The following morning, he personally carried the 650 taels of gold, accompanied by 10 guards, on a grand journey to Caishu village. Chapter 34. Inviting Cheng Yaojin for barbecue. As Cheng Yaojin transported the 650 taels of gold into Zhao's courtyard, he felt as if he were floating. It was not merely the weight of the gold, though it was indeed substantial, but rather the unprecedented sight of such wealth leaving his hands all at once. 650 taels, neatly arranged, shimmered in the sunlight, dazzling to the eye. Young Master Xiao, Cheng Yaojin exclaimed, plopping down onto a stone bench, panting. Count it, 650 taels, not a single one missing. Xiao Chen knelt before the pile of gold, inspecting a bar before setting it down. He did not count it, trusting Cheng Yaojin's integrity in such matters. Though he was fond of drinking, this old fellow adhered to certain principles in his dealings. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Cheng, Xiao Chen said, rising and brushing off the dust from his hands. Allow me to replenish you with 2 jars of Maodai. Cheng Yaojin's eyes lit up, sparkling brighter than the pile of gold. Is that true? Absolutely. Then I shall go fetch them now. Cheng Yaojin sprang up to head to the wine cellar. Xiao Chen stopped him. What is the rush? First, we must eat. There is something delightful prepared today. Cheng Yaojin halted, his nose twitching as he inhaled the aromas wafting through the air. He detected the scent of charcoal, the fragrance of meat, and an unfamiliar complexity that hinted at sweetness and spice. His throat tightened, and he obediently returned to the stone bench. Li Yuan emerged from the backyard, carrying a freshly prepared wild goat, a satisfied smile gracing his face, as if he had enjoyed a bountiful day of hunting. Golden Eagle followed closely behind, striding with authority, wings slightly spread, resembling a general surveying his territory. Blood stained its beak, remnants of the goat's entrails, as Xiao Chen had promised the innards to the eagle, while the meat belonged to the humans. Oldly, Xiao Chen inquired, did you catch that? The golden eagle, discovered by Dejin, flinched slightly as Li Yuan patted its wing, but did not retreat. An arrow through the throat, clean and swift, he declared. The eagle tilted its head to regard Li Yuan, its gaze reflecting a hint of disdain, as if to say, I spotted it first, yet you claim the glory. But it refrained from voicing its discontent. Over the past few days, it had grown accustomed to Li Yuan, allowing the old man to stroke its wings, provided there was meat as a reward afterward. Cheng Yaojin stared at the eagle, his mouth agape in astonishment. He had heard tales in Chang'an of Xiao Chen owning a giant eagle capable of carrying a rider, but witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. With a wingspan exceeding 4 meters, it stood nearly as tall as him, its golden neck shimmering under the sunlight, and its black eyes sharp enough to pierce the soul. Is this truly the eagle capable of carrying a rider? Cheng Yaojin stammered, his finger trembling as he pointed. It's called Dejin, Xiao Chen corrected him. Cheng Yaojin approached the eagle cautiously, extending his pudgy hand to touch it. The eagle glanced at him with a cold stare reminiscent of a wintry north wind, leaving Cheng Yaojin's hand suspended in the air, caught between indecision. It is shy, Xiao Chen explained. It allows no one to touch it except me. But Li Yuan just touched it. Cheng Yaojin protested, pointing at Li Yuan. Li Yuan has fed it meat for several days. Have you done the same? Cheng Yaojin opened his mouth, retracting his hand. He crouched in front of the eagle, producing a piece of jerky from his sleeve, hidden away who knows how long, and offered it to the eagle. The eagle glanced down at the treat, then back up at Cheng Yaojin, before turning away, presenting its backside to him. Cheng Yaojin remained squatting, holding the jerky aloft, his expression akin to one who had just received a public slap. Li Yuan laughed heartily at the sight. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen busied himself with the barbecue. The grill, crafted by a blacksmith, was rectangular, with charcoal beneath and a wire mesh above. The charcoal, made from fruitwood, burned bright red, producing no smoke. Only a faint aroma of fruit. Xiao Chen had cut the mutton into uniformly sized pieces, a perfect balance of fat and lean, skewered on metal sticks. In his previous life, he had relished barbecued food, and his skills at threading meat were honed from years in the night market. Each skewer was composed of 3 parts lean to 2 parts fat, sizzling to perfection and exuding a mouth-watering aroma. The spices were neatly arranged in small dishes: cumin powder, chili powder, fine salt, honey, soy sauce, and cooking wine. The cumin and chili were homegrown, ground into a fragrant powder that filled the courtyard with their enticing scent. The fine salt, secretly refined, was as white and delicate as that found in modern supermarkets. The honey, sourced from wild mountain bees, was a golden hue, thick as amber. Xiao Chen placed the skewers on the wire mesh, the charcoal flames causing the fat to sizzle and drip onto the coals, releasing clouds of white smoke. He brushed a layer of honey over the meat, sprinkled on cumin and chili powder, flipped them, and repeated the process. The mutton turned from vibrant red to golden, then to a deep brown, the fat crisping up, the mingling aromas of meat and spices dominating the air, overpowering all other scents in the courtyard. Cheng Yaojin's nose was no longer discerning. He inhaled deeply, as if attempting to store every fragrance in his lungs. Li Yuan could no longer contain himself. Rising from the stone bench to stand by the grill, gazing hungrily at the sizzling skewers, Li Muyao emerged from the guest room, clad in a light blue dress. Her hair pinned with a silver hairpin, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. After recovering from her ailment, her appetite had returned, and cravings accompanied it. Previously, the scent of food had only made her swallow hard, as overeating would leave her breathless. Now, however, she felt liberated, able to eat as she pleased. A transformation that made her feel like a new person. Xiao Gongzi, she inquired softly, do you need assistance? Without looking up, Xiao Chen replied, please take that plate of cooked meat over there for them to eat first. Li Muyao lifted the plate, the skewers arranged neatly, glistening with oil, the aroma of cumin and chili wafting towards her. She swallowed hard and took a few steps, then paused, glancing back at Xiao Chen, who was grilling a second batch. Beads of sweat forming on his brow, sleeves rolled to his elbows, revealing his strong forearms, his focused demeanor captivating. Li Muyao set the plate on the stone table, and both Li Yuan and Cheng Yaojin reached for the skewers simultaneously, each snatching one. Cheng Yaojin took a bite, the heat causing him to inhale sharply. Yet he refused to release his grip, his eyes widening in astonishment. What kind of meat is this? He mumbled. Wild mountain goat, Li Yuan replied, savoring a bite, his eyes narrowing with satisfaction. Discovered by Dejin, I shot it. Cheng Yaojin took another bite, this time chewing slowly, savoring the flavors. The exterior was crisp while the interior remained tender. The fat crackled as he bit down, releasing a burst of flavors: sweet honey, fragrant cumin, spicy chili, and salty salt, each competing for dominance on his palate, culminating in a delightful swallow. Delicious, Cheng Yaojin exclaimed, slapping the table. Xiao Gongzi, your barbecue surpasses anything I've ever tasted in Chang'an. Xiao Chen approached with a newly cooked platter, pouring a glass of beer for each person. The golden liquid, topped with a delicate white foam, shimmered in the sunlight. Li Yuan, accustomed to the taste of beer, took a hearty sip, sighing in satisfaction. Cheng Yaojin, experiencing beer for the first time, lifted the glass to his nose, wrinkling his brow. The flavor was unlike any he had encountered before, neither spicy nor sweet, but possessing a faint bitterness, with bubbles rising. What kind of drink is this? He asked. It's beer, Xiao Chen replied, give it a try. Cheng Yaojin skeptically took a sip, his frown deepening. It was bitter, with a fizzy sensation, and as he swallowed, a flavor reminiscent of barley surged from his stomach. He took another sip, and this time, it was less bitter, feeling refreshing, a sensation he could not quite articulate. By the third sip, he had grown accustomed to the taste, finding it enjoyable. Another glass, he requested, extending his cup. Xiao Chen filled it again, simultaneously grabbing a few skewers of grilled kidney. The kidneys, thinly sliced and slightly charred, were generously seasoned with cumin and chili powder, their aroma intoxicating. Xiao Chen bit into one, his eyes closing in contentment, as he relished the taste he had missed for over a year since his arrival in Tang. Kidney? Cheng Yaojin leaned closer, chuckling. Xiao Gongzi, you truly are one of a kind. Xiao Chen ignored him and took another bite. Li Muyao sipped her orange juice slowly, enjoying the refreshing taste. The juice was freshly squeezed from the last batch of autumn oranges, sweetened with honey, and chilled, providing a delightful respite. As she watched Xiao Chen enjoy the kidneys, she pondered how he could eat so heartily. However, she soon reminded herself that everything he cooked was delicious, and the kidneys likely would not disappoint. Yet she still hesitated to try them. At the entrance of the courtyard, a few small heads peeked in. The first was Ergo, a chubby little boy, sniffing the air, drool hanging from his chin. Behind him followed 3 or 4 similarly aged children, each craning their necks like a flock of eager chicks awaiting food. Xiao Chen waved them in. "Come in, form a line." The children rushed in, taking their places before the grill, their eyes fixed on the sizzling skewers. Xiao Chen counted them and distributed 10 skewers to each. The children received their portions, squatting against the wall, their faces glistening with grease, emitting satisfied hums as they enjoyed their feast. Little Qing was the last to enter, dressed in a faded floral top, her hair tied in 2 little pigtails. Carrying a bowl of red date soup, a gift from her mother for Li Muyao. "Xiao Chen, my elder brother." Xiao Qing handed the red date soup to Li Muyao, and then stood before Xiao Chen, hands on her hips, her expression earnest. "My mother said, from today onward, I shall be your personal maid." Xiao Chen was taken aback. "What? Personal maid?" Xiao Qing reiterated. "My mother said that you have done our family a great favor, and I cannot take advantage of your kindness without contributing. I can wash clothes, cook, sweep the floors, serve tea, and feed the chickens, ducks, dogs, and cats. I can manage it all." Xiao Chen examined Xiao Qing's serious little face and then glanced at Cheng Yaojin, who was squatting nearby, watching him with a gloating smile on his face. Chewing on mutton skewers, looking like a jovial Buddha. "Does your mother know you are here?" Xiao Chen inquired. "She knows. She sent me here. She even said if you refuse me, I can't go home." Xiao Chen fell silent for a moment, then took 20 skewers from the barbecue grill, wrapped them in oil paper, and handed them to her. "This is your wage." Xiao Qing took the oil paper bundle, cradling it in her arms, her eyes sparkling with joy. She found a small stool and sat at the kitchen door, unwrapping the oil paper to begin eating. Her manners were somewhat more refined than Ergo and the others, yet her speed was no less brisk. Cheng Yaojin, having finished his 3rd cup of beer, leaned back in his chair, patting his belly and letting out a loud belch. He looked at Xiao Chen and suddenly remarked, "Young Master Xiao, your life is more comfortable than that of a deity." Xiao Chen, focused on grilling the last batch of skewers, did not lift his head. "Deities do not have my level of affairs." Li Yuan opened another jar of beer, pouring a cup for Cheng Yaojin and one for himself. They clinked their cups together and took hearty gulps. As the sun set, casting elongated shadows across the courtyard, the fragrance of osmanthus mingled with the smoky aroma of barbecued meat, rising slowly in the golden light. Li Muyao held a glass of orange juice, leaning against the osmanthus tree, observing the scene with a slight smile. She took a sip of the orange juice. It was sweet. Chapter 35. The compromise of Empress Changsun. When Li Er returned to the Ganlu Hall, night had already fallen. He changed out of his casual attire and donned his formal robes, pacing back and forth within the hall, sitting down, standing up again, and pacing once more. A palace attendant entered with tea, but Li Er waved him off. The attendant retreated, only to be called back again, and Li Er drank the tea before dismissing him once more. When Empress Changsun entered, she found the scene of the Tang Emperor resembling an ant on a hot pan. Anxiously pacing about the Ganlu Hall, his brow furrowed in distress. Erlang, Empress Changsun settled onto the couch, accepting the tea from a maid and leisurely sipping it. "Did you encounter anything new during your visit to Caishu village today?" Li Er paused, glanced at her, then sat down again, only to find his teacup empty. He set it down. Guanyin maid. He cleared his throat. "I have something to discuss with you." Empress Changsun regarded him, her gaze as calm as still water. Having been married to Li Er for over a decade, she understood him well. His hesitance and stammering demeanor suggested either he had gotten into trouble or had a request. Given his expression, it was likely the latter. "Erlang, please proceed." Li Er cleared his throat again, recounting the matter of Xiao Chen raising a golden eagle capable of carrying a person. When he mentioned the eagle's wingspan of 4 meters and its ability to fly for over an hour, Empress Changsun's eyebrows lifted slightly, yet she did not interrupt him. When he continued, explaining how the eagle could be used for high-altitude reconnaissance of Turkic troop deployments, terrain, and supply movements, her gaze flickered with interest, but she remained silent. Guanyin maid. Li Er finally broached the main subject, lowering his voice as if sharing a secret. "I wish to utilize these golden eagles." "Then use them," Empress Changsun replied. "Xiao Chen said he could train 5 for me. But what?" Li Er fell silent for a moment, as if grappling with a significant mental burden. He took a deep breath and exhaled, lowering his voice further. "He wishes to marry Li Ji." Empress Changxuan's teacup froze mid-air. He wants what? Li Ji. He desires Li Ji to marry him, Li Er hurriedly explained, then lowered his head, feigning interest in the patterns on the teacup. The Ganlu hall fell silent for roughly 3 breaths. Empress Changsun set the teacup down, the porcelain clinking against the wooden surface, producing a sound that, though soft, resonated clearly in the quiet hall. Li Ji is only 13. Empress Changxuan's tone was inscrutable. I know, he replied. He said he could wait a few years. But Xiao Chen is already set to marry Li Xiaogong's daughter, is he not? That is Li Muyao. He wishes to marry both. When Li Er said this, he felt as guilty as a thief caught in the act. Empress Changsun fell silent. She scrutinized Li Er, who dared not meet her gaze. She lifted the teacup again and took a sip, then set it down, repeating the action thrice. Li Er began to sweat nervously. What does Li Ji herself say? Empress Changsun finally spoke. Li Er raised his head to glance at her, then lowered it again, his voice as faint as a whisper. She agreed. Empress Changxuan's eyebrows finally shot up, not merely raised but lifted high. She agreed? She agreed. She even said that marrying brother Xiao Chen would mean plenty of delicious food and enjoyable experiences. Upon reaching this point, Li Er felt embarrassed and covered his face with his hands. Empress Changxun remained silent for an extended period, observing Li Er's shameful demeanor. She found herself both amused and exasperated. The Grand Emperor of Tang, selling his own daughter for a few eagles, and then unable to face anyone afterward. Erlang. Empress Changxuan's tone turned oddly calm. Let me clarify. Xiao Chen is already set to marry Li Xiaogong's daughter, Li Muyao. Now he wishes to marry Li Ji. And you have agreed. Li Ji, in her innocence, has also agreed for the sake of food. You seek me not for discussion, but to inform me. It is a discussion. It is a discussion. Li Er set his hands down, smiling sheepishly. Empress Changsun shot him a glance, her expression clearly indicating that she was not to be swayed by such tactics. Li Er recognized he could not deceive her, sighed, and revealed the truth behind the circumstances. The threat posed by the Turkic, the humiliation of the Weishui alliance, the sleepless nights he endured over the past 2 years, and the strategic advantages these 5 golden eagles could provide. He spoke slowly, as if unburdening himself from a heavy load. Empress Changsun listened quietly for a long time. She recalled that winter 2 years ago when Li Er signed the alliance with the Turkic Khan at the Weishui Bridge, returning alone to the imperial study for an entire night. The next morning, when she went to check on him, his eyes were red, not from tears, but from sleeplessness. He had said to her, Guanyin maid, I shall never forget this day. Neither had forgotten. Erlang. Empress Changxuan's voice softened, carrying an imperceptible sigh. I had originally intended to betroth Li Ji to Chong Er. Strengthening ties was my wish. Li Er hung his head, silent. But I understand, Empress Changsun continued. Her tone as tranquil as still water, that family matters must be weighed against state affairs. If Xiao Chen possesses the capability to assist you in addressing the Turkic threat, I shall not allow personal sentiments to impede national interests. Li Er raised his head, gazing at Empress Changsun, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. However, Erlang. Empress Changxuan's tone shifted, her gaze firmly fixed on Li Er's face. Xiao Chen is already set to marry Muyao, and now he wishes to marry Li Ji as well. How many brides does he intend to take? Li Er opened his mouth, wanting to suggest that 2 should suffice, but he dared not voice it, uncertain if Xiao Chen might make further demands in the future. I am currently with child. Empress Changsun glanced down at her slightly rounded abdomen, a hint of a wry smile on her lips. If it is a daughter, I shall betroth her to Chong Er, as compensation to the Changsun family. If it is a son, we shall see. Li Er nodded vigorously, his expression one of profound gratitude, akin to a prisoner granted a reprieve from execution. Thank you. Guanyin maid. Thank you, Guanyin maid. Empress Changsun waved her hand, lifted her teacup, and took a sip. Suddenly recalling something, she inquired. When will Xiao Chen provide the 5 golden eagles? Li Er's expression shifted from gratitude to guilt, then morphed into embarrassment. He explained that the raw materials were to be provided by the emperor himself. As for the eagles, or golden eagles, he was responsible for their training and domestication. Raw materials? That meant he had to find the eagles himself and deliver them for training. Empress Changsun regarded Li Er for a moment, and a slow smile crept onto her lips, revealing her understanding that it was not as simple as it seemed. My lord, she said, though the Tang Empire is vast, finding a golden eagle capable of carrying a rider may prove quite challenging. Li Er's discomfort deepened. He was well aware of the difficulty, but Xiao Chen had already set forth the conditions. What could he do? Negotiate. He had never bested that young man in a bargain. I have already issued an edict, Li Er declared, to all provinces and prefectures. Search for large birds of prey, eagles, golden eagles, vultures. Any that are sufficiently large must be sent to Chang'an. Those who successfully capture usable eagles shall be rewarded with gold and nobility. Empress Changsun cast a glance at him, refraining from commenting on the absurdity of this decree. She merely lifted her teacup once more, took another sip, and softly remarked, "I shall await the sight of your eagles, my lord." The following morning, Li Er's decree spread throughout Chang'an and was expedited nationwide. The content of the edict was quite simple. All provinces and prefectures were to immediately search for large birds of prey, eagles, golden eagles, vultures, and capture them alive for delivery to the capital. A reward of 100 taels of gold and nobility would be granted to those who could procure usable eagles. Furthermore, skilled falconers willing to serve the court would also receive generous rewards. This decree caused quite a stir in the court. Wei Zheng was the first to voice opposition, stating that the emperor's self-indulgence would burden the people and squander resources, which was unbecoming of a wise ruler. Li Er cast a glance at him and simply replied, "I do this not for amusement," without further explanation. Wei Zheng attempted to protest further, but was restrained by Changsun Wuji. Although Changsun Wuji understood the underlying reasons, he could not divulge them. He knew Li Er required these eagles to confront the Turks, though he was unaware of the marriage between Xiao Chen and Li Lizzie. Li Er had not informed him and dared not do so, given that Changsun Wuji was the father of Changsun Chong, the suitor he had in mind for his daughter. When news reached Saishu village, Xiao Chen was in the courtyard grooming a golden eagle. Li Yuan sat beneath the osmanthus tree, sipping tea while observing Xiao Chen's labors. Upon hearing the message conveyed by Li Junxian, the old man nearly spat out his tea. Nationwide eagle hunts? Li Yuan set down his teacup, laughter creasing his face, and quipped, "What does this Emperor Li Er intend? To transform the Tang Dynasty into an eagle's nest?" Xiao Chen did not smile, yet inwardly he reveled in amusement. He had long anticipated Li Er's actions. The condition of providing the raw materials himself was one he had confidently proposed, knowing Li Er would acquiesce. "Xiao Yu," Li Yuan said, rising to approach the majestic bird, gazing up at it with a hint of envy, "Tell me, if I were to assist the old two in finding a few eagles, could I perhaps exchange them for a title of count?" The golden eagle glanced down at him before turning its head away. Li Yuan's smile faltered. Xiao Chen patted the eagle's neck, prompting it to reluctantly turn its head back, casting a sharp glance at Li Yuan before returning to its previous position. "Old man Li," Xiao Chen advised, "you must personally inquire with the emperor in Chang'an." Li Yuan gazed at the eagle's haughty demeanor, gritting his teeth. "I refuse to believe that after feeding you so much meat, you cannot allow me a single ride?" The golden eagle spread its wings, creating a gust of wind that tousled Li Yuan's hair into disarray. In the distance, several swift horses galloped toward Saishu village. The riders, equipped with bows and ropes, were among the first falconers to respond to the decree, their singular goal to capture a sufficiently large eagle for delivery to Chang'an in exchange for gold and nobility. Unbeknownst to them, the eagles they toiled to capture would ultimately find their way to Saishu village, to the young man sitting under the osmanthus tree. Lost in thought while gazing at the golden eagle, this young man would, in a manner beyond their comprehension, transform these ordinary eagles into true divine birds. Chapter 36. Constructing the Saishu Manor mountains of gold lay in the Xiao family's courtyard, resembling a small hill. 650 taels of gold, neatly stacked, glimmered dazzlingly in the autumn sunlight. Xiao Chen crouched before the gold, holding a wooden board and a charcoal pencil, calculating expenses. A swimming pool needed to be excavated, a sauna constructed, sunrooms adorned with glazed tiles, and a rockery built by craftsmen from Suchang'an. The fountain required copper pipes, which, though costly, were indispensable. He also planned to build a two-story villa for himself, occupying 600 square meters, with a ground floor featuring a living room, kitchen, dining room, and study, while the upper floor would house bedrooms, a dressing room, a bathroom, and a small terrace. The bathroom would include a bathtub, with hot water supplied via copper pipes from the kitchen. Though it would not compare to modern thermostatic showers, it would be the pinnacle of luxury in the Tang Dynasty. After some time spent calculating, Xiao Chen set down the board, rubbing his weary eyes. Although 650 taels of gold appeared substantial, such a grand project would consume it rapidly. Nevertheless, he felt no regret. Spending money on oneself was not frivolity, but an investment. The next morning, Xiao Chen instructed old Zhao to draft a job recruitment notice, which was posted on the large locust tree at the village entrance. The notice was succinct. Xiao family of Kagzu village seeks workers to construct a manor. Meals provided, daily wages compensated with grain, young and strong preferred, no limit on numbers. Though old Zhao's handwriting was unrefined, the message was clear. Within half a day, the notice spread like wildfire, reaching villages within a tens of miles radius. The first to arrive were 30 or so laborers from the neighboring Li family village, led by their headman, a burly man named Wang. Upon seeing Xiao Chen, he clasped his hands in greeting. "Young Master Xiao, our villagers have come. Please make arrangements." Xiao Chen glanced at the 30 or so robust individuals behind him, all clearly adept at agricultural labor. Nodding, he instructed old Zhao to lead them to the construction site and arrange their accommodations. Next came over 50 from Zhang family village, followed by over 40 from Zhao family village and 20 from Wangji ditch, with 60 from Zhou family stockade arriving on the third day. By then, a long line of applicants had formed outside the Xiao household, with a dark throng extending from the courtyard gate to the village path, numbering at least 1,000 people. Xiao Chen took a seat at the entrance, methodically registering each individual. He inquired about their names, ages, prior experience in masonry, carpentry, or blacksmithing. After recording their information, he directed them to the construction site, assigning them to various groups. Those with masonry experience began building walls, carpenters crafted doors and windows, blacksmiths forged iron components, while others dug foundations, moved bricks, and mixed mud. Responsibilities were clearly defined, and order reigned. Wages were settled daily. Each person received 5 pounds of grain, which could be chosen from millet, wheat, sweet potatoes, or potatoes. Though Xiao Chen perceived this wage as modest, the villagers regarded it as a windfall. 5 pounds of grain could sustain a family of 3 for a day with leftovers. Moreover, with the autumn harvest concluded, they were otherwise idle at home. Working provided them with food and a midday meal. Where else could they find such a boon? The project officially commenced on the 4th day. Xiao Chen incorporated the entire Kaixu village into the manor's blueprint. The existing village road would be widened and paved with concrete, with drainage ditches excavated on either side. The threshing yard at the village entrance was to be transformed into a central square, featuring a fountain at its heart, from which water would cascade down a rockery constructed of Taihu stones, flanked by bamboo and plum blossoms. The swimming pool was to be built behind Xiao Chen's villa, measuring 25 meters in length, 10 meters in width, and the deepest point at 1.5 meters. The pool's bottom and walls would be crafted from blue bricks, with a layer of specially formulated cement mortar applied externally to ensure it was watertight. The water is sourced from a mountain spring, channeled through copper pipes into a pool. In winter, a boiler can be employed for heating, a matter that Xiao Chen is still contemplating. The blacksmith has attempted several times but remains dissatisfied. However, he is not in a hurry, as the swimming pool can be utilized next summer. Adjacent to the pool is a sauna, a modest wooden structure, within which a stone stove has been constructed, piled high with pebbles. When heated, pouring water over the stones produces steaming vapor. In his previous life, Xiao Chen was fond of saunas, and since traversing into the Tang Dynasty, he has longed for one, and now he finally has the opportunity to create it. The sunroom is prepared for Li Muyao, who is frail and fears the cold of winter. The sunroom features a roof made of glazed tiles and is surrounded on 3 sides by large windows, allowing warm sunlight to stream in during the day, creating a cozy ambience ideal for tea drinking, reading, and embroidery. Xiao Chen has arranged a soft couch within the sunroom, adorned with thick cushions and blankets, making it a comfortable retreat for basking in the sun during winter. The foundation of the villa was laid over 3 days, the rammed earth solid and firm. The walls are constructed of carefully selected blue bricks, each piece flawlessly squared without cracks. The timber, sourced from South Mountain, consists of pine and cypress that has been air-dried for half a year, ensuring it remains stable. The roof is adorned with green glazed tiles that shimmer under the sunlight, resembling a celestial abode from a distance. The construction site is bustling, with thousands laboring concurrently, the clanging sounds resonating from dawn until dusk. Each morning, before daylight, Xiao Chen rises to survey the site, monitoring progress and resolving any issues. Li Muyao also visits the site daily, though she is unable to lend a hand, instead sitting nearby with a pot of tea, observing Xiao Chen's industriousness. As her health improves, her complexion brightens, her cheeks flush with color, and her lips regain their vitality. She sits quietly, reminiscent of a chrysanthemum blooming in autumn, unassuming yet captivating. "Young Master Xiao," she eventually inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. "Building such a grand estate must require a considerable sum, does it not?" Xiao Chen, engaged in discussion with a carpenter about the stair railing, replied without turning. "Expending money is necessary. Without it, wealth is merely a pile of metal." Li Muyao found the statement perplexing but refrained from pressing further. She simply gazed at his silhouette, a faint smile gracing her lips, before lowering her head to continue sipping her tea. Li Yuan, too, was not idle. Each day, the old man rode around the construction site on his horse, supervising the quality of work and occasionally offering suggestions. Some were sensible, such as the foundation needing to be 3 feet deeper to prevent collapse during rain, while others were less practical, like whether fish could be raised in the swimming pool. Xiao Chen adopted the former while ignoring the latter. Cheng Yaojin visited from time to time, ostensibly to check on progress, but primarily to share a meal with Xiao Chen. He never came empty-handed. Sometimes he brought fine wines from Chang'an, other times exquisite fabrics or peculiar trinkets. On his last visit, he gifted a glazed lamp from the western regions, claiming it was a housewarming present for Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen accepted it, placing it in his study as decor. Though his large golden eagle, unaware, had licked it and sneezed from the chill of the glass. The project was progressing smoothly. Yet Xiao Chen's thoughts were already drifting to distant places. Winter was approaching, and the winters in Chang'an could be harsh. Last year, he had spent winter in Saishu village. Waking each morning to find a layer of ice in the water tank, his breath visible in the frigid air, even with a charcoal brazier indoors. The dry cold was uncomfortable. This year, he wished to avoid such suffering. Jiangnan, or Sichuan, or perhaps the coast, he contemplated these locations. Jiangnan's winter is damp and cold, but milder than Chang'an. Sichuan's winter is even warmer and boasts hot springs. The coast offers seafood and breezy coastal winds. Even if winter gales can be strong, they are preferable to the icy desolation of the north. Let's go to Jiangnan, he mused, and perhaps procure some seafood along the way. His plan was to fly to Jiangnan on a large golden eagle, reaching in no more than 2 days. Upon arrival, he intended to find a warm place to settle in for the winter before returning. As for Li Muyao and Li Yuan, he glanced at them, thinking they would surely accompany him. That evening at dinner, Xiao Chen expressed this idea aloud. Li Muyao halted her chopsticks mid-air, her face flushing slightly. After a moment of contemplation, she softly asked, "Young Master Xiao, may I join you?" Xiao Chen smiled at her, replying, "Of course. You are my fiancé. Who else would accompany me?" Her face reddened further, and she lowered her head, pretending to sip soup, though her bowl was already empty. Li Yuan, however, was forthright, slamming his chopsticks down and declaring, "I shall go too. Muyao is my grandniece. As her elder, I must look after her." Xiao Chen rolled his eyes. Li Muyao was the daughter of Li Shaogong, who was Li Yuan's nephew. Thus, it was correct for her to call Li Yuan uncle. Yet hearing it from his lips felt more like an excuse. "Old man Li," Xiao Chen remarked, "you simply wish to have some fun, do you not?" Li Yuan, unashamed, retorted, "What of it? At my age, should I not enjoy life? Shall I wait for death instead?" Xiao Chen regarded him silently, allowing the old man his desires. After all, a large eagle could carry 2 people, and accommodating Li Yuan was not a significant issue, provided the eagle was agreeable. Whether the eagle would be agreeable was another matter. Xiao Chen calculated the numbers. Himself, Li Muyao, and Li Yuan, 3 individuals, but the eagle could only carry 2 at most. He glanced at the golden eagle napping in the courtyard, pondering that he would need to find some assistance for it. The following morning, Xiao Chen took to the skies with the golden eagle. As it soared high, he looked down upon the earth, where the fields glistened golden after the autumn harvest, and the distant forests were a blend of red and yellow, with the Weha River winding like a silver ribbon into the horizon. He patted the eagle's neck, pointing southward, "Fly about and seek your kin." The eagle emitted a clear, resonant cry and soared southward. The autumn sky was exceptionally blue and vast, with flocks of migratory birds heading south. Geese flew in a V formation from the north, while wild ducks skimmed the water's surface. Many birds of various sizes flitted about, creating a flowing river of avian life in the air. The golden eagle dove among these flocks, spreading its wings and emitting a series of low calls. The sounds did not seem predatory but rather communicative. Though Xiao Chen could not comprehend their language, he sensed the eagle was conversing with the raptors. "Come with me. Feast on meat 4 times a day, with attendants to serve you. No need to hunt or endure hunger or cold. Winter will bring warmth." Xiao Chen internally assigned a voice to the eagle, finding it amusing. Yet the effect was remarkably effective. Within half a day, the golden eagle returned with 7 raptors, 3 golden eagles, 2 hawks, 1 steppe eagle, and a black vulture whose name Xiao Chen could not recall, its wingspan nearly matching that of the golden eagle. As the 7 birds returned with the eagle, they darkened the sky, casting a shadow over Tsaishu village. The villagers looked up in astonishment, halting their work. "The young master has brought back 7 great birds," Zhao Danius shouted, his pipe dropping from his mouth. "Those are not just birds, they are eagles." Someone corrected. "Eagles are birds too." Xiao Chen leapt from the back of the golden eagle. Watching the 7 raptors settle in the courtyard, a smile slowly forming at the corners of his mouth. 8 in total, together with the golden eagle, there were 8. 8 raptors capable of carrying humans, enough to transport an entire party to distant lands. He instructed the servants to bring forth dozens of pounds of fresh fish and meat, piling it in the courtyard. Initially, the 7 newcomers were cautious, perching on the walls, rooftops, and branches, reluctant to descend. The golden eagle flew up to them, calling out a few more times, as if to say, "See, I did not lie. There is indeed meat to feast upon." After a moment's hesitation, the first golden eagle descended, landing beside the pile of meat and pecking at a piece. It took 2 bites before it tilted its head back and swallowed, then pecked at another piece. The second bird arrived, followed by the third, fourth, and finally all 7 descended, encircling the pile of meat and devouring it ravenously. Xiao Chen crouched nearby, observing the raptors as they gorged themselves, pondering, does this count as being paid before the work is done? The 7 birds cleaned the fish and meat to the last morsel, settling in the courtyard with wings slightly spread, their bellies round in content, belching with satisfaction, as if birds could indeed belch. Having seen enough, Xiao Chen stood up, brushed off the remnants of meat from his hands, and resolved to upgrade them starting tomorrow. The next day, he rose early and meticulously edited each of the 7 raptors. He enhanced their massive genes, endurance genes, and made slight adjustments to their appearance, mirroring the configuration of the gene. Moving with practiced ease, he completed the modifications for all within less than an hour. In the courtyard, the 7 birds unfurled their wings, the smallest boasting a wingspan of 4 meters, while the largest, the black vulture, reached 5 meters. They stood like 7 fighter jets poised for takeoff, exuding an astonishing presence. Xiao Chen arranged 7 simple saddles, 1 for each bird, and prepared 7 sandbags, each weighing 50 kilograms, affixed to the saddles to simulate the burden of a passenger. "Take off," he commanded. All 7 birds simultaneously spread their wings and flapped vigorously. The courtyard was engulfed in a tempest 7 times stronger than before, sending clothes hanging on ropes flying, causing De Huang to tumble twice, while Xiao He darted into the kitchen and did not re-emerge. The leaves on the osmanthus tree fluttered down in a shower. One by one, the 7 birds ascended, circling over Kai-Su village. They flew steadily and with impressive speed, carrying the 50-kilogram sandbags without showing any sign of strain. Xiao Chen gazed up, overwhelmed with delight, feeling a joy surpassing that of consuming 10 jars of Maodai. Counting on his fingers, he tallied the 8 birds: 1 De Jin, 1 De He, the black vulture, 1 Xiao Jin, 1 Air Jin, 1 De Hua, 1 Air Hua, 1 Hui Hui, and 1 Xiao Bai. Perfectly 8. Standing in the courtyard with hands on his hips, he tilted his head back to admire the 8 colossal birds soaring in the sky, grinning like a fool. The 8 magnificent creatures soared amidst the blue sky and white clouds, ascending higher and farther until they became mere black dots, vanishing at the horizon's edge. Chapter 37. Refined Salt. Li Yuan was roused from his slumber by an urgent need to relieve himself. Such is the plight of the elderly. Too much water consumed leads to early morning awakenings. Draped in a cloak, he exited the guest room to find De Jin perched on a wooden frame, glancing at him with a tilted head before burying its face in its wings to continue sleeping. Da Huang lay languidly on the steps, ears twitching but eyes remaining shut. After taking care of his needs, Li Yuan strolled leisurely around the courtyard. The autumn breeze was refreshingly cool, carrying the sweet fragrance of osmanthus and the crisp scent of timber from the nearby construction site. Upon reaching the backyard, he suddenly noticed a door ajar, a faint light seeping through the crack. It was Xiao Chen's cellar. Li Yuan was aware that this was where Xiao Chen stored grains and alcohol, yet he had never ventured inside. Initially intent on walking away, the slightly open door beckoned like a half-closed eye, enticing him to peer inside. After a moment of hesitation, he pushed the door open. An oil lamp hung on the wall, its flickering flame casting a dim yellow glow throughout the cellar. Rows of shelves were packed with jars and containers. Some held wine, while others contained spices. Li Yuan opened one jar, revealing cumin powder that filled the air with its aromatic scent. He opened another to find chili powder, which made him sneeze. Then he paused, his hand hovering over a jar filled with a pristine white powder, glistening faintly in the oil lamp's light. He pinched a bit between his fingers and tasted it on his tongue. It was salty, pure saltiness, devoid of bitterness or impurities. A flavor reminiscent of the ocean concentrated into a singular essence. Li Yuan's pupils widened in shock. He set the jar down and opened another nearby, finding the same white powder and the same unblemished salty flavor. 1 jar, 2 jars, 3 jars, 4 jars, he walked along the shelves, his heart racing and his legs growing weak with every step. The shelves were lined with these jars, stacked densely, numbering in the hundreds at least. He opened the largest ceramic jar in the corner and peered inside, finding it filled to the brim with the same snow-white powder, reminiscent of the first snowfall of winter. Li Yuan crouched down, steadying himself against the shelf, taking several deep breaths. He recalled the same white powder Xiao Chen had used for barbecuing, initially believing it to be a rare salt purchased at great expense from the western regions. Now, seeing the cellar filled with this pristine white powder, he felt foolish. This was no occasional use. This was a veritable mountain of salt. Rising unsteadily, he leaned against the wall and slowly exited the cellar, standing in the courtyard for a while to regain his composure. Returning to his room, he tossed and turned, unable to sleep. The following day, he brought a chair to sit at the cellar door, waiting for Xiao Chen to awaken. When Xiao Chen emerged, yawning, he was taken aback to see Li Yuan sitting at the cellar door, his expression akin to that of someone who had seen a ghost. "Oldly, why are you up so early?" Li Yuan pointed toward the cellar door. "Xiao Chen, what is that white powder inside?" Xiao Chen paused for a moment before breaking into a smile. "Did you peek inside?" The door was ajar. He approached, pushed open the cellar door, and stood at the entrance gazing at the jars as if they were mere worthless stones. "Refined salt," he declared, "purified from rock salt." Li Yuan's eyelids twitched violently, almost causing him to faint on the spot. "Rock salt." His voice trembled. "Xiao Chen, rock salt is toxic. Consuming it can lead to diarrhea at best, or death at worst." "How could you?" Xiao Chen glanced at him, unhurriedly replying, "Oldly, I told you, it's purified. Toxic substances lose their toxicity once refined. Haven't you been tasting it for the past few days? Did you experience any discomfort?" Li Yuan opened his mouth, realizing he hadn't suffered any ill effects, and swallowed his words. He crouched down, opened another jar, and pinched a bit of refined salt to taste, savoring it carefully. It was indeed a pure salty flavor, cleaner than any salt he had ever encountered, even more authentic than the lake salt used in the palace. While the palace's lake salt was decent, it often bore a faint bitterness, a remnant of impurities. In contrast, Xiao Chen's refined salt had no trace of bitterness, as if the essence of salt itself had been extracted from nature. "Xiao Chen," Li Yuan raised his head, tears welling in his eyes, his voice trembling. "Are you truly a celestial being?" Leaning against the doorframe, arms crossed, Xiao Chen regarded Li Yuan with a slight smile, saying nothing. At some point, Li Muyao had quietly approached, standing behind the two, her gaze fixed on the pristine white refined salt in the jar, her eyes gleaming. She reached out, pinched a bit, and tasted it, nodding in approval. "Young Master Xiao, with such refined salt, selling it for 1 tael of silver per pound in grand cities like Chang'an and Luoyang would be no trouble at all." Xiao Chen regarded her thoughtfully. Li Muyao typically spoke little, but when she did, her words were incisive. "Miss Li, do you understand salt?" he inquired. Li Muyao shook her head. "Not really. But I know that today as common folk use good sea salt, while the poorer ones resort to vinegar cloth. A significant portion of the court's tax revenue is supported by salt taxes." Li Yuan stood up, glancing back and forth between Xiao Chen and Li Muyao, before suddenly turning and heading back inside. He did not return to the guest room, but instead approached his writing desk, unrolling a sheet of paper. After a moment of contemplation, he crumpled it up, unfurled another sheet, and began to write again. Once finished, he folded the paper neatly and summoned a guard. Whispering a few words, the guard took the note, tucked it into his clothing, and swiftly exited the courtyard, mounting his horse and galloping toward Chang'an. Li Yuan stood at the entrance, watching the horse disappear into the morning mist, exhaling deeply. There were many unspoken nuances between him and Lier, but this matter concerned the very foundation of the Tang Dynasty and could not be treated lightly. When the news reached the palace, Lier was having breakfast, a bowl of millet porridge, 2 flatbreads, and a plate of pickled vegetables. Just as he took a sip of porridge, Li Junxian entered and leaned in to whisper a few words. Lier set down his bowl and glanced at the note, his expression shifting abruptly. He abandoned both his porridge and steamed bun, rising to stride outside. "Prepare the horses. To Tsaishu village." Li Junxian was momentarily taken aback. "Your Majesty, are you not having breakfast?" By the time Lier reached Tsaishu village, the sun had passed its zenith. He nearly burst into the courtyard, followed closely by Li Junxian and several panting guards. "Where's the salt?" he shouted as soon as he entered, his voice booming enough to draw the attention of Dejin. Xiao Chen was in the courtyard grooming Dehe. He glanced over and leisurely gestured towards the cellar. Lier dashed into the cellar, opened a jar, and sampled a pinch of fine salt. He closed his eyes, his lips moving as if savoring something extraordinary. After a considerable moment, He opened his eyes and emerged from the cellar, standing before Xiao Chen with an expression of profound complexity. Mr. Xiao. Li Er's voice dropped to a low, deliberate tone, infused with a feigned authority. Do you realize that privately producing and hoarding salt is a capital offense? Xiao Chen met his gaze and rolled his eyes, the gesture unmistakable, causing Li Er to momentarily falter. Masterly, Xiao Chen replied. His tone as casual, as if discussing the pleasant weather. Would you truly dare to apprehend me? Li Er found himself at a loss for words. He indeed could not bring himself to do so. This young man possessed land yielding an annual harvest of thousands of pounds of potatoes. A golden eagle capable of carrying a person, the technique to refine fine salt, and a plethora of marvelous items he had never even seen. To capture him? That would be a grave folly. Clearing his throat, Li Er adopted a more congenial demeanor, transforming into a friendly merchant negotiating with a valued client. Mr. Xiao, to be frank, I have certain connections within the palace. Leaning closer and lowering his voice, he continued, if you share your refining technique for fine salt with me, I can ensure you avoid this death penalty. He paused, raising 2 fingers. The profit from the sale of fine salt will not go to the court. My connections will take 95%, and you will receive 5%. This is an astronomical sum, sufficient to make you the wealthiest man in the Tang Dynasty. Xiao Chen leaned against the osmanthus tree, arms crossed, scrutinizing Li Er's earnest face while calculating rapidly in his mind. The technique for refining fine salt held little value for him. Rock salt and sea salt could be purified using simple filtration, dissolution, and crystallization, basic chemistry experiments taught at the junior high level in later times. Yet in the Tang Dynasty, this was a technology capable of transforming the entire fiscal landscape of the nation. The salt tax was one of the pillars of the Tang's finances. Yet it had its drawbacks. The yield was low, prices high, making quality salt unaffordable for the common folk and limiting tax revenue. With the refining technique, the yield could multiply several times over, and quality would significantly improve. The wealthy would willingly pay a premium for good salt, and the government's salt tax income would substantially increase, allowing even the poor to purchase cheaper salt, albeit not refined, but at least better than what was currently available. Xiao Chen understood this calculation all too well. He lacked for nothing in terms of money. The gold he earned from selling Maotai liquor, combined with the contributions from Li Er and Li Yuan, was sufficient for him to build his estate and live comfortably for generations. However, wealth is something no one ever has enough of. As his business expanded, with more varieties of genetically edited crops and a growing estate, he would inevitably require more funds for future endeavors like workshops. Crucially, sharing the fine salt refining technique would pose no detriment to him. Li Er would eventually discover it himself. Historically, breakthroughs in salt refining technology occurred by the Song Dynasty. He was merely expediting this process by several centuries. Agreed. Xiao Chen extended his hand. Li Er grasped it firmly. It is settled. Xiao Chen turned and entered his study, retrieving paper and ink to meticulously document the technique for refining fine salt. From ore selection, crushing, dissolution, filtration, crystallization, to secondary purification, every step was recorded in detail, accompanied by simple illustrations. Once he completed the final stroke, he blew on the ink and handed the paper to Li Er. Li Er accepted it, glanced at it, folded it neatly, and tucked it into his bosom. He exhaled deeply, as if releasing a heavy burden. With this technology, the yield of salt could multiply exponentially, and its quality could soar. He could trade fine salt for substantial wealth from powerful families, thereby enriching the national treasury. Once the potatoes and sweet potatoes matured, resolving the military grain issue, he would have ample resources to equip the entire army with new armor and weapons. At that point, what were the Turks? What were the Goguryeo? Merely insignificant foes. Mr. Xiao, Li Er regarded Xiao Chen, his eyes reflecting gratitude, admiration, and an inexplicable complexity. I shall remember this favor. Xiao Chen waved his hand dismissively. Master Li, you are being overly courteous. This is merely business, a mutual agreement. Li Er smiled, pilfered a few jars of fine salt from Xiao Chen, allowed his gaze to linger on him for a moment, and strode out with a slight grin. Li Yuan stood beneath the osmanthus tree, watching Li Er's figure vanish beyond the courtyard gate. He leisurely lifted his teacup and took a sip. Casting a glance at Xiao Chen, he found him crouched before De He, continuing to groom it as if nothing had transpired. Xiao, my young friend, Li Yuan inquired. Have you truly given him the technique? Otherwise, Xiao Chen replied without looking up. Should I keep it for the new year? Li Yuan shook his head and smiled. A smile tinged with relief, reflection, and a subtle, unnameable contentment. He drained his tea and rose, hands clasped behind his back, ambling toward the rear courtyard. Upon reaching the cellar door, he paused, peering inside at the mounds of fine salt, shaking his head while muttering, "This lad is truly extraordinary." Chapter 38. Li Er's grand plan. By the time Li Er returned to the Ganlu Hall, twilight was approaching. He held tightly to the paper inscribed with the fine salt refining technique, his steps noticeably lighter. When an attendant approached to inquire about dinner, he waved his hand dismissively, suggesting a bowl of lamb noodles. The attendant hesitated, noting that the emperor usually preferred a more elaborate meal of 4 dishes and a soup. Li Er offered no explanation. His mind was consumed with thoughts of salt, leaving no room for appetite. Summon Changsun Wuji, Du Ruhui, Fang Xianling, and Wei Zheng to the palace. He paused, adding, "Inform them that I have pressing matters to discuss, and they need not dine beforehand." The attendant complied. Li Er settled behind the imperial desk, placing several jars of fine salt before him, opening the lids to examine each one. The snowy powder glimmered under the candlelight, as if capturing moonlight within the jars. He pinched a bit between his fingers and tasted it again, confirming the same pure salty flavor, devoid of any impurities. A remarkable product, he murmured to himself, truly remarkable. Changsun Wuji was the first to arrive, residing nearby and arriving swiftly. Upon entering, he was greeted by an indescribable aroma, neither that of cooked dishes nor of spices, but a refreshing, mouth-watering saltiness. "Your Majesty, what is this?" Li Er gestured toward the jars on the table. "Taste it." Changsun Wuji sampled a pinch of fine salt, his eyebrows shooting up in surprise. He took another pinch, this time too much, causing him to grimace at the overwhelming saltiness. Yet his expression was one of astonishment rather than disgust. "Your Majesty, where does this salt come from?" Changsun Wuji's voice had shifted. "I have never encountered such pure salt." Before Li Er could respond, Du Ruhui and Fang Xianling arrived together. Du Ruhui tasted it, maintaining a stoic demeanor, though his fingers trembled slightly within his sleeves. Fang Xianling sampled it thrice, nearly losing a finger in the process during the last attempt. Wei Zheng was the last to arrive, having been delayed at the censorate. His expression serious as he entered, likely pondering what new scheme the emperor had in store. Upon tasting the fine salt, however, a crack finally appeared in his stern countenance. "Your Majesty, where does this salt originate?" Wei Zheng's voice was steady, yet those who truly understood him could discern the tempestuous undercurrents beneath that calm facade. Li Er did not respond to this inquiry. Instead, he picked up several sheets of paper from the table and handed them to Changsun Wuji. "You may want to examine this first." Changsun Wuji accepted the documents, unfolding them as the 4 men gathered closely to read. The pages detailed the methods for purifying rock salt: selection, crushing, dissolving, filtering, crystallization, and secondary purification, each step meticulously outlined and accompanied by illustrations. Though the handwriting was not particularly elegant, the substantial content left them speechless. After a prolonged silence, it was Changsun Wuji who first broke the quiet, his voice slightly hoarse. "Rock salt, it is everywhere." Du Ruhui nodded in agreement, his eyes gleaming with a fierce light. Fang Xianling, stroking his beard, spoke leisurely. "If this technique proves true, the salt industry in the realm will undergo a monumental transformation." Wei Zheng remained silent, yet his furrowed brow suggested he was deep in contemplation. Li Er, seated behind the imperial desk, gazed at these 4 esteemed ministers, a sense of elation swelling within him, more intoxicating than fine Maotai liquor. "Gentlemen," Li Er's voice was unhurried. As if discussing a trivial matter, the current salt industry is dominated by the court, which controls 30%, while the remaining 70% lies in the hands of others, better known to you than to me. The 4 men fell silent, acutely aware of the truth. The powerful families of Hedong's Pei, Longxi's Li, Zhao County's Li, Boling's Chui, Fanyang's Lu, and Xinjiang's Zheng had held sway over the richest salt mines, salt lakes, and salt fields for centuries. Should the court attempt to encroach upon their salt, they would invoke ancestral customs. Should the court seek taxes from them, they would speak of benevolence toward the populace. Nearly half of the officials in the court were scions of these noble families, and a single thread pulled could unravel the entire tapestry. Li Er had harbored resentment for years without finding a foothold. Now, he had discovered it. Rock salt. Li Er raised a finger, is ubiquitous. It is not the domain of the aristocracy. With this purification technique, the salt produced will surpass even their finest lake salt in purity. When that time comes, whose salt will the common folk purchase? Whose salt will the wealthy merchants procure? Fang Xianling interjected. Naturally, they would opt for the purer and cheaper option. Indeed, Li Er smiled, a shrewdness in his expression that sent a chill down the spine. As prices plummet and quality surges, the salt from the noble families will struggle to sell, severing their financial lifelines. with their income curtailed. They will be unable to sustain their numerous retainers or court the favor of so many officials. He left the thought hanging, but all present comprehended the implications. Wei Zheng finally spoke, his tone grave. Your Majesty, this matter must be conducted in secrecy. Should the news leak, the noble families will retaliate with full force. Li Er cast a glance at Wei Zheng and nodded. Despite their frequent disagreements, Wei Zheng never wavered on significant matters. I have devised a plan, Li Er declared. Rising to pace the hall, hands clasped behind his back. We shall locate a remote rock salt site and assign trusted commanders to garrison it, ensuring the utmost confidentiality. The refined salt produced will be stockpiled first. We shall not rush to sell. Once we have sufficient reserves, we shall seize the opportune moment and unleash it all at once, catching them unawares. Changsun Wuji's eyes sparkled with excitement. Who does your Majesty intend to dispatch? Li Er pondered, mentally reviewing his commanders. Li Shaogong must oversee Jiangnan. Cheng Yaojin was too loquacious. Qin Xiong's health was frail, and Yu Qigong was too reckless. Ho Junji was overly ambitious. After much deliberation, a name surfaced in his mind. Duan Jixuan. Changsun Wuji nodded. Duan Jixuan was loyal, discreet, and reliable, a fitting choice. I shall personally oversee this operation. Li Er's voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper, as if divulging classified intelligence, and apart from those present and the executing commanders, no one else shall be privy to this. All four men nodded in unison. Wei Zheng suddenly interjected, Your Majesty, regarding concerning Xiao Chen, I have my arrangements. Li Er interrupted, his tone brooking no argument. Wei Zheng regarded him silently, refraining from further inquiry. Yet he understood that such refined salt technology was not something an ordinary individual could conceive. While the emperor had his reasons for withholding information, Wei Zheng was not the type to press for answers. The five men shared a simple meal in the Hall of Glorious Dew, eating in silence, each absorbed in their own thoughts. Changsun Wuji contemplated the noble family's reactions. Du Ruhui considered the site selection for the rock salt. Fang Xianling pondered the pricing of the refined salt, and Wei Zheng strategized on how to prevent the noble families from uncovering their plans. Li Er, however, was lost in contentment as he savored the rice, which tasted particularly fragrant that day, not due to its quality, but because of his buoyant spirits. On the following morning, a secret edict was dispatched from the Hall of Glorious Dew to Duan Jixuan's residence. Upon reading the document, Duan Jixuan displayed no emotion, burning the paper before methodically packing his belongings. He did not inquire why, where, or for how long. As Li Er's loyal subordinate since the rebellion in Taiyuan, he knew when to ask and when to refrain. 3 days later, a contingent of 500 departed from Chang'an, heading northwest. The group comprised craftsmen, soldiers, miners, and a few officials in plain clothes who were clearly not of ordinary standing. They bore tools, provisions, and a secret order penned by Li Er. Journeying to a location unmarked on any map, there lay a rock salt mountain, unremarkable and gray, unnoticed even by the nearby populace, who were unaware that the grayish stones could transform into pure white salt. Yet soon, this inconspicuous rock salt mountain would become the most valuable mountain in the Tang Dynasty. News was tightly controlled. All involved were required to sign military pledges, with severe consequences for any who leaked information. Once the craftsmen and miners entered the site, they would not leave, not due to imprisonment, but because Li Er had ensured they had everything they needed for living and working. Their families would receive generous relocation compensation, sufficient to afford them a comfortable life for several years. When the first batch of refined salt was produced, Duan Jixuan personally tasted it. Standing inside the humble shelter of the mining area, he pinched a handful of the snow-white powder, placed it in his mouth, closed his eyes, chewed thoughtfully, and swallowed. Opening his eyes, he looked at the anxious craftsman beside him and uttered a single word, good. The craftsman nearly wept. After enduring half a month in the mines, their hands cracked and their eyes reddened from smoke, they had finally produced the first batch of acceptable refined salt. Duan Jixuan bottled the salt, sealed the jars, affixed labels, and dispatched a trusted courier back to Chang'an. When Li Er received the jar, he was in the imperial study reviewing documents. He opened the jar, pinched a bit of refined salt to taste, and a slow smile crept across his face. Good, he too uttered a single word. Then, he picked up a red brush and inscribed a single character on the document. Not approved, nor read, but salt. He set the document aside, leaned back in his chair, and gazed out the window at the night sky. The stars twinkled abundantly, densely packed like salt scattered across a dark cloth. Noble families, Li Er murmured softly to himself. A whisper so faint that only he could hear. Your days of prosperity are drawing to a close. The night breeze wafted through the window. stirring the candlelight on the table, causing the jar of refined salt to gleam as if the stars themselves had fallen into the hall of glorious dew.